Oh,
Well, hello to
awesome.
Joel.
Hey, big shout out to Joel. If anyone doesn't follow Joel Reads Bible, you absolutely have to do this. You must follow him immediately. It is a requirement over here to follow Joel. And he has basically the best stuff on the internet. So you must follow Joel. It's not optional. Um, and he's a good friend of mine, and he's super clever and super funny. So that is that. Welcome everyone on YouTube as well. I hope that you're all doing well and everything is good and life is wonderful for you. Thank you for joining me for the Thursday night stream. I've been really, really looking forward to this. Couple of little notices for you before we really get going. One is, of course, don't forget that tomorrow night is the after hours stream. That's going to be from 5 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. UK. That's the show where we don't do debates, where we just talk about anything you want. So if you want to ask me a question about absolutely anything at all, nothing is out of bounds, call in tomorrow and ask me. Or if you want to ask Sean, you can ask Sean. If you want to talk about your own kind of deconstruction or journey away from faith or anything like that, totally up for it. It's no holds barred. You can speak about anything you want, and that's tomorrow. Those are all the conversations that we don't have while we're having the debate streams, and that keeps things nice and tidy. And it means when we are having the debate streams, we just do the debate stuff, and it's all good. So, with that said, a couple of other things to just let you know. If you are watching on TikTok and you want to get involved, you know what to do. There's a little request button in the bottom left. You just push that button and you'll jump into the queue. It does tend to get a little hectic later. So if you're thinking about coming up and having a conversation and challenging us on the points we make and showing us how we've got it wrong, we genuinely want to hear from you. You will be treated respectfully and we'll have a respectful dialogue. And that's the way to do it if you're watching on TikTok. If you're not watching on TikTok and you're on YouTube, well, then there's a join link, which I've just put in the chat right now. It's also a clickable link in the description of the live, and you can just click there and you'll pop up on another queue and we'll be able to bring you in that way. And then the final thing to tell you about before we get Aaron in, who's going to be our first guest over on the TikTok side, is that we have a system here where we rate every conversation. And we rate the conversation both for the quality of the arguments that someone is bringing and for the sort of goodwill that they seem to be bringing with them as they make the arguments. And you move a little ball around on the screen. And so you move it up and down, depending on how good you think their argument is. Up is a good argument, down is a weak argument, and left and right is how good you think the sort of goodwill that they're bringing. Are they there in good faith? Are they being honest, or are they just trolling? Troll is over on the left, good faith is over on the right, and you position the ball, and then everybody's scores get aggregated, and that conversation ends up getting its own score. And then at the end of the show, we have a leaderboard, and we see who the best conversations were and who the worst conversations were. So I've put those links into both chats now. You just need to have access to any browser window. Obviously, if you're just doing this on your phone, that might be a bit of a faff because you have to swipe away out of the app and stuff. But if you have access to a PC or anything like that, or another device, feel free to do that. It is quite interesting as a way of kind of peer reviewing the quality of the input that we get from people amongst us. So with that said, we are going to get Aaron in first, who's going to be our first guest. And we will bring Aaron in right now. Hey, Aaron.
Hey, hi there.
How are you?
How are you?
We are very, very good indeed. Thank you for joining us and being our first guest. The floor is yours.
Right, so the first thing I want to say is that, because I think that one of the main things in atheism, if I'm not mistaken, is that is the DNA thing, right? That we share like 99% of our DNA with monkeys or whatever.
That isn't anything to do with atheism. That would be a claim from biology, and it's not monkeys. It's other apes and chimps, but that's got absolutely nothing to do with atheism.
So it's apes then.
Yeah, because there are people who aren't apes who recognize. Apes. My speaking. There are people who aren't atheists who agree with that fact, like Francis Collins, who's one of the top geneticists in the world, happens to be an evangelical. So he understands he correctly understands the biology. He's just not an atheist.
Right. So could you? Where's the distinction? Sorry, I'm not the best. I'm not a pro at this, but where's the distinction?
Yeah, so atheism just means that you have not been convinced by somebody's claims about a god or gods. It literally just means you've heard someone said there's a god and you are unconvinced of that fact. That's all it means.
Oh, right, okay, right, great. Well, actually, that's even better, right? Okay, I like where this is going. Right, so, in your worldview of atheism, how
Can you
how-
be more in the mic? Because
Yeah.
your mic seems to be covered or something. Or you're
no,
muffled.
it's
There you
I
go.
live in Wales. It's a bad signal. Can
No,
you hear
no.
me?
Yeah, it's good now. It wasn't the signal. The mic just got covered up for a moment. But you're back now. All good. All good. So carry on. In our worldview, atheism isn't really a worldview, but we'll allow that to slide for a moment. But in our worldview, go ahead.
Don't you have like an explanation for the beginning, like everything as it is, as it exists?
No.
No. No.
You don't seek one. You don't seek one.
Well, we may seek one.
I seek, yeah.
Yeah, we can seek one. It's bear in mind it's a little bit like when you say the word atheism, substitute in not believing in astrology. If somebody said to you, I don't believe in astrology, you wouldn't say, well, in your worldview, do you have a meaning for how everything began, or what are your views about biology implied by this? It's literally just a position on one question, right? And it's a very important question because lots of people in the world think that there's some kind of magical being out there who created everything. And we just think that's a slightly ludicrous idea and are not persuaded by it.
Well, me myself, I look at it like this, right? I look at it like reality, the world, the universe, the galaxy, whatever you want to call it. I think that it's just existing demands some sort of explanation, whether be proven, whether be fully determinate, proven or not.
Right.
I think it kind of demands an explanation, and I think the best way you can do that is discern logically what would make the most sense.
Sure. So say you went through that process and you discerned logically that a god made the most sense. Would I then be allowed to say that god demands an explanation?
Right. Well, this is the epistemology that I wanted to get into, because I would say myself that a god isn't actually a god. It's not. It's like if we're saying it's a god, right? Yeah. Then this thing or whatever, if it would have created something, it would have total control and power over its creation.
Right. And
so, in choosing to not like you say, God, you can't prove God. Obviously, you can't. But I mean, right? Let me think of what I'm trying to get at here. What I'm trying to say is that I think biblically, how God said He created the universe, I think that's more logically sound than any other argument I've ever heard.
Well, whether it's logically sound or not is kind of irrelevant. What's the evidence for it? Because I could say it's logically sound that fairies created the universe, and that has just no less evidence than a god.
No, but then you would have to demonstrate how that's logically sound. I can do that, but can you do that?
Well, it's not about what's logically sound. It's about what there's evidence for. Because I'm not sure you really, respectfully, know what logically sound means. So let's not worry about whether it's logically sound. Let's worry about whether there's a good reason to believe it. What would be a good reason to believe that the Bronze Age Middle Eastern war god of the Israelites is responsible for having created the entire universe?
Did he say it in a book?
Some other people wrote a book declaring that this had happened. What would be the reason why we should take that seriously? Because there are lots of books claiming lots of things, right?
Right.
So
I would discern. I would use my judgment, and I would discern logically which books make sense, which books don't make sense, which books have prophesized their prophecies, and which books haven't. I would look at which books make humans prosper and live eternally happy lives until the day they die. I'd look at that. I'd certainly look at that.
Can you help me? Can I help you out here a little bit? So what you said is, I would discern, and I would use logic to determine, whether what's in the book is true or what have you. But you didn't say how. It's a little bit like, if I were to say, how do you find the volume of a cylinder, and how do you know the volume is whatever the volume happens to be? And I were to say, oh, I just do the math. I didn't really explain it. But if I tell you,
okay,
you understand what I'm saying?
I'll change it. I'm not making the claim. I'm making the assertion that the explanations that Christianity gives, that the Bible gives for the world, for everything's like, for example, time, space, matter, the continuum. You have that problem. That's a big problem.
What's the problem?
Yeah. So here's what we do.
The problem is, apparently, they're just, these things have to exist simultaneously. They can't exist independent of each other. Now, in my head, if something like our universe that we have and our world that we have and the life that we have, if that would tell me that somebody purposely done that to me couldn't have happened absent a force.
So for me, it's counterintuitive that a thinking agent would or could do such a thing, because of my priors with thinking agents as being biological beings with limited capacity. So it doesn't make sense to me that a thinking agent did it. I'm not claiming there was no thinking agent, but what I'm saying is, you're just saying what makes sense to you, and I'm just saying what makes sense to me, and you should go by evidence. It's okay. You said something earlier that really stuck out with me. You said, this demands an answer. Okay. I'll accept that it demands an answer, like, why is there something rather than nothing? It only demands an answer in the sense that I am wildly curious about why there is something rather than nothing, just like you are. However, the answer should remain, I don't know, until there is sufficient evidence for an explanation. And you haven't given an explanation. You haven't given any shred of evidence for God yet.
No, I won't give evidence, but the thing what I will say is, I think the whole. And now, listen, obviously, of course, you're gonna scoff, you're gonna laugh, whatever. Yeah, it doesn't affect me personally. Whatever, we all believe different things. It is what it is. But at the end of the day, me personally, I believe that it is the way that it is, and we cannot prove God indefinitely. I think that is on purpose. That is to induce the faith element. And if the person doesn't, like that to me, that is like a message from God. It's a message from God to say that any person that cannot hold this faith, won't be worthy, or whatever you say, whatever. But you know what I mean, like.
So do you know what you just said? Is that God thinks believing things with insufficient evidence is a virtue, and not believing things with insufficient evidence is what's the opposite of virtue? Is bad. That's basically what you said, right?
Is that a value that you enact anywhere else in life? Like if you wanted to buy a car, and you went to a car dealership, and it was a used car, and you saw a car, and the car dealer said, "This is a really good car." Would you want to drive it? Would you want to have someone examine it? If you said to them, I'd like to have my mechanic friend have a look at it. And he said, no. You should just believe what I say, that it's a good car. And you said, do you have a service record for the car? He said, no. It's been well serviced, but don't worry about all of that. Just believe what I say. You wouldn't do this. Your instinct would be to gain evidence for the claim that the car is in good condition before just believing it. And this is the same if you were deciding to buy a new washing machine, or if you were deciding to pick a romantic partner, or if you were deciding to go for a job, or buy a house, or embark on a business, or invest some money, whatever. You would make decisions, if you're smart, based on evidence. And if somebody suggested to you, just believe it without the evidence, you would immediately recognize that there was something wrong with this. So why, when it comes to the most important question that you can think of, which is like the ultimate purpose of everything, do you throw all of that logic and reasoning out the window and just go, well, I'm just going to believe it because the book says that I ought to?
No, I don't think. I don't think that there's like I don't believe in blind faith. No, I don't believe in blind faith. But I think there's a lot of things that are evidentiary, that are not concrete, like things that point us towards the divine. You know, things that
Like what?
might.
Like what? All you've given so far is that you can't personally imagine how things could have come about without it. That's not evidence. That's just a lack of imagination and scientific intuition on your part. I'm not going to believe something because you can't imagine it. Give us some actual evidence.
So you want evidence that God created the universe and everything?
You just said there's loads of evidence, or there is some evidence. Give us just a tiny bit. I've seen none.
Well, like I said about the Trinity of Trinities earlier. I mean, those things had to have come into existence at the same time, and something must have prompted that, and that's what I believe God to be.
Did you say the Trinity? Sorry, did you say the Trinities?
The Trinity of Trinities.
I don't know what that means. What's the Trinity of Trinities?
So the Trinity of Trinities is time, space, matter, which
Right.
then have their own Trinity.
Right. Okay. So that's just you saying, I personally don't understand how the universe in its current form could have formed. Therefore, I'm going to believe a magic spirit did it.
No, science says they must have all come into existence simultaneously.
Science says absolutely nothing of the sort. Do you know what science says about when reality came into existence?
They're continuums, right?
Do you know what science says about when time?
Do you know what a continuum is? Do you know what a continuum is?
I do. Do you know what science says about when time, space, and matter came into existence?
I'm sure you'll tell me.
I'm going to tell you. Ready? Write this down. It's very complicated. Nothing. It says absolutely nothing about them.
Great.
Coming into existence.
So
It's currently an area of science for which we don't have an answer. Now, there are models of science that say that time, space, and energy and matter have always existed, and there was never a point when they didn't exist. And there are completely mathematically valid models of an eternal universe, which people have no problem with. There are other models that hold that time and space and matter did come into existence in some way, but the majority view amongst people in this area, the experts, the people who really know what they're talking about, the majority is that view is that there's no reason to think there was ever a point where these things didn't exist. So that's why I say what science says about them coming into existence is nothing.
Okay, I mean, I'll take that into account. I'll just leave you with this. Right? This is a big one. Could you explain, like, for example, could you explain how the Bible knew that water was there before light, and science has recently confirmed this? Can you explain that?
Water wasn't there before light. Light actually existed for billions of years before water on this planet, and before, in fact, the entire planet. And there would have been light produced in the early phases of the Big Bang before the elements formed, and that before there were even oxygen and hydrogen atoms to bond together to make water. There would have been light released as part of the early expansion phase. So
I'll just say now.
No. You said your one more thing. That was it.
There's real studies that have proved with the nitrogen levels.
No, there aren't. But thank you for coming up. We appreciate you being our first guest. That was delightful. Ending on nonsense science is always fun. It's kind of like the dessert at the end of the conversation, which I love. You heard it here first. Water was there before light because studies show it. There we are. Okay. Well, there we go. Right, we are going to get B in next. But before we do, we are going to check the bingo, because we had a couple of calls on the bingo during that call. Let's have a look and see what is on the newly shuffled bingo board. What have we got? We have, I'll get through them quickly. Pastor of Muppets called Personal Incredulity. Absolutely right. Well, always very loud. Always very loud. I need to make sure to turn that down. Gregor's called Jesus Fulfilled Prophecy. I'm going to allow that because he did mention fulfilled prophecies, not specifically Jesus, but I think that's fair. And Pastor of Muppets called Circular Argument. There was definitely some circular arguing going on there. Gregor's called Fine-Tuned Universe. Yep. This was a doozy, wasn't it? Gregor's called You Can't Prove a God Doesn't Exist. Yes, that one came out too. Always fun. And Silent Souls called You Need Faith. Yep. And PVG said Nothing Comes From Nothing. Indeed. Well spotted, buddy. And Look at the Trees. There was a kind of Look at the Trees vibe going on there. So that is absolutely excellent. What a performance. Just from the first call, we've already made a serious dent on this board. Something tells me we may end up filling the board, resetting it and going again before the night is done. Okay, we'll read a couple of super chats and then get B in next, who was the first caller in the queue after that one. John O'Neill, great to see you, John, says each of us a cell of awareness, imperfect and incomplete, genetic blends with uncertain ends on a fortune hunt that's far too fleet. Lyrics from song Free Will by Rush. I love that. I'm not particularly a fan of Rush, but I love those lyrics. Absolutely brilliant. Brilliant. Thank you, John. That's superb. Great lyrics. And Buzz says, fuck yeah, it's the Sean and John show. Hell yeah. The good news is I have actually managed I have managed to dig out Reckless Religion's a clip of her saying that. I don't have it yet to deploy.
Okay.
But I have it ready. I'll try and have it for the next show. I was going to try and use it as part of a kind of intro thing as we start, but I do actually have it. And she is all sorts of awesome. I'm hoping we might hear from her tomorrow on the After Hours show. Who knows?
Yeah.
But if you're listening, Reckless Religion, we love you. And Babs, great to see you, Babs. Thanks, everyone, for the good vibes. I really appreciate it. I love you guys. I'm getting better. We hope you're okay, Babs. We hope you're okay. Lots of love from all of us to you. And Bethos, do you guys never sleep? I have to work tomorrow. No, I don't sleep. I don't sleep. It's boring. What am I going to do when I'm sleeping? I'd rather be here with you guys. Don't sleep. And Buzz says, I come humbly to request appointment as a mod. Oh, Buzz, you can be a mod any day of the week, my friend. I'll do it presently. I will mod you to your heart's content, my friend. I'll do it just in a minute. Okay, let's not keep B waiting any longer. We'll get B in right now and get on. And if you're in the queue, thank you for being in the queue. I really appreciate your patience. We won't have long conversations. So if you are in the queue, please stay there and don't give up on us, and we will get to you soon. B, how are you?
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. How are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Good.
I'm not really familiar with your live stream. I've came across it, a couple of times, and I feel like most of the time I've came across it, it's always you're discussing, morality with, other, Christians or atheists. You make, claims that, God has done X, Y, Z. I feel like you've made the claim that God is unjust, God is evil. Is that true?
I have made that claim. That's not necessarily the claim I'm making tonight, but happy to talk about that with you if you'd like to. It's one of my favorite subjects.
I did see on the bingo box there was, without any God, there's no morality. So why not? Let's tick that off.
Yeah, sure. Okay, someone's going to jump on that immediately. Okay, so your claim is that without God, there can be no morality. So I would say that this claim is obvious nonsense because people have had morality without gods for longer than we've had gods. Even animals, other than humans, have evolved proto-moral systems, codes, agreements that make the social contract in their groups work. For example, chimps and apes have got quite sophisticated hierarchical codes where it's understood that one person in the pack is kind of the leader and is able to sort of determine, and if people go against that, they pay a social price. And human beings figured out a long time ago that if we want to survive, we have to be able to cooperate with each other. And our brains have also evolved to feel a real sense of empathy and compassion for other living things, particularly other humans and particularly other humans near to us. This is a survival advantage, adaptation that we have. And so our brains are kind of built for it. So on top of all of that, you get the idea that some things just feel right and wrong. Now you'd say, well, isn't that just a feeling? How is that a feeling? All moral statements are just feelings, yours included. So anybody who appeals to any kind of moral standard is essentially doing so as a matter of their own choice. You can choose subjectively to appeal to a moral standard that you found written down in a holy book. And you can go, well, this is objective because it's what God likes. But that would be just as subjective too, because if God is choosing a moral standard, then that's what God particularly likes. And then you're subjectively choosing to just go along with that, right? So all around us, we have all of this subjective morality. And the idea that you can't have it without a sort of celestial policeman to enforce the laws and tell you what you ought to do and what you ought not to do is patently ridiculous.
Okay, so there's a lot to unpack there, but I did agree with your first point regarding, monkeys, and we see within animals, within humans. But the fact is, right, when it comes to morality, right, there's different definitions. I don't want to, equivocate on this, and I don't want to, mumble, blur the lines, because we can talk about morality in a descriptive sense, right? Describing what we see things occurring, right? But the fact is, right, I really wanna understand, because someone like you who's an anti-realist, you're not a moral realist, right? When you say stuff like God is evil, God is unjust, I believe that you are making a normative statement.
I'm not. I'm just expressing my feelings about something. So I'm saying that this doesn't fit with my idea of what goodness is. It's just I'm expressing an opinion, and anyone else is entitled to disagree with me, and that's why I invite the discussion. So when I say God is evil, and someone says why, and I say because he likes genocide, condones weaponized rape, the killing of children, and slavery.
Okay.
I think those things are bad, and then I would turn to my interlocutor and say, do you think those things are bad? And they would probably go, well, no, I'm quite into divine command theory. I think they're great when God does something like that. And we would call them a psychopath and move on. Or they might go, yes, I do think those things are bad. And then we can test what the implications are then of thinking that those things are bad, but that God condones them all.
Okay, so when you're saying things are bad, do you think they ought not occur? Because if you're saying it in that way, then you're not just describing what God does.
In my view, they ought not occur. Yeah.
Okay, so in your view, if they ought not occur, then that's a normative claim. That's not a descriptive one, right?
It's still a descriptor because I'm just describing my opinion.
But how? Because a normative because the fact is, if moral anti-realism is true, right, that claim that these acts, for example, committing violence within Scripture, allowing children to die of disease. You're asserting that these acts not occur because they violate some sort of standard. That's the only conclusion I can grant from this. And if your moral anti-realism is true,
it's a standard.
You're not tracking a mind-independent fact about God's nature.
We're not claiming there's a mind-independent fact.
Exactly. We're not appealing to that.
We're basically so. Let me explain what John explained.
You just. I know you're not, but okay, my bad. Go ahead.
Okay, so So basically, everybody starts with a subjective standard that for their moral compass, something they value and care about. So let me ask you a question: would you accept some sort of risk to yourself, to your own life, to save a child from harm?
Yeah.
Okay. If you found out no God exists, would you still continue to accept some level of risk to yourself to help save a child from harm?
Yeah, I still would. I would still hold on to that.
Okay. So you have a moral system within yourself that is independent from God. You're willing to sacrifice yourself, like for the what you consider, because basically what you're saying is you value the well-being of that child. John and I are saying the same thing. We value the well-being, irrespective of whether a God exists. We value the well-being of thinking creatures. And so we care how people behave with respect to well-being. So we don't like things like genocide and slavery. And we like things like, people sacrificing to help others in need and stuff like that, right? Because we evaluate how those affect the well-being of others. So that's a subjective value judgment within ourselves. Now, subjectively, I don't give a flying frick what Yahweh, Shiva, Thor, whichever God, or anybody, if they're not God, so-and-so said so, and it doesn't matter if you plug in a God, a person, or what have you, but so-and-so said so, I put zero value in that. Subjectively, in how in my give a fucks about how other people behave. I do value well-being. Real quick, I'm almost done. You also value well-being, but you also value you value well-being even if God doesn't exist.
Exactly.
So we share that. But where we differ is you give a shit about being told what to do by a deity that you believe exists. Even if a God exists, I subjectively don't value that. And so we both, that's a subjective value judgment on both of our parts.
Yeah, I agree. So, but the fact is, right, like me, myself, right, I hold to that these moral facts are objective and mind independent. Like I'm satisfying moral realism with that. And I do agree that, sure, that I feel like there's secular moral realism as well, that people do agree that moral facts exist objectively, but they ground it in something that's other than God, right? Like rational necessity. Like I can have that part in with my within my view as well. For example, I think Aristotelian, naturalist ethics, that they say like natural facts just about well-being and flourishing. Like goodness is grounded in what allows humans to flourish more, to be the kind of beings that we are. Sure, that's all cool and all, but my ultimate grounding and the source of all of this is in God's nature, right? Rather than just sort of within instead of some sort of like platonic realm of values that are purely secular about well-being and rationality. Like I believe morality is real. I don't believe it's invented by humans. Well,
then let's test that claim.
I really want to criticize Host's opinion on this.
But then let's test that claim. Yeah,
I want to test your claim though, because I feel like you really didn't satisfy my question.
Well, then let's look at God's nature. Because you're basically appealing to magic spells now, right? You're saying that the grounding for all of this is in God's nature. Well, then let's stop being abstract and look at God's nature specifically. So which God are you talking about?
You can't look at God's nature though. Like
yeah,
God's,
we can. Which God? Well, if we can't, then how can you appeal to it as being a grounding for anything? That's ridiculous. You either want to do that, or you either think you can say things about it, or know things about it, or you think you can't. You can't have it both ways. It can't be the case that you can make references to God's nature, but when I want to ask questions about them, suddenly they're out of epistemic scope. That's silly. So let's be consistent. Which God is it that you're appealing to here? Is it the God of the Bible?
Yeah.
Okay. So you think that that goodness is grounded in God's nature. So in your opinion, does the word goodness also entail justice?
It does not necessarily have to entail justice, but I feel like goodness and justice, they could be related.
Could one be maximally good if one was not being just?
No.
Okay. So does justice involve proportional punishment for people who have committed a crime?
Yeah, it does, according to like my standard. But God is a categorically different being. So if you're going to refer to like the smiting of Amalek, right? Like I would still view this as like a good punishment. That is,
of course. We'll all have a ringside seat to the depravity that your moral balls. Well, we're doing them now, friend.
Have you done it before though?
Okay. So in your view, goodness needs justice, and justice means proportionate punishment for a crime. Is justice compatible with punishing people who didn't do a crime for the crime?
According to my perception, no.
No. Okay. So if God wanted to punish people who didn't do a crime for a crime, would that be just?
According to my perception, no. But the fact is, we both agree that my perception is not infallible, right?
Okay, so here's what's going on. Let me explain what's happening here. Here's what's happening: is that because you're drawing this distinction between your perception and what you're able to label God, you're creating an exception for God about how words are used without earning it. You're just saying that if I say to you, does a four-legged table have four legs? You say yes. If I say, does God's four-legged table have to have four legs? You say, well, I don't know. We can't understand the mind of God and his four-legged table. And you're creating exceptions for God without demonstrating or being able to demonstrate why they would be valid. And I'll explain what I mean. So words like justice and goodness actually have meanings. They're not just arbitrary labels. They actually have meanings. And so when we use a descriptor like good or just, we have a sense of what it means. If you're going to completely abandon that meaning when you apply the word to God on the basis that God works in a different way and you can't understand God's mind, then you lose the right to use that word. I'm not going to permit you to use a word for which I know the meaning and you know the meaning and everyone here knows the meaning, even if we can't describe it exactly and exhaustively. You know, words like good or just or fair, they're a little fuzzy around the edges. But we all know, for example, that cutting off the feet of children for fun isn't anything that we would include intuitively in good. And we all know that punishing people for a crime they didn't do is the antithesis of justice. And you and I would agree to that. But what you're doing is you're making the ludicrous claim that when it comes to God, you have the right to take these words that have got well understood definitions and completely strip out the definitions and then apply them to God and claim that you're making sense. You're not. You're making no sense at all.
Okay, but the reality is that that's your perception, right? Like you have to look at it in this way. You have to look at it in this way. Like, what do we stipulate God as being according to classical theism, right? God is stipulated as being omniscient, right? So it's totally reasonable to say that he may have morally sufficient reasons inaccessible to human, epistemic limits, right? Which is the skeptical theist response, right? But sure. Like I agree that this could be a problem. This could be a problem that is unjustifiable, and that with the problem of evil, I could essentially say that God is good in every single regard. I could justify anything post ad hoc, like that's perfectly fine. I believe that's a double-edged sword, which is
the flexibility.
The fact is, I'm not a moral scholar.
Let me respond to what you just said. Let me respond before you go too far. I'd like to respond to what you just said. So the flexibility that you're appealing to on the basis that we have limited minds and God could have morally sufficient reasons for punishing innocent people for crimes that they didn't commit is bullshit. Because the thing is, an infinitely powerful God would be able to achieve his ends without having to punish innocent people for crimes that they didn't commit, without having to cause unbelievable amounts of suffering and pain. He would be able to achieve his ends without that. So our lack of understanding is not a license for you to say this is still an acceptable way to behave, when we know that there would be a way to behave that would not be so obviously unjust and not be so obviously cruel and not be so obviously barbaric. And the problem with it is this type of thinking gets you, and we get here every time we speak about biblical morality, we end up with people who come on appearing to be sane and end the call defending the killing of children and the raping of young girls. And that's what you're about to do.
I'm not okay.
You are. Yeah. So in the book of Numbers 31, again, it's my favorite go-to chapter.
Aware.
You're aware of what it happens. So God's judgment is that it's completely fine for the Israelite soldiers to rape young girls, because we can infer that they're being raped because they're being sorted from the virgins into the non-virgins. They're not being assessed for their capacity to do domestic chores. They're being assessed for their capacity to be, that by the men who want pure virgins to play with, right? So all the women who are not virgins get killed, and the young girls and the women who appear to be pure in that way are distributed to the soldiers, and the priests get a few for themselves too. And I'm going to ask you the same question I ask everyone: is this good? And you're going to say to me no, but to God yes. And I'm going to say that's bollocks. You either think it's good or you don't. And if you don't think it's good, then you're expressing that your view about it is the same as mine.
That's unusual. I feel like that's unusual.
Well, then I'll ask you. Yeah,
then you should ask me, because if we're having a discussion, right?
Was it good?
I feel like you want honest answers. Yeah, I believe it is good. I believe it is good because that's God's actions.
Well, that's even worse than the answer I credited you with. I at least thought you might try to not look like a complete psychopath.
You didn't even. You can't tell me what's evil or not. You cannot make normative statements.
I'm not making a normative statement. Hey, buddy, I'm not the one defending.
But you are, though, because you're saying that God ought not to do.
I'm not the one defending raping children, my friend. You are. I'm not worried about normative statements.
But you're
on the internet.
You as an atheist can't say anything.
You're on the internet.
I'm not defending
in front of 900 people, saying that you think it's good for soldiers to rape children. Okay.
Yeah, I never said it's good.
Yeah, you did. I said, was it good? I'll ask you again. Final chance. Was it good for God's people, through Moses, to be instructed to kill all the non-virgins and keep the young virgin girls for themselves?
Yeah, me in that specific context, I believe it's fine. But you're saying that I defend rape, which is obviously not correct,
It's exactly what you're doing.
Is that not rape?
I believe in that. Is that not?
What do you think?
I've not even really looked into it. You've
not looked into it.
Biblical
I know.
I don't really care.
It shows that you've not looked into it, because if you had looked into it, you would
No, I have.
Shy
It's just
away
that
from
I
it
don't want to have the
in
same old argument, right? I really want to get to your point. I really want to get to your point, because you can't tell me you're making a normative statement that you can't really justify, which is incoherence, right?
I'm not trying to justify any statements. I'm just asking you about whether you think it's okay for soldiers to fuck children, and you're saying you think it is.
Yeah,
okay.
I don't know, man. Like, it seems like you're lacking etiquette. Can you just like relax for a second? Like,
do I appear to you to not be relaxed?
Yeah, no, I don't know why. Like, I'm not your enemy. I'm not justifying anything. I just want to get to the morality. I just want to get to the morality part. I'm only concerned.
But the thing is,
with having a coherent brother. Listen. Can you just listen for a second?
I'm not your brother.
Concerned with having.
I'm not your brother. Now, the thing is, these conversations are a bit boring when they start off abstract, and they all have the same.
Between me and you, who has a logical, ethical?
Which is that the first 5 or 10 minutes of the conversation tend to be a little bit abstract and about philosophy and what do we mean by normative ethics and all of this good stuff. It's delightful. It's all philosophy 101 and it's very charming. I'm more interested in whether
but you've not answered anything. You've actually deflected perfectly, right?
I'm more interested in.
You have good rhetoric. I'll give you that, but you're deflecting. Can you answer my questions, or is it just a interrogation?
I'm more interested in the actual implications of what we say about this.
Yeah, but I'm more interested in
nobody cares.
Your
nobody cares. Nobody cares about
your logical moral framework.
Nobody cares about my logical moral framework. The claim here is whether the God of the Bible,
because you're standing from a high horse, right? But you can't throw stones from a glass house. You can't throw stones from a glass house.
I think you've got to feel a bit hurt because it's been revealed that you are prepared to defend atrocities.
I would also be hurt. Can you answer this question? What makes something wrong? Because this is an interesting question. What makes something wrong?
In my view, it makes something wrong to hurt someone else and cause suffering.
Okay, so what makes suffering wrong? Because now I'm going to hit you with Isor. I'm going to hit you with
the Isor controversy. Like I've never heard it before.
Buddy, that's a descriptive fact, and you're gathering an ought from it, which is logically incoherent. You've made a jump.
Right. I was writing essays about the Isor controversy while Margaret Thatcher was in government. Okay, you're not going to worry me with this. Okay, really. This is not.
No, but you seem to be worried. Like I can see the sweat forming on your.
Yes, of course. I'm absolutely terrified. Now, the thing is, nobody's really interested about this. I've already told you at the beginning of the call that when I say something's wrong, I'm not making a factual claim.
You know, there's a guy in the comments. There's a reason why he's not interested.
I'm not claiming to have solved the Isor controversy. I'm just saying that for me, it's a subjective claim. It's a preference on my part, and I'm wondering if you have the same one. And after our conversation, it became clear that you don't. All right.
What are we doing? Are we just trying to be persuasive to each other and try to persuade each other of preferences? That's weird. Why would I do that? That's not how morality works.
It is actually, funnily enough, exactly how morality works. I put forward the case killing children and raping them is bad. You put the case killing children and raping them is good. And then the order of this looking like a sort of decent person, relatively speaking, to most people. So anyway, I thank you for coming up, B.
Okay, are you going to let me respond, or are you just going to keep monologuing? Do I get the benefit of a response?
You can respond.
You do look like a psychopath, because you do look like a psychopath when I say that murder is just a preference. Like I personally believe as a preference that murder is wrong. Instead of saying that someone ought not to do murder.
So this is just going back to the beginning of the conversation.
No, because you are the psychopath.
You're pretending that you have a moral.
If anything, you're just projecting.
Of course, you're pretending you're pretending that you have a moral, objectively moral basis. You don't. We've already established that yours are subjective too.
We do. We've not established this.
Your subjective preference is just your obedience to the same God that condones the raping of children. And I think we understand
you don't believe
who's got a moral problem and who hasn't. And off he goes. There we are. It's always the same. These conversations always take the same trajectory. Forgive me if it's a little bit predictable. It's still fun though. It's still fun watching somebody defend this stuff and then go, you're a bad person. You're a bad person. You're the one who looks like a psychopath. Hey, dude, I'm not the one who said that on occasion.
Here's the thing.
Okay to have my way with children. Sorry, friend.
Under our moral framework, subjective or not, first of all, it's either subjective or it's not. And that would be the case for everybody. So often it gets into, because I'm claiming it now, I have objective morality and you don't know. It's either objective for both or subjective for both. And the debate is about which it is. The thing is, under our moral framework, humanism versus divine command theory, we can never, ever condone genocide, rape, punishing other people for other people's. We will never be in that situation because those things are objectively harmful to well-being. And so we don't have to answer those uncomfortable questions. And if you give us a moral dilemma it's going to be a dilemma that hinges on which one has the best outcome with respect to well-being. So we're having the right discussion, like if you throw the trolley problem at us or something like that. We are still having a discussion about something that's meaningful to anyone who's not a psychopath, cares about well-being. And so we're having that. We are having that discussion.
Yeah.
But if it's like, oh, whatever's in God's nature is objectively good, God, if that means literally, if God's nature is to be a sadistic, cruel monster, then being a sadistic, cruel monster would, by definition, be objectively good.
Yep.
And that's arbitrary, not well-being.
Exactly. And it's the same every time. So Texas postgrad, we will get you in next. We forgot to have a look at the bingo. So we had a few more calls on this. Let's have a look at what's going on here. I think we were supplied with a rich seam of material to work with by our previous guest. So Gregor's called No Morality Without God. Gregor was straight out the gate there. And also, words don't mean words. Completely agree. Good doesn't mean anything according to these people. PBG said no morality without God, but it had been called already. PBG called Phil Bro Babble. I think there was a bit of that going on. And Gregor said read it in context. There was a bit of that going on too. PBG was just behind on that one. And Gregor's, this is like a horse race. Coming up on the left side, Gregor's called Crying About the Meta. There was a bit of that too. And Dutch Violinist, great to see you in, said crash out. Don't think we really had a crash out yet. You'll know it when you see one.
I don't think so.
You'll know it when you see it. And PVG said performative laughing. I didn't hear that. Was he performative laughing? I didn't hear that he was.
I thought, I don't know. I'll be on the fence on that. I have a vague memory of it, but I'm not certain.
I'm gonna have to give it, because I don't think PVG would have called it if it wasn't there. PVG is pretty on the case. So
I thought I remembered something, but it was only like once, and I don't think it wasn't like over the top. But
fair enough.
If he heard the laughing, I would get on that too.
I think PVG probably called it right. So let's get in Texas postgrad, and then we've got Ernest after that, and then David over on the other side on the YouTube queue. Right, I think we have definitely spoken before to TX postgrad. Coming in right now. We spoke on the 19th of June. Let's see if TikTok can manage to add this guest. It's trying quite hard to add them at the moment, and failing by the looks of it, but let's see. I also wonder, what's it actually doing while it's trying to add the guest? Just add the guest or tell us you can't. Either way is fine. That seems to not be working. So we'll give it 5 more seconds. 5, 4.
I heard something.
I'm still getting the transporter. It's still not quite working. So I'm going to drop back.
Yeah, I can hear you. Are you able to hear him, John?
No. I'm not. Oh, hang on.
Yeah.
I'm still not.
Yeah, so yes, leave it. Come on back. Like just morph back in. Sometimes it'll work the second time.
It's just dropped. So yeah, Texas, if you're still there, request up again, and we'll try you a second time. And there he is. I say he because I remember that it's a he. And there we go, straight in. Hello, how are you?
Good. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we've got you. Yeah. We've got you this time. There's a fair bit of background noise. Anything you can do to mitigate that would be great.
I can go in, and I was just trying to better the reception. Let's see if this matters. Is that better?
Yeah, I think we're good. That is good.
Okay, guys. So, quick question. I always get a little nervous in these exchanges because I know how.
No need to.
It's all right.
I know, man. But
John's
John's
a really nice guy. I hear you.
So my first question is for Mr. Cohen, if that's okay.
Sure. Of course.
And so the last, I think, and here's the funny thing, I don't spend time doing this. I'm just working. And when I pull up TikTok, I guess because I chimed in one time, your feed comes up again. So I thought I would just ask another question. This kind of came to me. So with that said, the last time I asked a question about like intellect, because I said, hey, you guys sound like really smart, like in all seriousness, like I don't have the verbiage or the concepts of all the things you guys are talking about, but I did ask a question. You said, yeah, it is possible. Like we know a lot of smart people, and there's people that are smarter than us, right? Because intelligence can be measured in different forms or fashion, either through grades or IQ and whatnot. So, I guess my question is, if somebody has a higher IQ than you, then is it possible that the IQ that they have, which is an increased knowledge or understanding or revelation of a subject or a person, is it possible that somebody who is smarter has an intellect or an understanding or revelation of God that you don't, and it's simply that is it possible for that knowledge to be outside of your knowledge that
Yeah.
you just haven't run
Yes,
into yet?
but
Yeah, of course it is.
yes, but they should, but then they can articulate what that knowledge is. So somebody who's more intelligent or even less intelligent than me
Right.
could have a good reason to believe in a God.
Right.
I just have not been exposed to that reason. And that's why we talk to people every day asking like, hey, where's this God? Does atheism make more sense, etc.?
There's also something else that needs to be said here. So IQ is a measure of a very specific type of thing. IQ isn't a measure of how much you know. It's not an IQ of how knowledgeable you are. It's not a measure of how much wisdom you have. It's not that. IQ is a way of measuring your ability to understand certain things, to manipulate symbols and understand sequences and visual patterns and stuff. My wife administers IQ tests to people who have had brain injuries to check if certain types of cognition and processing are where they're supposed to be for normed averages and stuff. It's not a measure of how worldly someone is, and it's not a measure of anything like that. And the other thing is that if there is a God who wants us to know him, he should or she should be capable of delivering that knowledge of their existence to everyone, regardless of what they would score on a standardized test of some sort. IQs aren't the only standardized test. There are lots of them, by the way.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah, I think, go ahead, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr.
Yeah,
Cohen.
I was just going to say, so the fact that somebody who might score higher than me on a particular scale of assessing a certain type of intelligence would have a certain idea is neither here nor there in terms as to whether it's true or not.
Okay, and the only reason I asked is because I was giving back what you guys had, I guess, wanted to establish some consistency in your thinking was that, yes, there are people that are smarter than we are, like way smarter than we are. And so I was only giving back to you what you had given me in that, being honest, there are people that are way smarter than you. And it's impossible to meet everyone that exists on the planet. And it's also impossible for all of them to be on this feed and to address you specifically. And so I just want to round this off and then I'll let you respond. So essentially what you're saying is there is knowledge or understanding or wisdom outside of you that allows people to be smarter than you in whatever way you define it. Let's say it's an IQ test plus.
No, I got you.
I'm only trying to give back to you what you gave me. So I'm just trying to.
No, I got you. Just trying to clarify when that comes, because I that phrase does come up a lot. People much smarter than us have blah blah blah.
Yeah,
that is specifically when we are appealing to the consensus of experts in a field that requires expertise. So, for example, if the debate is about cosmology, we are deferring to the collective knowledge of cosmologists who have taken the high levels of mathematics and physics and everything and made it their life's work to study and write papers to get peer reviewed. That's their, they are subject matter experts in that area. So if you're sick, you go to a doctor. If you have a transmission problems, you go to a transmission specialist, right? So these are experts in an expert field. We don't have God experts. We don't have like a collection of gods that have been studied, and like there's an academic field of like godology or something like that to appeal to. So somebody can be a brilliant structural engineer. I'm not going to, maybe way smarter than me. I'm not going to take what that person has seriously when it comes to like questions about biology. I wouldn't necessarily. So it's a similar thing with God. People, there are brilliant people who are atheists. There are brilliant people who are theists. Nobody's a God expert. there's theology experts, but that's like a different field.
And,
Gotcha.
and there's
Okay,
there's
so-
a, there's a
go
one
ahead.
more thing before you respond, if you'll forgive me. One more thing I just want to feed you, and then we're happy to hear what you have to say. Which is, if I hear someone who might be much smarter than me make an argument which is obviously fallacious, it's still a fallacious argument. The fact that that person might be smarter than me or better qualified in certain areas or whatever doesn't immunize them from making bad arguments. There are smart people who make bad arguments all the time, and you can sometimes spot them. So an example would be, someone like Francis Collins, right? He's much smarter than me. I'm sure if we were going to do an IQ test, I'm sure he would score higher than I would. He's one of the top geneticists in the world. That guy became an evangelical because he so we're told, he saw a frozen waterfall that had frozen into 3 separate things, and that caused him to imagine that he was seeing some amazing symbolism regarding the Trinity, and he fell to his knees in the dewy grass and accepted Jesus. Now, I think that's a terrible argument to devote your life to a religion on the basis of having seen a waterfall that froze in 3, and maybe he would give a different argument, but it's a poor reason, and the fact that he might be smarter than me doesn't change that fact.
Gotcha. And okay,
Great
so
point.
appreciate the feedback. And the other question is, what little I've heard about your conversations with others, because again, guys, I'm a baseball coach here in Texas. I'm not a whatever. But I know you guys have made the point about like death of the innocent in reference to children and God, and I guess you refer to scripture that talks about death and children and annihilation, things like that. So are you still consistent in your thinking that a child in the womb that's killed at the hand of a mother is evil, right? Like, it has to be, in order for you to be consistent in that killing innocent children is absolutely evil. Like, it's an unbelievable thought. Is it your position, Mr. Cohen, that killing a child in the womb of the mother is evil in
Right.
and of itself?
So that language is a little loaded. So I don't think that. I think that
I'm not trying to load anything.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, no, for sure.
No.
So I don't look at terminating a pregnancy as killing a child. I don't think it's quite the same as that. Now, I think that there comes a point in a pregnancy where that argument becomes a little more feasible, and that's probably the point where we stop allowing those pregnancies to be terminated, right? So, for example, when a fetus hasn't developed a nervous system yet, can't feel pain, has no brain, can't be all of that stuff, I wouldn't call that killing a child. And the thing is that a fetus in a woman, in a womb, there's a complex interplay of interests there. You've got bodily autonomy. It's a much more complicated thing. I don't look at that anything like killing a child outside. It's a totally different thing. There is no equivalence there. It's a far more nuanced and complex thing. I think that it's really sad when pregnancies are terminated. It's really sad, and a lot of the time, the people who feel the worst about it are the parents.
Are the children?
No, the children in that instance don't. Are the parents who often are left grieving, because quite often those things are terminated because of health risks and things like that. It's not a trivial matter. People don't go into, we're not drifting into an abortion debate here, by the way. People don't get into abortions for fun. And so I reject the comparison between the complex subject of how do you balance up the autonomy of someone carrying a baby and the rights they have over their own body with what's lost in terms of ending that pregnancy. I don't think you can even begin to compare that to the kind of conversations we have where God is telling men to take their swords and go and kill children. Go and kill children with their swords. People who are walking around, people for whom there is no such complexity.
Yeah, I appreciate the response. And so a physician who has a scalpel in his hand and agrees with, for payment for services, dissects a child, whether the shoulder, they crush the skull first. That's the process.
TXR, this isn't the place to get into the abortion debate.
It's a different thing.
You know, I understand. No, I understand you're passionate about it, but this is debating whether God exists. That's outside the scope, and it's also you're trying to draw the parallels. You're trying to draw the parallels. Well, you're against this killing of children, but you're for this killing of children. That's known as a tu quo que fallacy. So what that is saying you too. It's also known as the you too fallacy. So basically, if I'm a father and I punish my son for drinking and driving, but I drink and drive myself, and my argument to my son is you shouldn't drink and drive because your driving is impaired and you can hurt somebody. That's actually true. And hey, Dad, but you do it too does not invalidate that argument. So it's a fallacy. It's a deflection. It's whataboutism, and it in no way says anything about the morality of the genocide that God orders in the Bible.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and I didn't have time to Google anything for a particular technical term to try to explain what I'm just sharing. Was a simple thought was and again, I'm respecting your time, and I'm not trying to
No, it's okay. But we just don't want to deflect to whataboutism. But you guys support it. Well, in theory, if we were totally hypocritical for supporting a woman's right to choose, if that makes us hypocrites, that doesn't do anything to invalidate our issues with the biblical genocide.
Yeah, no, I simply wanted to find out if there was any inconsistency between a child that's in the womb.
Sure.
That as compared to
it's a completely different situation. It's a completely different situation.
Okay, I get in your mind they have nothing to do with the killing of the innocent, are completely separate.
It's not in my mind. As I said for the last time, one is a situation where there's a balancing of rights and autonomies, and the other one is a situation where there isn't a balancing of rights and autonomies, and that difference is the whole game. It makes a massive difference. Some people put their fingers over their eyes and pretend not to notice that difference or that it's not there because it's awfully inconvenient to acknowledge that it is. But that's not my problem. That's an every other idiot problem who can't distinguish that difference. But it is a significant difference, and that's why I won't allow those two scenarios to be compared as if they are the same thing. They are not the same thing. Anything else you wanted to ask? Anything else you wanted to ask about?
No, I think just trying to determine what it represents the innocent in your eyes. I think that's been you've shared your part, I've shared mine. And that's all I had for today, man.
Sure. Thanks for calling in.
Gentlemen, thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
There we go. Someone well-trained in propaganda. The killing of the innocent children.
The whole point of that the whole point of that call was to smuggle that in at the end.
It was. It was. That's all that was. Yeah. And we see you, Texas. We see you. We understand where you're coming from. There we go. These people are disgusting because it's always men wanting to tell women what they can do with their bodies. And I think that's pretty disgusting. I'm sure if it were the other way around, they would start to feel fairly uncomfortable quickly.
I'm very comfortable. I could have dove into that debate with him very comfortably, confidently, but it's a derailment of what this discussion is supposed to be about. And I don't know why he doesn't just there's tons of TikTok lives specifically debating abortion on both sides. He could have gone to any one of those.
Absolutely. Okay, we're going to get David in next, who's in the YouTube queue. But first, we're going to read a couple of super chats. Who have we got? Viking Chef, great to see you. Aaron, get nearer the mic. And if you're from Wales, then get your face out of that sheep's backside. Ooh, ouch. Fair. Completely fair. And Bethos says, taking a sip out of a Justin DZ cup. Oh, it arrived. Fantastic, Bethos. Got it for chipping in for Radio Spencer, which you did so generously. Thank you, friend. Thanks, John, for allowing DZ on your stream. Justin is the GOAT. He is indeed the GOAT. Rock hard for Doug. Excellent work. Thank you, Bethos. That's awesome. Hope you're enjoying the mug. That's fantastic. And Buzz says, what do you call a blind buck? No idea. Excellent. We're off, folks. We're off. And Tim hasn't even chimed in yet.
I didn't get it until you read it out loud.
A legless blind buck? Still no idea. It gets better, folks, and he's here all week. And Buzz says, a legless blind duck with no male stuff? Still no fucking idea. Super chat rules made me change the wording. Very, very good. And Bethel says, water before light. Bro does not know the Big Bang. By the way, 5 of Science bingo, optically satisfying. Praise Puff or God-defeating penguin. Planet Peterson, atheist. I love Planet Peterson. He's brilliant. Well, we're very pleased that the bingo is now geometrically pleasing for you, Bethos. We'll get 2 more super chats and get David in. Bethos said, super chat to get you off the Philbro babble. In Lynch's Dune, P. Stewart was cast. Also, Sting was fantastic. And even Max von Sydow arrived. Music from Toto. I know I did know most of that, but by P. Stewart. Do you mean Patrick Stewart? Was Patrick Stewart in David Lynch's Dune? I knew Sting was in it, and he was quite good. And I remember him in all the sort of like weird kind of rubber bodysuit thing. And I think he had red hair in that film, and he looked pretty cool. But by P. Stewart, I assume you mean Patrick Stewart, and I did not know that he was in that film. Very good stuff. Very good stuff. Okay, let's get David in and see what David's saying. David, are you there? Hopefully. Let's see.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, we can hear you, David. Welcome in. Thank you for waiting patiently. We appreciate that. How are you doing?
No problem. Hi. I have 2 things to talk about. I don't have a whole lot of time before my wife gets home, and I'm a I guess I'll preface this by saying that I'm a deconstructing theist. So is this okay, or do you want me to?
No, above my head it says debate stream opposition only, but
well, the reason I have is because I do have 2 specific topics that I would say kind of keep me believing in theism.
Okay.
But if you don't want me to, I can also just bow
I mean,
out.
let's see how it goes. It's only in that the audience are here for a particular type of conversation, and but why don't we see how it goes? So what keeps you believing in theism? Maybe we can help you over those final hurdles.
I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say maybe we can help you over the final hurdles.
Sorry, I don't mean to talk over you.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, that's also. I apologize if I do that. I don't mean to interrupt. Okay, so the first thing, let's say that someone believed that the Earth was flat, and then to you, I think, and to all of us, that would be very obvious that person would be wrong.
Yep.
So it's very obvious that a person, or that the Earth is a globe. What if God? The existence of God is just as obvious, or is actually just as it's just as obvious that God exists as the Earth is a globe, but a person just refuses to believe that the Earth is a globe. Like, compare that to God. Wouldn't that then be the fault of the individual for not?
I mean, the idea here is that you don't choose what to believe. You don't refuse to believe something. You're either convinced of it or you're not. And you can be convinced of things for good reasons by the application of sound epistemology, or bad reasons by the misapplication of epistemology and believing for bad reasons. So if somebody made the claim that there's as much evidence for a God as there is for the Earth being an oblate spheroid, I would say, where is it? Show it to us and then we'll consider it. But I've never seen any. So yes, I'm completely open. I would say that if somebody did have evidence for the existence of a God such that it was as irrational to ignore that evidence as it would be to ignore the evidence that of the shape of the Earth, then it would be irrational. But I've just never seen any, and I eagerly await it.
Sure. I guess to me, that's what the Christian family members of mine would claim. People that I talk to, I have a pastor brother-in-law. Anyway, I think that he would claim that the God is just as obvious as the Earth being.
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of a, how do I respond to that?
It's an easy thing to claim. You say, well, show me the evidence. You say, well, what is this evidence that you're this obvious evidence that you're talking about? And they will never be able to show you any because there isn't any. So they might appeal to Romans 1 and say, basically look at the trees. That's the Bible's look at the trees. Look around you. The evidence is so obvious, but that's not providing evidence. That's not providing evidence and pretending like you have. It's sort of congratulating yourself prematurely for having provided such wonderful evidence without actually doing the work of providing any. That's what that verse does in Romans 1:18. It says the evidence is all around and no one is without excuse. But where is it? What is it? There isn't any. So, to your family members, say, well, let's get specific then. What is specifically this evidence that you say is so undeniable? And I guarantee you, everything they'll tell you will be a logical fallacy of some sort. It'll be an argument from personal incredulity. I can't imagine how the order of the universe could have come together without some kind of magic mind doing it, or it'll be an appeal to authority of some sort, or the authority of the Bible. Look at all these fulfilled prophecies. These things are in the book, therefore the book is trustworthy, therefore the things it says in the book must be true, which is all fallacious reasoning. Or it'll be an appeal to personal experience. I've spoken to God, he made himself known to me by revelation, and therefore I've got all the evidence I need. The implication, of course, being that you should believe that because they feel they've got the evidence that they need. It's all fallacious. It's all nonsense. And that's why every time we come up here and say, come and give us your evidence, I do so fairly confident in the in the knowledge that nothing they're going to say is going to be anything we haven't heard before dozens of times. There are no new arguments here.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you for that.
All right.
Can I ask my second thing? And I think you're going to dismantle it pretty quick. I'm just the other thing would be it seems like there's a lot of discussions, because I have brought up the concept of believing belief not being a choice before. And it seems like the usual response, and the thing that I have kind of trouble combating, is that they say that it's not believing that a God exists. It's a believing. It's like belief can be used in multiple definitions, I guess, is kind of what I'm thinking. It's kind of what it's a belief that a person. Belief in a person, not believing of a person, if that makes sense. I can trust you that you're telling the truth. Does that make sense? I don't really know how to convey that.
No, I understand.
So
like we have different ways of saying believe. So like if I say I believe in you, that can mean two things. It can mean I believe that you exist, or it could mean I have faith in your qualities. Like I believe that you are going to come through for me. Like I believe that you're solid, right? And if I understand you correctly, you're saying that there can be some ambiguity about what we mean by believe, and maybe people are talking about that second sense of like I believe in you. Like the problem is that without the first, you don't get the second. So it doesn't mean anything to say I trust God. I believe in God is going to come through for me. I believe that God is a lovely person. All of that stuff requires that you first have the first type of belief, which is existing, because you can't believe that someone who you don't think exists has all of these qualities. So you have to have the first type of belief as well. And that type, as you realized, isn't something you can choose to have. You're either convinced of it or you're not.
Okay. I think that makes sense. Yeah, I guess I would say that seems like we're going through a study of 1 John right now in our Sunday school class, and I think we went 1 John 3. There's one of the verses in 1 John 3 mentions that concept of believe in. I'd asked that question, and I think it's kind of a sticking point. It's kind of hard to get past that with them. They're like, well, we can't. He's not talking about believing, in the sense of believing that Jesus existed.
They're word games, because the other sense doesn't work if you don't get the first. That's all it is.
Fair enough. That's all I have.
Good stuff.
I would prefer to. I would love to talk about more things, but I am out of time.
Well, call us back tomorrow if you want to. If you've got time after 5 Eastern, 5 p.m. Eastern, we're doing the after hours show, which is where we don't do debates. We just talk about stuff. So you're very welcome to call back. Call back again, David, if you want to.
Okay, I may try to do that. I appreciate you. Thank you.
All right, friend. All the best. Bye-bye. All right. Don't normally depart from the debate only, but he was bringing arguments, and they're still useful. It's still useful to hear how those arguments don't work. So I think he did us a service, I think, in bringing them. Okay, Ernest is back on the TikTok side, so we'll bring in Ernest now, and then we've got Michael in the YouTube queue after that. We're just going to read 3 super chats and then get Ernest in, so we don't get too far behind on those. Babs says, "Let he who is without..." Ow! Who threw that? Very good, very good. And Gordon Loves Science is always super generous with giving out memberships, and has yet again given out 5 more. And I saw people in the chat earlier thanking Gordon for that, so I'm going to thank you too, Gordon. Your support is never ever taken for granted. Always appreciated. You're an absolute mensch. Thank you, my friend. And Bethos says, "W. Gordon, spreading the memberships." Exactly what I said. Exactly that. Okay, let's get in Ernest, and hopefully it all works and we can speak. There we go. Hi, Ernest. How are you?
Good, and you?
Yeah, very good indeed. Thanks for coming in. Just getting your name up on the board. Ernest Edwards. There we are. Okay, now we all know who we are. Welcome in. So yeah, my claim is atheism makes more sense. What's your view about that?
Honestly, I wouldn't know what to say, even if I wasn't having the claims that I have. But I sleepwalk on the ceiling preaching hellfire, so I'm just trying to represent for God.
You're here to represent for God. Okay, well, I mean, the Bible tells you that you are supposed to do that, so that's delightful that you're stepping up and fulfilling your biblical obligations. I admire you for it. So what would be your best way of representing for God? Because to me, all of this stuff just sounds like absolute gibberish. Total nonsense that the whole universe was created by some being who then put things in a garden and let a serpent in and put important information in fruit and had people eat it, and then he was upset about it, then he cursed everyone, then he decided there was a way to get out of the curse, which involved having himself nailed to a tree. All very silly. Is this stuff to be taken seriously, or what am I missing?
It seems like a pretty good timing for everything.
Is that it?
But yeah, I got. Would you like some more? I don't know. There's more.
Yeah, let's
have a fun time on the ceiling with other people.
You can have a fun time on the ceiling with other people.
Yeah, if you know what I mean, like the beast with 2 backs.
Right. Are you here for a conversation, or are you here to kind of waste time? Because, I mean, I can understand the motivation for either.
I was hoping we could, like, you could hit up my ex-girlfriend and we could, like, have, like, a great reunion thing, and, she could tell you the story.
Yeah, we can definitely do that some other time in your dreams. Okay, so moving on, we're just... can you imagine that? He actually sat in the queue for some serious amount of time waiting to do that. Amazing. I'm sure his mother's desperately proud. Okay, we will read a few super chats and then get Michael in, who's in the YouTube queue. Michael, if you're listening, I'm getting a little bit of a battery warning light on your device. So you might want to just make sure that you've got power, because it's giving me a little bit of a warning about that. So let's have a look. Shana Bandak. Again, I got your message over on TikTok. Thank you for sending out for messaging me, and I appreciate you very much. And you'd love to be a mod. Well, I appreciate that too. So I will take all of this into account and do the things that need to be done. Thank you for stepping up. I really appreciate it. We'll make that happen. And Crucifixions, thank you for the super chat. I'm curious about Sean's deconversion. What caused it? Did it happen suddenly, or was it drawn out? Any lingering concerns about hell? Love your program. Keep up your great and important work. I mean, Sean has told the story of his deconversion many times on the channel. Do you want to try and encapsulate it quickly, Sean? And if you want a more in-depth conversation, it's to be found elsewhere.
Yeah, I apologize for the people who've heard it 1,000 times. I apologize for the repeat, but in sum and total, from age 9 to 11, I lived with extremely fundamental, extreme Seventh-day Adventist family. Seventh-day Adventists are basically Christians who are a little more strict and also go to church on Saturday to keep the Sabbath, so to speak. When I moved away from them, I lived in a more secular environment well into adulthood, but I still remained, considered myself a non-denominational Christian later on. And at some point later in life, well into adulthood, I'd probably mid-30s or so, I began to have doubts and finally allowed myself to like forget about my fear of hell and just allow myself to think about those doubts. And it led me to like question everything I wanted to continue believing. I prayed on it and did everything I could to try to keep the faith and just couldn't. Eventually that led to me dropping Christianity, but still believing must be some kind of creator God. And then later on I had realized I had no good reason to believe that either, and had to just accept the fact that I'm an atheist. And then here I am. So sorry that was monotoned and fast, but I just don't want to keep boring everyone with the same story over and over.
I think that was nicely encapsulated. There are past episodes where we've talked about our biographical journeys a little bit more. Perhaps I need to highlight them so that people who are interested can find them. If I find them and signpost them somehow, put them in a playlist or something, or just clip them and stick them up there as origin stories for each of us, that might not be a bad thing, because we do get asked quite a lot. And Buzz says, what do you call a cow with no legs? Ground beef. Ooh, Buzz. Giving Tim a run for his money today. And last one before we get Michael in is from Tim Davidson, who says, what do you call a dog with a ball of steel and no hind legs? Sparky. What do you call a dog with no legs? Doesn't matter, he's not coming. Again, Tim always brings it. Okay, let's get Michael in. Michael, are you there? After all of that, let's see. Why can we not hear Michael? I'm trying to activate Michael. Michael, are you there? Why can I not hear you? Let's have a look. Try to have a play with your audio, Michael. I can't see.
I just heard his voice.
Did he? There we are. Hang on.
Michael, can you hear me?
Right. It's
John,
not...
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Sean, but I can't hear Michael at the moment.
Yeah, so we can, like, Michael can hear both of us, but he only you can hear him. Or
so
only I can hear
what
Michael.
I'd say is, just for now, Michael, if you could just drop down and then come back in again on the same link, it might work a second time. It sometimes does. If you just try that, thank you. Michael's going to try that. Hopefully we'll...
Video is weird.
It is really, really inconsistent. Really, really inconsistent. Hopefully you can come back in now and it might work a second time. We certainly hope so. Just waiting for him to pop up back into the queue. Come on. Come on, Michael. Hopefully he's going to do it right now. And it will work. I have looked into alternatives to Video Ninja. Here he comes. But there aren't any at the moment that do this job. So let's try this. Michael, are you there?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
There we go. Second time lucky. It worked. Okay, welcome in. Thank you for patiently waiting and for trying again to come back up. We appreciate that. Welcome in.
Absolutely.
You know what we're saying. Feel free to respond.
Yes. The topic is atheism makes sense?
Yeah, it makes more sense.
Makes more sense. Okay. Yeah. So I'm an atheist, but I am also pro-religion, particularly pro-Christian. So I do believe the general sense of it makes more sense is true, but I believe that's out of context.
So I don't entirely understand your position. So you're saying you think the claims of Christianity are false, but you think it's a good thing that they're taught to children and spread around society.
Correct, particularly New Testament. Old Testament, I believe it was just rationale of trying to understand the natural world combined with the collective history of the Jewish people. But I think the New Testament elevated the sort of philosophy in a progressive sense that pushed society and culture to be where we are now, to be able to be atheists, to have these discussions.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a conversation I'm wild about having, because it ends up just being like, it ends up being a conversation about trying to imagine what would have happened under if world history was different. And of course we can never know. And some people will say, well, look at all these great things done by the church, but there are great things done by not the church, and there are also horrific things done by the church, and people being made to suffer every day because of these ideas. I mean, just the New Testament idea of being sent to hell if you don't believe the right things is such a pernicious and venomous and cruel, horrible thing to tell people, to tell children. Just that one doctrinal point alone is enough for me to disqualify this doctrine from being taken seriously.
And that's countered because you said the New Testament is what allows us to be atheists, but the New Testament literally tells us we're condemned already, lumps us together with murderers, the sexual, I forget how they put it, but deviants, and lumps us, like it demonizes us and tells us we deserve to be in a lake of fire. So I don't know how you think New Testament
but deserve is separate from how to actually deal with us. Deserve isn't necessarily an outright claim to throw us in a lake of fire. The concept, like you were saying earlier, John, with essentially the you have a gripe with the idea of being sent to hell as a sort of punishment for not having faith. I understand that, but the threat of hell to me isn't necessarily as damning as, like, for example, in a religion like Islam, where they'll literally say kill you for not believing.
I'm not in favor of either, but just the preachment alone that you are born deserving of eternal punishment, eternal torture. So you're born broken, telling children this. And then if you don't believe the right thing, God will throw you into a lake of fire, and you deserve it. Like, I don't think that those are good values to
But you got to remember, these are archaic values from 2,000 years ago. So they're doing their best to understand reality with what they had in front of them.
Right. But the argument is whether these are good values, like to teach now. Yeah. And I don't think they are.
There were lots of depraved things but there were lots of depraved things that people did and said and believed 2,000 years ago. And the mark of progress is realizing how far we've come in leaving that garbage behind.
I mean, but let's look at societies that did leave it behind, and were they much better than societies that have it? Well, in particular, the Christian doctrine. Like, if you look at communist countries who decided to went fully secular, they had a religious authoritarian perspective on their leadership and just went into worshiping essentially.
But the problems with those countries and those regimes weren't problematic because they didn't embrace Christian doctrine. They were problematic because they embraced other doctrines. The problem wasn't the problem wasn't the lack of Christianity. The problem was the other things. It was unquestioning power. It was an uncare, no care for the population. It was brutal. Look at North Korea right now is an example of a country that has lots of problems. The problems in North Korea aren't because they don't have Jesus. The problems in North Korea are because they're a dictatorship. It's the same with all of these other regimes that you might point at. You can't seriously, as a non-believer, be advancing the argument that it's not good for us to embrace secular humanistic values.
Yeah, so you're an atheist, but you're pushing Christian propaganda on trying to associate atheism with things like communism or what have you. Here's the thing: autocratic countries or autocratic leaders know that religious institutions are a base of power, like wield power among the masses. And so they will do one of two things. If they themselves are secular, like without religion, they'll clamp down on religious institutions, unless in some cases the religious institutions bend to their will, like the Catholic Church in Nazi Germany. Or they'll, if the autocratic leader is of a certain religion, they will only allow their own religion and oppress other religions. Like, that's a very common thing. It has nothing to do with atheism in itself, or, as you put it, lack of Christianity. I just think it's interesting that you're sort of pushing Christian, like talking points to demonize atheists and atheism.
Yeah, I understand, but let me be a little more concise with the example why I bring up the communists is because you guys stated that they had to go after the church, they had to persecute the church, they had to essentially legitimize the ability to have a central place for their theocracy, and they substituted theocracy with an authoritarian leadership. And like North Korea, the Koreans, they had their own religious views, they had their own views, but now if you look at the way they treat Kim Jong-un and his predecessors, they treat them as their literal demigods. So there is, in my opinion,
autocratic leaders will do that. And then you can look at places like Japan. Look at the more secular democracies that exist all over the world, where like secularism seems to work.
But look at the majority of the population isn't secular. There is a separation of church and state within those communities.
So, like, what percent of? So you said specifically Christianity. So, what percent of like people in Japan are Christian? So you can look up populations of like what percent of a given population is Christian. The U.S. will score very high. Then sort countries by murder rates, violent crime rates, teen pregnancy, education, healthcare, etc.
I'm not sure if this is a conversation that really has value. We're here to examine and push back on widely held religious ideas and perspectives and beliefs, and it sounds like you don't have those. So in that sense, you agree with us. We just have a difference of opinion on whether it's good for society for children to be taught bullshit. I think it's not. You think it is. I think there's probably not much more to talk about there.
Would I be able to ask you one question, and then you guys can get rid of me? Just
sure.
Real quick. This is the main focus on my mind where I wanted to go with the conversation. Is the sort of the history of religion. As far as I understand, it's kind of tied into the evolution of man, and I'm just curious on where you guys think of this. Is in my opinion, I believe man was domesticated because of religion. We wouldn't have the conscious forethought that we have now without the early developments of animism and early paganism and early forms of religion. They molded society, and society molded them in regards to get us to the point of where we can devalue religion.
I don't think that's true at all. I don't think there's any evidence for that.
You can look at in Israel. There was the schools burial site, which is at minimum 100,000 years old, and I think the arguments for modern man is around 250,000 years old. So if we're finding archaeological evidence for 100,000 years old, that's not too far off from the rest of human history.
I'm not debating that religion was a big part of early culture. It has been for a long time because humans have a propensity to perceive agency. We like to understand things. We have a low tolerance for I don't know, so we make up stories to fill the gaps where we don't understand things, and we personify those gaps, which is why myth making happens across cultures. But I don't think an argument can be made that that's what was necessary in order for us to get to the point where we could deem it unnecessary. But Michael, thanks for calling in. We appreciate you.
Absolutely. Appreciate you guys.
Keep well. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Okay. Whoops. Was that really an inner circle invocation? Wow. I'm quite surprised by that. There you go.
I'm not. I'll tell you later.
Okay. Wow. And that was me with having bumped up the inner circle threshold to 15. I'm quite surprised, but okay, maybe Sean's got news for me about that. Anyway, we don't have anyone in the queue right now, but that's okay because we've got some business to attend to. We'll have a quick look at the bingo. We've got a few calls on that. So Gregor's called when we were speaking to David, called Everyone Knows God Exists. There we go. And PVG called That's the Old Testament, but I think that had been had already, hadn't it? Oh, it hadn't. Maybe not. Maybe I was wrong about that. And then Kif, when we were speaking to Michael, said, you send yourself to hell. Yep, fair enough. And also, PVG said, without God, life is meaningless when we were speaking to Michael. So we'll have that one too. We are doing extremely well here. Very, very good indeed. Excellent work. Okay, let's have a couple of super chats. And I see we've got Ash in the queue. Ash, I love you, buddy. Call us back tomorrow on the after hours because we're keeping this one debates. Otherwise, it's not fair to all the people who we turned away and said we weren't going to speak to them because it's debates only. But ring us tomorrow. We're on from 10 p.m. UK tomorrow. Thanks, man. Okay. More jokes coming in thick and fast. Buzz says, what do you call a cow with only 2 legs? Lean beef. Oh, they get better and better as the night goes on. Appreciate you, Buzz. And Bethos says, Patrick Stewart played Gurney Halleck in June. I didn't remember that. I'm going to have to go back and look at that. That must have been a much younger Patrick Stewart, of course, because David Lynch's June was, 1988 or something like that? Something like that?
I think, including the current iteration, there's 3 iterations of Dune, if I'm not mistaken. Someone correct me if I'm wrong on that, though. I'll have to look up which one had Patrick Stewart.
Only 2 cinematic. So the one that Patrick Stewart was with Sting as well, and it was David Lynch, and it was very weird. From the 1980s, and then of course there's the new Dune.
There was a 90s one in between, though, wasn't there?
Was there? News to me.
I thought there was. I'll look it up. I'll get back to you next time. I'll shoot you a message.
We need to know. It might have been a TV thing, but I don't remember that. But hey, maybe.
Yeah,
you could well be right. And very fine it was too in its day. And Buzz says, Uncle joke, better to run with scissors than scissor with the runs. Yes, definitely. We'll leave you to ponder that one.
Apparently, YouTube, there's a lot of dads.
Apparently so. And Space Lord, good to see you, says, we want evidence that's novel, just pointing to God. That was when we were speaking to David, of course, and there is no novel evidence because they're the same tired arguments that we always hear. And Bab said, what do you call a guy who hangs out with musicians? The drummer. Oh, I've got a few friends who would love that. Very, very, very good. The drummer joke I know was how do you know when a drummer's on an even podium is the drools coming out of both sides of their mouth. Drummer jokes are the best. And Bethos also says, of course, Lynch's Dune, not close to the book, but art in itself. Yes, I mean the Dune books by Frank Herbert were very deep, very, very deep. I think that the newer films are possibly a little bit closer in terms of some of the quasi-religious stuff being brought out more to the surface. But it's hard to get the depth of a novel like that in a 2-hour Hollywood film. You've got to let a lot of stuff go. But of its day, it was pretty good. It was pretty wild. With the flying spaghetti monster, nothing is impassable. Ramen from Buzz.
Oh, Jesus.
Very, very good. Very, very good. And Duke of Earl, hey, fuck off, I'm a drummer. There are wonderful drummers too.
Nice.
Some of my best friends are drummers as well, in fact, and I have worked with many incredible drummers. I'm sure you want to. And
so you don't discriminate against drummers because some of my best friends are drummers, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm not drummist. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Is that drumming? Is that like the one? It seems like that would be the hardest one cardio wise, like in pure like physical endurance. Is drumming like the hardest one?
In terms of playing a musical instrument, probably so.
Yeah,
probably so.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've seen those guys with their shirt off, sweating.
Yeah. The other one that might be, of course, is accordion, where you're doing this all day. It's like having a chest workout. That's fairly physical too. But yeah. Drumming is pretty physical. It's a good workout. And Kalasis says, absolutely, unequivocally, do not mod me. Thanks, John. No worries. I will not mod you as soon as I get a chance as soon as I get round to it. And Tracy, formerly the Anto, of course, the wonderful T. Hello, boys. Shaunathan forever. Praise Puff. Sex symbol Sean. Diapers for John. You get sex symbol. I get diapers. This is not fair. Let me speak to the manager immediately.
Hey, Jason said you look like an MI6 star, like an action movie star, like MI. You know what I'm saying? So you get your praise as well.
Fair enough. Albeit one in depends.
That's right.
Fair enough. I know how to take it. All good. But thank you, T. And Turomig says, finally caught a stream live, moved and started working. Was wondering if the conversation about believing is a choice is okay or not. Carl with a C. I don't know what you mean by if the conversation is okay or not. We're always happy to have it. Always happy to have it. It comes up regularly. It's the kind of central pillar of what we do. So any opportunity to have that conversation is one that I like taking, because it's really important and it's something that I think more people should be using and saying. And I'm really happy that is happening. I'm hearing that more people are actually using this argument now, and this way of thinking, which is fantastic. That's why I do this. It's why I wrote the book. It's why I started doing this stuff, and I think it's really good. So Walter's saying, no, John looks like a Bond villain. I look like a Bond villain. That's fair enough. No, Mr. Bond, you will die. Fair enough. I can take that too. And maybe it's because I always wear black. By the way, the reason I always wear black on these streams is not because I only have a black wardrobe. I have a wardrobe with lots of different colours, and I like wearing other colours. Somebody told me that if I wear light colours, that the text for TikTok users is hard to discern, because my bit here is against where the chat and the stuff is. So as an act of kindness, I thought, well, let me make sure that problem is not a problem by always wearing dark colours on the stream. So that's why I do it. If you look at my earlier, in fact, no, they're not on YouTube. My very early streams, I would quite often be wearing white and other colours and things. And people said, we can't read the chat on the screen on our phones if you're wearing light colours. So that's why I always wear black. So there we are. PVG says I look like Deadpool. He wears a mask. Dude wears a mask. What does that mean?
Hold on. Does he look like post, with all the scars Deadpool, or does he look like, the before or after Deadpool? That's what I want to know.
Right. We've got Carl with a C over on the YouTube side. So let's bring in Carl right now. Carl, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Let me get your name up on the Malarkagram, and we'll get things going. We have spoken before.
Yes.
Carl with a C. Last time we spoke was actually, it looks like it was in April. But welcome back. And you'll forgive me for not remembering exactly what our conversation was, but the floor is yours.
Yes, we were talking, no reason for that one. You have stated previously about faith. No, not faith.
Belief.
I am mixing things up. Believing is not a choice.
Yeah.
And I wanted to pick your brain on that, so to speak.
Sure.
Because I've tried to get, to me, it seems obvious that believing could be a choice, in the sense that if you believe that you are a good person, or if you want to be a good person, you can start doing actions to be a good person, and believing in a sense would follow from that.
Let's have a look at that. So before we leave that one behind, let's have a look at model that situation. So somebody doesn't think they're a good person, because if they already think they're a good person, they don't need to start doing anything differently. So they assess themselves and they think they have a standard of what a good person is. Maybe it's someone who does acts of service or gives to charity or whatever their idea of what makes a good person is. They feel like they're not actually fulfilling that. And so they believe that they're not a good person because they are not meeting what's needed to do that. So then they change their behavior. They decide they want to be a good person. So they start helping people across the road and doing acts of kindness and charity and volunteer work and all of that stuff, because they want to be a good person. And at some point, they assess themselves in their new role, and they go, well, look at all of these good things I'm doing. I've helped 8 people this week, and I've got 3 cats down from stuck up in trees, and I've donated 80% of my income to various charities, and they realize, according to this new way of looking at themselves, now I am a good person. In that situation, they're just persuaded of the truth of the claim by looking at the evidence for it. And if they're not, it's because they just didn't manage to live up to whatever that standard is, and then they're not persuaded of the claim. So where's the choice?
I would say that the choice would be in the start of, like, I am not currently a good person. I want to be a good person. I'm going to choose to try to become a good person. And for me,
that's a choice to make an action. That's not a choice to believe something. It's a choice to embark on an action. And you can say, well, I believe I'm embarking on this action, but there would be evidence for that too. The evidence to back up that belief is you have decided to embark on this action and you're witnessing yourself do it. It's like if I say now I'm going to choose to raise my arm, and my arm is going up, and now I believe that I've raised my arm, and I believe that I chose to raise my arm. The choices were located in the raising of the arm, not in the belief that the arm was raising.
Right. Might seem like a tangent, but my problem lies here in somewhere. What are we? What are people? What are we? What would you say we are?
You need to be a bit more specific. We are Homo sapiens, we are people, we are mammals, we are collections of atoms. What are you looking for?
If I go from my view, then first, I believe that in some sense of the word, we are our actions. Like, the person that I am is a person who tries to help, goes to school, does do my work as properly as I can, and stuff like that. That is part of who I am.
Sure.
So if I were to choose to, like, I want to believe in fairies because that sounds like fun. Why not? If I were to incorporate that into my everyday, like, thinking, just now and then I'll just go, and there might be a fairy behind that wall or whatever. Part of me would be the choice of trying to believe, and eventually that would become me, is what I'm trying to get at.
I don't think so. So you can choose to try to do anything. I could choose to try to jump to the moon, but that doesn't mean it'll actually facilitate belief. And I have no doubt that if I go on a lengthy endeavor to try to believe in leprechauns, it will never happen. So how do you get the impression that, like, the mere effort? So do you have the impression that the mere effort to believe anything will eventually lead to that belief?
Anything, no. Some things, yes. And the reason why this is, like, so bewildering to me, confusing to me, is because I've done that same thing a couple of times. When I was really young, I started believing in the Christian God.
Yeah.
When I had an awakening of sorts, I started realizing, well, that's dumb, but I still believe. I don't want to believe in the Christian God because it makes me feel bad.
So here's how that works. Sometimes when you try to believe something, you end up believing it, and sometimes you don't. So the question is there already something out there that will convince you of X? Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. If there is, and you endeavor to find it, you may find it and then become convinced of X. But you can't control whether that convincing thing is actually there. There's an analogy we've used before you can choose where to look with your eyes, what direction. You can't choose what your eyes will see when you look there. So you cannot decide what outcome you want to happen for all your beliefs. Like you can choose to like learn about a thing, go to, read books about it, talk to people who believe it, or listen to arguments or what have you. You cannot choose what the consequence will be. You're either going to be convinced, in which case you have no choice but to believe the proposition, or you're not going to be convinced, in which case belief is impossible at that moment. Does that make sense?
It's really frustrating because yes, it does, but also it doesn't, because like I said, I think if I'm being cross, I've done the journey of choosing what I believe more or less like thrice, basically.
Okay.
So it's frustrating to me that I can't, like, it feels like I can't. It's either I can't properly verbalize it, or we have fundamental differences in what is like our worldviews.
Was one of those Christianity?
Yes.
One of those things. Okay, so you feel like you chose, and it can feel like it.
Yeah.
So something convinced you that Christianity is true, right?
Me.
Okay, so what, you convinced you that Christianity was true?
Well, basically, yeah. There's no real religious person in my life.
No. That's not what I mean. I mean,
okay.
There's something you contemplated, even if you did your own introspection. But what convinced you Christianity was true?
Because I wanted to.
Okay, so you just wanted to, and then it just happened.
Yeah, more or less. It was a long time ago, though, so I could be mistaken. But yeah.
Yeah, I just don't. I don't see it working that way. Like, I want to believe I look like Chris Hemsworth. But just wanting to doesn't make it happen. So there was no intellectual assent. You're just like, I want to believe it, and boop, you believed it.
No, it took time. Of course.
Now, was there information or arguments or something, some reasoning that was involved?
Not really. I just felt like I wanted to. I was a kid. I wanted something to believe in, I guess.
Okay, I got you. And sometimes people are succumb to motivated reasoning. That's a big thing John talks about. Motivated reasoning isn't, it's not a rational way about going about forming beliefs, but it is a very human way of going about forming beliefs. And it could. So I went through a similar experience, right, where both you and I wanted to believe in God, and you ended up being convinced, and I did not. So, what happened with me? Why couldn't I just choose to believe God exists?
I don't know.
Right.
Genuinely, I don't know. I don't truly expect you to.
And this is a good question for John. So, John, do you have some insight as to why I tried to believe I couldn't, and he tried to believe and he could?
Yeah, because motivated reasoning, which is when you have a strong emotional need for something to be true, and it can actually affect your cognition. It can actually control what you perceive to be true. Is an effect. It is a thing that happens to human beings. But here's the thing: you can't turn it on and off at will. It's not to be confused with just deciding you'd like something to be true and therefore activating the required amount of motivated reasoning in order to make yourself believe that it's true. Because if that was the case, we would all be able to do it all the time. If it was true that belief was a choice, you would never have to worry about anything, because worrying is believing that it's true that something bad might happen in the future that causes you to feel bad. And Phi Linker, we see you, will get you in just a moment if you're still there. No one would ever have to worry, because you could just decide to not be worried, and then you'd stop worrying. You could just say, well, I don't want to have this bad feeling about believing that this bad thing might happen in the future, so I'm going to just decide not to have it. But the fact that the world is full of people who are worried and can't help it is powerful evidence that motivated reasoning can't be just switched on like a light switch at will. So it could have been the case that you as a child had an emotional need to feel that something was true, and for some reason your mind was able in that moment or over that period of time, you said it happened over a while, that emotional need led to you being genuinely convinced that that thing was true. But if you'd had an emotional need to believe you were Spider-Man, that you wouldn't have been as successful. So it's the case that when you do have an emotional need to believe something, you can kind of try and believe it, and whether you're successful or not is down to factors that are outside of your control. It's whether your mind is actually going to become convinced of that thing. In that instance, you picked something, and it turned out you were able, by good luck, if you think it's good luck, to become convinced of it. But if I said to you now, I'm going to shoot you unless you genuinely become convinced that you're Spider-Man, you wouldn't be able to do it. Not if your life depended on it. Even if I said, I'm going to shoot the person who means the most in the world to you, I'm going to do some terrible thing, or I'm going to give you $1 billion if you manage to do it. It doesn't matter whether the incentive is a threat or a reward. You wouldn't be able to do it because the motivated reasoning would only carry you so far, and then the reality testing circuitry in your mind would say, nah, I'm not having this. I know it's not true. You could declare it. You could go, yes, I believe it. But you wouldn't be able to. So don't get confused between wanting something to be true and occasionally that want leading to being genuinely persuaded it's true, which is often the case when people stay in bad relationships. They want to believe, they really want to believe that it's a good relationship for them. Despite all the evidence, despite the bruises, they genuinely convince themselves that it's right. And eventually the evidence is too much, and that's the point where the ambition no longer outweighs the reality.
Okay. Yeah. That's a lot. I guess there's still something, of course, nagging in the back of my head about that. But it seems sound. It seems reasonable. I might have forgotten a lot about what happened during that transition in my life, of course.
Sure.
But it makes sense in a way, I suppose. I'm a little bit hesitant to just release it because it seems so obvious.
But also, think about it.
That makes sense.
Have a think about it. Yeah, and read my book when it comes out. Available at fine bookstores everywhere. Yeah, good stuff. All right, well, thanks for calling in.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Speak soon. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, we're going to get in Devil Awesome Me, looks like, next. Let's do that, and then we've got a couple of quick calls on the bingo, and then we'll get Devil Awesome Me in. The two calls on the bingo are Kif called Personal Experience of God. I guess we'll probably allow that. And Dutch Violinist called Free Will. I don't think we're going to allow free will there. Free will is when a believer uses free will as a defense against an argument, like a counter-apologetic argument. And I don't think that's what Carl was doing. So we won't allow free will there. We'll save that for when someone really does it. It's quite it comes up a lot. I'm sure there'll be another opportunity. So let's get Devil Awesome Me in. Interesting name. There we go. Hi, Devil. How are you?
I'm all right. Yeah, you can hear me all right.
Yeah, we can hear you well. I'm just going to get your name up on the screen, and then we'll get going. Devil, Awesome Me.
Yeah.
Interesting. Interesting name. Okay.
Don't worry about it.
What are you saying? What's your input here? So our claim is atheism makes more sense.
Okay. My claim is that atheism doesn't make a lot of sense. And I just want to continue from the conversation you left off with Sean. So did you know that there was this psychological experiment done in like the 1950s? There was those psychological experiments where you go in and they tell you one thing, but it's the other, basically.
Okay.
So they gave people a 1 hour of really monotonous, boring tasks, which is not debatable at all, that this was one of the most boring hour they could spend.
Okay.
And they made people believe that was the psychological experiment, but instead they had someone in the waiting room and they were like, we don't have enough people. Can you go and convince the next person to join the experiment? And then they paid them to lie to the people in the waiting room. So they paid them, like they paid half the people $1 and half the people $20. And in the 50s, like $1 is not a lot of money, but 20 is still quite a lot. And then they took a survey like a week later, which was that basically asking those two groups, like, did you actually enjoy the experiment? And the people that were paid $1 to lie actually said yes, they enjoyed the experiment, but the people that were paid 20 couldn't. And the argument here is that the people that were paid $20 could justify that the money was enough for their lie, but the people that were paid $1 couldn't. And you could literally see the brain rewiring itself to believe the lie itself. Does that make sense?
Not exactly. I mean, what you're discussing, it obviously isn't anything to do with atheism or theism. It's more to do with human behavior and sense of obligation and
Yes.
The kind of psychology of obligation and social norms and all sorts of stuff. I don't think it's anything to do with belief, and I don't think it's anything
the psychological experiment basically plays into it in a way. I'm just asking if you follow the argument so far.
Not in that it has anything to do with theism or atheism, and not in that it has anything to do with the voluntary nature of belief either.
What's the conclusion of the argument? Is it therefore some God exists?
The conclusion is that the brain can rewire itself to lie so hard that you believe the lie.
Well, that would just be consistent. That would be consistent with my claim that belief is involuntary. That under certain
circumstances, that's the part where I'm getting to. Like, do you believe that there is a chance that you could convince yourself that your brain would say that there is no God to make you feel more comfortable?
No, I don't. I mean, well, it might be the case. If that is the case, then there would be that. Hang on. If that is the case, I grant that I might have some biases and I might have some emotional needs for it to be one way or the other way. At a top level, I just want to know what's true. So, like, if there is a God, I want to know about it. I don't want to be the guy who misses out on the news and other people know what's real and I don't. So I genuinely just want to know what's true. But I also know that my reason for not accepting any claims of gods is not because I've hardwired my brain to be that way. And if that is the case, then that's so subconscious as to be outside of my conscious control anyway, and I couldn't be held morally accountable for it. So if that is the case, it's just a background condition of my cognition, as is the wiring of my brain about everything else and my perceptions and everything else. All I know is what I actually find convincing.
Yeah. So you can be convinced in a way that God isn't real, and other people can be convinced in a way that God is real, in the same way that the brain can rewrite memories. So
can I just clarify? Sorry to interrupt you. Forgive me for interrupting. I just want to clarify whether you're wanting to try. I just want to try and identify the conversation you're wanting to have right now. Are you wanting to have a conversation about the nature of belief, or are you wanting to have a conversation about whether atheism makes more sense? Because they're separate conversations.
I want to have the claim that believing in God makes more sense because of the history that we have had, and that human history is often unreliable. So the Bibles are rewritten, laws and rules are rewritten, but that is not evidence that God didn't exist, but evidence that Jesus actually did come down.
So before we move on to Jesus and the Bible and the evidence and all of that, Adam in the YouTube chat has clarified the caller misinterpreted the experiment. The people who were paid $20 believed the boring experiment was worth it. The $1 people did not. There was no lying involved.
So negate the experiment.
So let's forget about that whole experiment thing. All of that is nothing to do with what we're talking about. Let's talk about whether we are justified in my case, my position. I'm not making the positive claim no gods exist. I'm saying I've not been convinced that any gods exist, and I think that the claim and I think specifically the claims of Christianity and any other religions haven't met their burden of proof. That the claims of Christianity, there are a lot of things being claimed, and they're pretty extraordinary claims. And so for those kinds of claims, you would expect that there would be an extraordinary level of evidence to warrant belief, and there isn't. The evidence is rubbish. It's like it's things written in a book.
You're asking for an evidence based on culture and beliefs, right? I'm saying that culture and belief are unreliable. Like you said that you wanted to pursue the ultimate truth. You want to know if there's a God or not, right? Like even if it's not in the traditional sense of heaven or hell, even if it's not how it's described in the Bible.
I don't care what kind of God it is.
Like just a creator who could have created something and just left, right? Like why is that a hard possibility to accept in the first place?
It's possible. All of it's possible, or maybe possible. But the time to believe it is when there's evidence for it, and so far there isn't any.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let me just give you a very simple evidence. You exist, so therefore you have a father and a mother, right?
Yeah.
We all exist, humanity exists, so billions of species on Earth exist, and you're saying life started like through the Big Bang or anything else?
No.
The Big Bang has nothing to do with how life started. I mean, you could say it was original. Something.
Well, how life started in itself, nobody knows, because there's a Miller-Urey experiment that debates that life started with lightning on Earth, and like.
All right, so no one. Yeah, so no one knows. But scientists are currently working on it, and many scientists feel promising about it. So let's just say right now, we don't know how life started.
Agree. Nobody knows that how life started.
Yeah. Got it. Is that evidence?
Is one of the theories that one person in the chat said. It's not a confirmed theory that life started through abiogenesis.
Okay, so let's say we don't know how life started. Is that evidence for God?
Well, in a way, everything is coming from something, right?
Well, yeah, but so there's some explanation for how life started. Is that we don't know? So right now we don't know how life started. Is that evidence that God is the answer?
You have to. Well, I'm saying that there's a creator.
That's a yes or no. Okay, so is not currently having an explanation for a thing evidence that the answer is God?
Well, you're taking words out of my mouth. Like
he's just asking you a question. He literally just asked you a question.
It's just a question. Is not currently having the answer to something evidence that the answer is God?
Not in a lot of cases, but in this case, yes. Like in most cases, it's no.
So
of course, it's
so how does not currently knowing how is it ever the case? Now you can argue, well, there's this other evidence, and that's fine. We'll listen to it, but how is it ever the case that we don't have an explanation for X?
Yeah,
is in itself evidence that X was caused by God?
I don't know.
When is that ever epistemological? When is it ever? Because so my question was, is not currently having an explanation for X evidence that God is the cause of X? So basically saying, when is it ever? Let me simplify it. When is it ever okay to say, we don't know, therefore God probably did it? When is that ever okay? What makes that
only
okay?
In the case of the beginning of the universe.
Okay, so we went from the beginning of life to the beginning of the universe. We're bouncing around a lot. So
we're all over the map.
We don't know how life started on Earth, but to say that there is not a creator and that life was
hang on. We're not saying there is not a creator. We're just saying we don't know.
Yeah. So we're saying we don't. So here's the thing: in science, questions get answered in science all the time, right? You agree with that?
They're also answered wrong a lot of times.
No, that's fine. That's fine. But I'm not. I'm just saying science. Like they'll answer this question or that question or that question. Each time somebody comes up with an answer in science for a question, right? They are held to a rigorous standard of okay. what is your evidence? What testing did you do? What novel predictions can you make? That sort of thing. We hold them to a standard before we say, when there's a question in science, like, what is the explanation for this thing? For when somebody comes up, they're held to a standard. Yeah. Hold yourself to the same standard. If you're going to say God did it, it can't be, well, we don't have an explanation, therefore God. Come on, that's ludicrous. You can do better than that, can't you?
Like, do you understand everything and absolutely everything? Like, if I ask you right now how a black hole works.
Do you know what I agree with you. There's tons of things I don't know. And to those, you know what I say? I say, I don't know. If you don't know, the only rational thing to say is, I don't know. Right?
It's not complicated.
Sometimes not the case. Like, okay, a lot of us walk around in our daily lives. You use your phone. I'm talking to. Can you explain how the internet works or how the phone works in itself?
No,
we can't.
No,
right?
but I have overwhelming evidence that it works, and so I believe it works. I don't make claims about how it works.
And you have access to that information if you should be so inclined. If you want to learn exactly how the internet works, you can read a book or spend a short time understanding how distributed networks around the world work, or if you want to learn how a mobile phone works, you can probably watch a video on YouTube, and in half an hour you'll learn. So that information is actually available. This whole idea, this whole conversation so far is nothing but an argument from personal incredulity fallacy on your behalf. Literally, that's all this is. This is just a vanilla. Hang on. This is just a vanilla argument from personal incredulity. This is you saying, I personally, not having any understanding of the relevant science in this area, have come to the confident conclusion that it must be incapable of explaining these things that I don't understand, and that the only candidate explanation is a conscious, intelligent supermind that exists outside of whatever and is capable of wishing universes into existence by magic. This is ludicrous. You can't even get anywhere close to saying how you've discounted the billion other candidate hypotheses for these things. And that's why we say the sensible thing is to just say, we don't know. Some really smart people are working on it. We may find out one day, at which point all of these arguments will look as stupid as the arguments when people said, well, we don't know how thunder and lightning work, so it must be an angry God. They will look as stupid as those do.
Can I say something at least?
Yeah. Or we may not get the answer, in which case the sensible thing is to continue to say we don't know.
Okay, so I just want to say, both of you, you're very intelligent people, okay, and you're obviously well versed in this topic. You've talked a lot about this topic, and you know the arguments that other people present.
Yeah.
But right now, it's my first debate, okay, ever in my life. I know a lot of things, and I just want to argue the fact that God exists. So I want to come up with some arguments, and every time I try to come up with something, I'm just being shut down before I can even form a thought. You know, like you're well versed. Just give me a bit of room to understand and to grow. And if you do that, then you can maybe get a coherent argument from someone which could be new and refreshing. And that's all I want to try to do.
We'd love to hear one.
Argument, but
we'd love to hear a new and refreshing. We'd love to hear a new and refreshing argument. But all we've heard so far is an old, tired argument, which we've heard 1,000 times before, which is just, I personally don't understand it, therefore it must have been my magic. So come, give us something else. Give us something new and refreshing. We'd be delighted to hear it.
Okay. We usually debate about topics that we don't have proof of. Otherwise, we don't have anything to settle, right? Like, so if we're talking about how cars work, how internet works, we know these things. But so this is not a good example to give in this context. Something like that would be a good example to give in this context, for example, is like theorems in maths that are like unprovable. Like I don't know, the twin conjecture theorem or something like that. Like those kind of things, they're unprovable, but you know that they work intuitively. Like you have enough proof that if you go to almost infinity, you can see it working, but you can't go beyond infinity, so you can't really prove them as mathematics theorem. I would argue something similar about God, that we have so much intuitive proof, but we can't prove anything definitively.
Just give us some of it then, because rather than trying to pre-qualify it,
like we are created, so there has to be a creator. Like biology has gaps.
No. Hang on.
Everything.
I have to interrupt you. We are created is using as your first premise the conclusion you're trying to argue for. You would have to show that we're created rather than use it as the basis for an argument.
You're
That's
a division of cells. You know how pregnancy works.
Sure. You could say the only meaningful sense in which you can say we are created is that we were made by our parents.
Coded. Yes.
We're made by our parents. But us being made by our parents doesn't get you to God. What else?
You proved we have parents, not a God.
You can follow the train back through evolution, which I do believe in, by the way. Not against it at all.
So let's go all the way back to the beginning of life. And we're having the same conversation we did before, where we don't know how life started.
We don't know how life started, but we can definitely have a very good educated guess on how the universe started.
We don't even know that the universe started, let alone how.
Yeah, that's right.
We haven't even established that there's a problem here to solve. You've introduced it as a statement of fact, where it is not that.
So
there is no consensus.
So you're saying that universe could be something without a beginning or an end.
It could indeed.
Correct. That's that in cosmology right now. That's a question that even the top cosmologists don't even know the answer to. Some may have opinions, but it's an unknown in science right now. So you're already starting with the conclusion that the universe had a beginning, and if the universe had a beginning, we don't know the cause. You're saying it's necessarily God, and you're jumping you bring up the beginning of life, and then you just jump straight to the beginning of the universe. I know you're new to this, and we're not here to try to own you or win a rhatorical battle. You've been very pleasant, and we're happy with that. But so say what'll help you is to stick to one topic. So if you want to talk about how did the first life start, if you want to talk about the beginning of the universe and whether it had one, which one do you want to stick to?
Okay, let's go with life, right? Let's begin with life. Yeah.
All right, we don't know how life started on Earth. We do know that the building blocks of life are abundant throughout the universe and have even been found on asteroids multiple times, including the nucleotides that make up DNA and RNA. But we don't know exactly how it happened on Earth. It's an unknown in science. So where do you go from there?
Do you know a bit about stereochemistry? That in organic chemistry, there's left-handed compounds and right-handed compounds. And in space, we usually find right-handed compounds, and on Earth, we find left-handed compounds, or the other way around.
Yeah, I'm not a chemist. I don't even know what that means. Maybe John does, but
Nope.
Irrespective, we just have I don't know how life started on Earth. Where do we go? Where do we go from there? Sorry. If you claim to have an explanation, I don't care what the explanation is. If it's some scientific hypothesis, or if it's God, I'm going to hold you to the same standard of evidence before I'm going to believe it. And it cannot be, you can't explain it, therefore God.
Conditions. But if you pick apart the creation of any planet, you can have unique conditions based on just the amount of parameters there are. So you can typically point to anything as unique, and that wouldn't make too much of an argument of whether or not life is unique or not, because this is something that we don't know. And that's why I didn't want to argue the point, because then we'll be going in circles.
Well, yeah, then you're recognizing it's not a good argument, right?
Can I just say something? I just want to say something, which is that I appreciate that you've not done this before, and I it's fine. We want to create an atmosphere which is welcoming to people who want to come and have these conversations. So, one thing I will say is that having done this quite a lot, you start to notice the patterns in discussions, and so what I said earlier was everything you're saying is basically just an argument from personal incredulity fallacy. Everything, literally everything you've argued so far is just, it can be formalized as, I don't understand X, therefore God. Everything. And that's always going to be fallacious, no matter what you plug into. No matter what you plug into X. Whether it's the universe, whether it's the start of life, it's always going to be fallacious. So if you want to bring a new argument, which is fresh, it needs to be something other than I don't understand X, therefore God. So
But
do you
why can't it
do you
be
have
as
one?
simple as like there's a creator? Okay, I understand that my argument is very, very simple, and it's maybe it's not worth your time, but the only simple thing I want to contest is to understand from you is why is there no God if there are so many species and life and so on?
Well, first of all, we're not claiming that there's no God. We're just saying that there's no reason to think there is a God. And secondly, the fact that there's lots of species is not evidence for a God. It's just evidence for the fact that we have biodiversity, which is explained by well understood mechanisms of biology. And you said you understand evolution, you accept evolution. Well, if that's true,
Yes.
you'll understand speciation, and you'll understand genetic divergence, and you'll understand why we have so many species. If you're asking
I understand.
why is there
I'm not
anything
saying
why
that
is there
we have-
anything at all?
I'm saying
You're
that
asking-
there's abundant life, not that there's so much species.
There's abundant life. There's abundant life because the conditions on this planet right now allow for abundant life. Before that was the case, there wasn't abundant life. And if it turns out to not be the case in the future, then again, there won't be abundant life. And there is not abundant life on many, many, many billions of planets that we can have a look at, which don't have the right conditions. So you would expect abundant life to evolve on the planets that do happen to have the right conditions for it. And our planet is one such planet. That's it.
Okay.
Buddy,
So
I think we're gonna move
I've
along.
narrowed down to basically my argument that.
Well, summarize it now, then, because we're going round and round.
I'll summarize it.
It's a bit
Basically,
dull.
because we can't find life out there in the universe, life has to be unique on Earth. And because
we're not saying it's unique on Earth. We're not saying it's unique on Earth.
We don't know. Like, I'm just saying, if we discover alien life, there is, you can disprove my argument instantly. But currently, what my argument is that Earth is unique, so someone must have created it, and so hence there's a God. That's all I want to say.
Well, all right. Well, thanks for coming up. It's a terrible argument because we don't know that Earth is unique, and even if Earth was unique, that in itself would not be no. And even if it was, in both conditions, whether Earth is unique or Earth isn't unique, neither of those present any evidence for a God. But hey, keep working on it. But look up argument from personal incredulity, fallacy, or God of the gaps, and make sure you're not doing that because it's a shitty argument. You don't want to do that.
No, I will.
Thanks for coming up
today. Thank you.
All right. All the best. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Cheers.
All right. There we go. We're going to get Clifford in next. We will get Clifford in next. Just going to read a couple of super chats and get Clifford in. So, Simeon Urchin said, I think we should drop this atheist LARPer. This was when we were speaking to Michael. Yeah, that was a bit of a waste of time, that call. I agree. And Ricardo Riley says, time period, morality, legality's temporal. Back in the days, okay, but at present it's not moral. Setting back humanity further, as if the fall wasn't enough, he ingrained in us baby murder. I wonder what that was about and who that was about. I'm not entirely sure what that pertained to, but nicely said comment. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And Bethos says, Buzz's dad jokes are horribly good. I would agree. Buzz is on fire today. And T says, John the Ripper. Oh, that's harsh, T. That's harsh, but possibly fair. And Adam says, speaking of June, the prologue to the 1984 TV version is oddly similar to the Godmakers, an evangelical takedown of Mormonism. I did not know this. 2 more super chats and we'll get Clifford in. And after Clifford, we have Guard Dog and then Gadman. Victor Deek says, arguing Christians is probably the most difficult on the body. It's physically exhausting. It is. It's like a workout, even more than drumming. And finally, for now, Tim Davidson, John Cohen, Agent 006.5. I'll take that. Okay, let's get in Clifford and see what Clifford is saying, and then Guard Dog after that, and Gadman after that. Hi, Clifford.
Hello, Mr.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Welcome in. Right. Well, you've been waiting in the queue for a little while. Thank you for your patience. You're up now, and what would you like to say?
Okay, I want to say that Christianity is the highest form of intelligence. I think that when you compare it to, I think that to have God is to have another form of intelligence. You really have to be in there to understand the word of God. And I really think that you guys are not there yet. That level of enlightenment.
I
knowledge.
aspire to the heady heights of intellectual supremacy that you're alluding to here. Can donkeys talk?
No, they can't talk.
The Bible says that donkeys talk occasionally. Is that not included in the intellectual heights of Christian genius?
I really think that sometimes people read the Bible literally, like they really take it word for word.
So I had a look through the Bible, and I was looking for the bit which says which parts we should take literally and which parts are obvious bullshit. I couldn't find it. Had it fallen out of my Bible? Maybe it's in yours? Could you give me a page number or a section so it can help me to be?
That's why it really comes to understanding, and I hate to use this word, but it really comes to maturity, that level of maturity.
I'm not mature enough. I understand.
The word of God, or
there's me thinking that each. I understand now, because there's me thinking that each individual believer just pulled it out of their arse. But it's just a question of maturity. So maybe in the future, when I'm a bit older and more mature and more intelligent, I'll be able to understand which parts to take symbolically, which parts to take metaphorically, which are allegorical, which are literal, which are instructions of how to live, which are declarations on how other people used to live, all of these things which you understand correctly, perfectly well, because you're intelligent and mature, but me being a bit less intelligent and mature, I haven't been able to discern right. Is that correct?
That's why you have to calm down, so that maybe you can be educated the right way.
Right, I need to be educated, listen. And are rabbits ruminants?
Well, I don't have the facts to it, so I can't really put a pin on
but the Bible tells us that they are. So, is the Bible correct about this?
Okay, then let me also ask you this: if tomorrow somebody
hang on, you're dodging my question.
Before I answer you, answer me first. Before I answer you, you answer me first, please.
Does that come with wisdom and knowledge? Dodging questions.
It comes with conversation. We are trying to have a conversation where we both get the best out of.
Sure. Okay, so you need to ask a pre-answer question in order to answer whether rabbits are ruminants. I understand. Fair enough.
Exactly.
Okay.
So I'm saying that if today scientists told you that the Earth is no more spherical but a square, would you agree or not?
Yeah, what's that got to do with my rabbits question?
It has to do with your rabbit question, because sometimes we take what the world gives us rather than understanding things for ourselves.
Right.
Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Okay.
Yeah, but the Bible.
Are rabbits ruminants?
Yeah, the Bible's got something to say about this. So the Bible says that rabbits chew cud, and rock badgers specifically as well. Rabbits is more of an edge case, it could be argued, but in any case, rabbits and rock badgers, the Bible says that they chew cud. So is the Bible correct about that?
You see, if the Bible tells me that they are ruminants, I would take it as that.
Right, but the thing is, they're not. We know that they're not ruminants, right? Rock badgers are not ruminants, and the Bible saying that they are is a mistake. So now not only do we need to deal with this book, which is full of metaphors and things to take seriously and bits not to take seriously, it also turns out the book's full of mistakes. And I looked for the chapter on where all the mistakes are, and I couldn't find it either. So how do I find out where all the mistakes are? And how are you finding out where all the mistakes are, apart from having people who don't believe the Bible tell you, which is what's happening now?
I'm not going to base my argument or my belief on or what I think on ruminants or badgers or bats.
Yeah, but if we can't trust it on basic things like that.
Intangibles. Ruminants, rock badgers, they are intangibles to what the Bible represents.
Yeah, John's question remains.
Do you understand the point I'm making?
I agree. I do really. I'm listening to what you're saying. You're saying that if the Bible could lie about something small as this, why wouldn't they lie about King
And he
Solomon,
specifically asked
Jesus
you a
Christ?
question. He specifically asked you a question. How do you delineate between what's true, what's not true, what's as you put it, like metaphor, what's not metaphor? Like how do you distinguish all that?
My intelligence, what I believe to be true on my intelligence. That's what
Right.
Okay,
I
so
stand
that
on. My
didn't
intelligence.
provide a mess. Okay, so I'm using my intelligence to believe that, for example, in the Bible, where when God sent the Israelites to unalive every man, woman, child, baby, and animal, I use my intelligence to say that that was taken literally, and that was actually an order from God, at least according to the Bible. So I'm using your methodology. I'm using my intelligence, right?
Okay, see, what I'm trying to say tonight is that there are a lot of relevant stories you cannot ignore from the Bible. They are so important that they are centerpieces to what we believe as Christians. And you can't base your Christianity or your belief in God on ruminants or
No, I
rock
agree.
badges.
I agree. That's a small detail. But do you know what? Here's the thing. If the Bible's not trustworthy, why should we give the slightest stuff what it says about anything? If the Bible is not a trustworthy collection of documents, and I think we can be fairly sure that it's not, then why do we care about the more important stories, the stories about Jesus? I mean, would you, for example, would you think that something like Jesus' lineage would be an important story, more important than rock badgers and rabbits, right?
Yes, but
The
can I
Bible,
ask you something?
the Bible
before?
can't. Hang on. The Bible can't even get its story clear on Jesus' lineage. So if it can't do that, and it can't correctly determine facts about God's own creation, and it's full of morally terrible commandments and preachments and laws that would have led to innocent people being stoned to death because the laws were so stupidly written. All of these are signposts pointing in one direction, only in one direction, and the direction it points is towards the Bible being an extremely unreliable and morally derelict source. So why should we care what it says?
But okay, can you be more clear on or detailed on where the Bible misleads? Mislead people. Can you be more specific? That when you look at this part of the Bible, it misled people to this direction. Can you point out something like that to me?
Well, I mean, it's got obvious major internal contradictions between things that it says in one account and then says completely different things in another account. And
misleading. Yes, I want to hear it.
Yeah. So have you read John 3:13, for example?
You have to read it to me.
So it says, "No one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven, the Son of Man." Right. So this is Jesus saying, "No one's been to heaven. No one has ascended to heaven, but him." Is this true or untrue?
Don't you think it's more metaphorical than literal?
Oh, so every time things get confusing and contradictory, you're just going to say they're metaphorical.
No. Like, to be specific, in the New Testament, when Jesus Christ preaches, he talks in parables, a lot in metaphors, and he does this intentionally. It has been written in the Bible.
So when he says no one's ascended into heaven, what's that a metaphor for?
I think that it needs more reading than you are taking. Like, you need to look deeper than how it's written.
So I'm asking you a question. You're the wise one who's very knowledgeable, with very great maturity and intelligence.
I'm not saying that,
when he says no one's ascended into heaven, what does he actually mean? If he doesn't mean no one's ascended into heaven, what does he actually mean?
You see, I'm not arguing as a pastor. I'm arguing as a believer. Okay.
At the moment, you're just not answering a question. I've asked you a straightforward question. You've said it's not literal; it's metaphorical. That's delightful. What's it a metaphor for? When Jesus says, "No one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven," what is he saying?
You want me to preach to you right now?
I just want you to tell me. I just want you to tell me what it means. If you're declaring that it's a metaphor, you must know what it's a metaphor for. Unless you're just saying it's a metaphor as a way to not answer a question.
It's more a metaphor because it's not direct. It's not clear for me to say that.
Explain the metaphor. So, for example, if someone tells me in basketball, Michael Jordan was a beast, they don't mean he was literally a beast. They mean he had beastly attributes. He was strong, he was fast, he was highly skilled, and other people feared him. So beast in this case is being used as a metaphor. Okay, so when you claim something, calling something a metaphor isn't like a magic get out of jail free card. That verse didn't actually happen. It's just a metaphor. You have to explain how you know it's a metaphor and what the metaphor is.
Okay. Then this is how I'm going to explain it. I think that sometimes the word of God is much deeper than it presents itself. It's what's the literary device? It has several meanings. It has layers to that's the wisdom of God. It has so many layers that when you take it literally, you're going to be wrong. If you take it boom, 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 you're going to make a mistake. You have to really sit back, relax, and analyze it carefully to make the right decision or to get the full understanding to what the Bible is saying. And if you should rush into the scripture, you'd always make a mistake. The word of God is not something to just take in or consume. It's deeper. That's why I'm saying that it's intellectual. Okay. It's very deep.
Explain the metaphor. Yes. What's the metaphor?
Oh, just as you said, Michael Jordan is a beast. It's a metaphor. Like he's not actually.
Yeah. That one I explained to you. Like you understand that one.
Yes.
But hang on a second. Yes. You're being a little bit evasive here, right? Have you actually read the Book of John?
No.
You haven't read the Book of John. Okay. So in the Book of John, in chapter 3, yes, Jesus is having a conversation with Nicodemus, and he's talking about his own divinity. And he's talking about why he's there, and he's talking about his purpose. And so he says to Nicodemus, "No one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven, the Son of Man." He's talking about himself. He's saying, "No one's been to heaven apart from me." That's what he's saying. Do you think he's telling the truth?
I think he really is. I think yes. I think
so it's truthful.
Yes, I think it's
okay. That's great. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, have you?
Do you want to hear my understanding to what?
Before you get there, have you read 2 Kings?
No, sir.
So in 2 Kings, there's a story of an amazing thing that happens.
Yes, sir.
To Elijah. Do you know who Elijah was?
Yeah, the prophet.
The prophet. Yeah. So what happened? What happened to Elijah? Can you remember?
No, you have to tell me, sir.
As they continued walking and talking, a chariot of fire and horses of fire separated the two of them, and Elijah ascended in a whirlwind into heaven. So Elijah has been up into heaven. And Jesus says, no one's been up into heaven. So is Jesus lying, or is the Old Testament actually not truthful about what happened to Elijah?
Okay, let me give you this text in the Bible. It's I don't know.
Please don't. Please don't
explain.
Please don't evade the question. Please don't evade the question.
Explain. I'm going to explain. Lazarus and the rich man. When Lazarus died, he ascended to heaven and was in the bosom of Abraham. Okay, so Lazarus was in heaven. Elijah, as you are saying, was in heaven. And I think that heaven has layers. Heaven is like, it has layers. It's not one room that you say that, okay, I'm in heaven. I think that there's layers where you find God.
So when Jesus says no one has ascended into heaven, he doesn't say no one has ascended into the specified layers in heaven. He just says no one's ascended into heaven. Are we to take it that he's not telling the truth then, because heaven has layers?
I'll take it that I have to go to heaven and actually understand what heaven actually is.
Right.
I don't have to sit here and presume this is heaven. I'm doing what.
So is the argument you're making right now? Hang on a second. So is the argument you're making right now that it's true when Jesus says no one has ascended into heaven, and also it's not true? And does the ability to it is true? So it's true that no one's ascended into heaven, but is it true that Elijah ascended into heaven?
Yes, it is true.
Right. So it's true that no one's ascended into heaven, and it's also true that someone's ascended into heaven. And apparently the ability to maintain these two contradictory statements is something that you earn when you get more intelligent and more mature as a result of reading the Bible a lot. Is that right?
I think that's the problem there, Mr. John. I think that a lot of the things that you read, you take it quite literally. Like,
I just asked you questions. I just asked you questions. I don't take any of this stuff literally. I think it's all bollocks. But I was just asking you questions about how you feel about the text, because you asked me for an example of where the text misleads and says something which isn't true. And so I just gave you what I think is a reasonably good one. I mean,
it is a good one, but I think that it really proves to my point that what Jesus preached about is very deep and very layered than what you actually read.
Very deep and layered. So when Jesus preached to his followers that the world was going to end while some of them were still alive, was that deep? Was it metaphorical? Was it in layers? Did he really mean it? Was it just a joke?
Can you read the text so that we can all? Can you read the text so that we can all?
Yeah, I mean it's very famous what he said, right? What Jesus said to his followers.
That
in Matthew 16, he says to his followers.
Can you read it, please?
Yeah, I can even put it on the screen for you so you can see it.
Oh yes, yes.
Yeah,
this is what
it says. Hang on, let me move it in so you can see it like this. There you go. It says, "For the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everyone for what is done. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom." So he's saying to his disciples that basically the world is going to end, that this was language, the Son of Man coming in his kingdom was language for the book of Daniel. You'll know this. And it was like the sun is going to lose its light, and the moon is going to lose its light, and the stars are going to fall to earth, and the angels are going to come, and the good and the bad are going to be separated out, and all the tribes of Israel, all the tribes of the world will be united, and the world is basically going to end. This is end times language, and he promises that his disciples that this is all going to happen in their lifetimes. Now, my prediction, I'm making a prophecy now. I'm going to make a prophecy. Hang on. I'm going to make a prophecy. My prophecy is that in the next 2 or 3 minutes, you're going to tell us that words don't actually mean what they say, and that when Jesus said that these things are going to happen in your lifetime, he didn't really mean in your lifetime, or rather when he said that the earth was going to end and the world was going to change and all the good were going to be judged and the righteous judged and the bad and all of that, he didn't really mean it. Or that when they say some standing here will not taste death, it doesn't really mean death, because death doesn't really mean death. It means spiritual death or some other kind of cope. So that's my prophecy. Is my prophecy coming true? I'm a prophet now. I'm a prophet now because this is the thing. If you're willing to play fast and fancy free with language and say that words don't mean words. No, you are. If you're prepared to do that, then I can do it too, and anyone can do it. And anyone can read a text and decide that it doesn't actually mean what it means.
He says, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man. Oh man, that's so beautiful. That's so beautiful. Who will not taste death before they see? And that's not literal. That's deeper than, that's so deep.
Really? What's not literal? What's not? What does he mean when he says? When he says there were some standing here, yeah, this is not complicated. He's saying these things. I'm glad you think a broken promise is beautiful. I think it's a little sucky. If I make my friends promises, I keep them. So he's saying all of these things are going to happen. All of these things are going to happen, right? The sun's going to fall from the sky. The stars are going to fall from the sky. The sun's going to go dark. The moon's going to lose its light, and everyone's going to be judged. The angels are going to come. Jesus is going to come on a cloud like a superhero. And he says it's going to happen during the lifetime of his disciples, that some of them won't even have died by the time this happens. They've all been dead for 2,000 years or more, and this stuff hasn't happened yet. It's just a broken promise.
Wow, this is beautiful. This is beautiful.
It's not beautiful. It's a broken promise. It's a lie and a broken promise.
It's so deep. It's so deep. I really love it. I really love it.
I'm glad you love it. Can you provide a justification for why he lied to his disciples?
I think that I think that truly this text really hits me so hard that when there are some of us who won't taste death, and I think that, don't you think it's so magnificent that
I think it's a travesty that these people all put their faith in him and he bullshitted them and made all these promises about all this incredible stuff that was going to happen during their lifetimes, and those people are all dead now and those things haven't happened. It's called a broken promise. I don't think it's beautiful. I think it's horrific.
No. I think that we are standing in two different places. I think you are really far north and I'm really far. I think that we are not seeing things differently.
We are seeing things differently. I think words mean what they actually mean. You think words mean whatever you want them to mean. One of us is connected, however tenuously, to reality. One of us is entirely unmoored, floating around in the sky amongst clouds of words meaning anything they mean, anything you want them to mean.
I think this is beautiful, man. Thank you for this text today. Like, I'm really happy.
You can thank me for pointing out that Jesus broke his promises to his disciples, but you're welcome for that. Now you have a greater understanding of the dishonesty of the promise. So when he said to his disciples, when they persecute you in this town, flee to the next, for truly I tell you, you will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes, was that also not meaning what it meant? So when he said,
what's wrong with that?
So, okay, has the Son of Man come? Has this thing happened yet that he promised?
The main point he was trying to is, he says that when you should flee, you should get away from trouble.
No, you're not understanding what was said here, and it's a shame. Did you say you're a pastor?
No, I'm not a pastor.
You're not a pastor. Okay,
I'm a believer.
You're a believer. Okay, good. Okay, so if you're a believer, you should have some semblance of what it is you believe in. You shouldn't need to be educated on this stuff by someone who isn't a believer. So, do you understand what the coming of the Son of Man means?
Yes.
What does it mean?
That we'll be free, totally free from sin.
According to Jesus, what's going to happen at the coming of the Son of Man?
I don't know it clearly. Can you tell me what it is?
So he says, I'll show it to you on the screen as well. Okay. He says, the sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light, the stars will fall from heaven, and the powers of heaven will be shaken. The Son of Man will appear in heaven, and the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and all the tribes of the earth will mourn, and they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory, and he will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. Has this happened yet?
It hasn't.
It hasn't. Right. I agree with you that it hasn't. Jesus promised his disciples that this would happen while they were still alive. Are any of them still alive?
But can you pull that part so that we also see it to be clear?
So he promised them twice. Once he said that this is all going to happen. In fact, it's three times.
Can you please put on the screen?
Yeah. So once he promised them over here, where it says, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man. In other words, this is going to happen in your lifetime. Over here, he says that it's going to happen before they've finished going through all the towns of Israel. And over here, it says, let me find it for you. He says that it's imminent. Where's it gone? I'm going to find it. Sorry. Here we go. From the fig tree, learn its lesson. As soon as its branches become tender, when you see these things, you know that he is at the gates. Truly, I tell you, this generation will not pass away until all these things have taken place. So those are three times where he promised his disciples that all of these events of the sun darkening and the stars falling down and the end of the world was going to happen imminently in their lifetime. Are any of them still alive now?
Oh, come on! I think you are really reaching now. It's like you're going too far.
I'm reaching. You're ignoring the words of Jesus. I'm taking Jesus at his word, and you're the one. And you're the one. Hang on. So what did he mean? So when he said, if you think I'm reaching, when he said these things are all going to happen before you've finished going through the towns of Israel, what did he actually mean?
Man, to be honest with you, I don't know.
Well, is it possible that when he said these things are all going to happen before you've finished going through the towns of Israel, that what he meant was these things are all going to happen before you've finished going through the towns of Israel? Is that conceivable?
Man, you can say.
And is it possible that when he said this generation won't pass before these things have happened, that he actually meant this generation won't pass before these things have happened? You're literally inventing explanations out of thin air, nothing to do with the Bible, nothing to do with what Jesus said, to try to make excuses for the fact that these prophecies were not fulfilled. This is shocking that you would ignore the words of Jesus like this. Why?
Well, see, I have this to say, all right. I really think that you've made up your mind not to understand.
Don't worry about me. My friend, only one of us appears to have a clue what this book says right now, and it isn't you. So don't worry about whether I've made up my mind, and don't worry about my inferior intellect, and don't worry about my lower level of maturity. My lower level of maturity. You have been, my friend. You have been.
That would be me insulting you, and I would never do that.
Well, it's not an insult, but you came into the call. Look, you sound like a lovely guy, but you came into the call saying that people who don't understand this stuff do so because they haven't got the right intellect yet, or the right wisdom or maturity to read the Bible in the right way.
That, yes,
and yet you were completely clueless about what it says. I've educated you on what it says. You have absolutely, you had no clue about what these prophecies were.
You've actually given me so many points to believe in God. Actually,
I've demonstrated on multiple occasions how Jesus made promises to his disciples that were not kept, and you've been totally incapable of coming up with even an alternative explanation for them. You yourself have agreed that the things he said would come to pass haven't happened, and you yourself have agreed that he promised that they would happen during the lifetime of his disciples who are no longer with us, thereby deductively proving that his promises were not kept.
But if I'm to stand on 10 toes, I don't think that I agree to a lot of things that you say, and the things you've put up, they don't make a lot of sense, honestly.
I know it's because you need to achieve a bit more maturity and intellect before you can understand the Bible, right? Which I learned from a good friend of mine called Clifford, who explained to me that that's how it works. Anyway, my friend, it's been fun talking to you. I would say go and study these prophecies of Jesus in the book of Matthew, and ask yourself if you think they've come true, because they haven't. But thanks for coming up.
Well, all right. Thank you.
Bye. Love him. What a sweet guy. Totally clueless, but sweet guy. There we are. Jesus lied, people. He either lied or he was mistaken. Maybe he thought it was going to happen. Maybe he thought it was going to happen, but he was wrong. And that's why we don't trust the book. You start with the small details, rabbits, ruminants, and you get to the big details, broken promises. That's why we don't trust this stuff, because it's nonsense. Total nonsense. Okay, we are going to get Guard Dog in next. I'll read a few messages. We've got to also check quickly. We had a call or two on the bingo. It was just the one. Gregor said hardened heart. I don't think I heard hardened heart from him. I think he was accusing me of not being able to understand. I don't think he was accusing me of... Did he accuse me of hardened heart? I don't think he did. Let's save that one until we hear it for sure. So we'll do 5 super chats and then get Guard Dog in. Buzz says, "What has 2 butts and kills people? An assassin." Assassin. Got it. We're with you. They just get better and better. One more skateboarder says, "What is Paul's cat's name?" Meow Dib Hail Skating. Meow Dib. It's a June joke. You have to have read it. But I was with you. Worrying is suffering twice. I like that. Before, and I like that. Very, very wise. Very wise. And Bethos says, June, Jurgen Prochnow played Leto Atreides. Carl McLaughlin as Paul Atreides, I remember that, was convincing too. He was indeed. And the Toto score is great. David Lynch. Yep, absolutely. Joe Skeptic, thanks for the super chat. My wife told me to stop being a flamingo. That's when I put my foot down. Oh, they're on it tonight. They are on it. And last one before we get Guard in is from Babs. What's your real name? Barbara. But what does it say on your birth certificate? 6 pounds 3 ounces. Very good. Very good. Okay, let's get Guard in and see what's going on there. Bless Clifford. He was so sweet, wasn't he? You can't help but like him. Okay, there we go. Hi, Guard Dog.
How are you doing? Thank you so much for having me on.
You're very welcome. Welcome up. You know what the claim is here. What would you like to say?
So the claim, and I'm not mistaken, the claim is atheism makes more sense than religion. Is that correct?
Than theism, yeah.
Than theism.
Okay. So my question to you is, do you believe that the majority of people are ready for secular society?
I have no idea. I literally have no idea. I don't have enough information to be well prepared to answer that question, and I don't particularly care, because whether people are ready or not has got absolutely nothing to do with whether the claims of theism are actually true. It could be the case that no one's ready.
Atheism makes more sense, though, correct? Because if atheism makes more sense,
not as a strategy, not as a strategy. I'm not suggesting it as a policy. I'm talking about it as a position of belief. So theism is the belief that a God exists, and atheism is not being a theist. It's got nothing to do with what you think society's ready for, or what you think would happen if people embraced secularism, or whether you think it's good or useful, or any of that stuff. All of that has got absolutely nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm talking about whether one is warranted, whether there is evidence there to provide an epistemic warrant for the belief that a God exists. And I don't think there is. And because I don't think there is, I think atheism makes more sense, even if it's tragic in what unfolds later, which I don't think it is, by the way.
There might be an argument for saying atheism makes more sense in that epistemological argument. But what you're doing is you're offloading the burden of profound existential dread and basically just the anxiety of having to confront reality and the absurd.
Hey, well, you know what?
So do you have an argument for God, or just atheism bad from a utility standpoint? But do you actually have an argument for the existence of any gods? Are you conceding that from an epistemological standpoint, atheism makes more sense?
I think that that argument, I think, is not really.
It wasn't an argument; it was a question.
I don't think
it wasn't an argument; it was a question.
I don't think it's the point, because I think.
Hold on. It was a question.
No, well, just allow me to respond, okay? Because you're
an argument are premises that lead to a no, I want to know. I want to know your position. So you understand we are talking about from an epistemological standpoint, like whether there's actually a God. Atheism makes more sense. Now you're up here about the dread and blah blah blah. Ooh, scary atheism or what have you. I just want to know: do you agree with the prompt or not? And if you don't, then let's debate it.
Well, I would define myself. I believe in a higher power. Okay. Now I don't know what you want to call that. What does the deity itself matter, or is it really everything else about it?
No, it doesn't matter. If you think you have sufficient evidence to warrant belief in any god, I don't care if it's Thor, Yahweh, Shiva, some shit that's unique to your own belief. Just if there's evidence for a God and you think that we should be convinced by it, that's what we want to hear.
Okay, so you're saying you want me to argue just for God, but my argument, like fundamentally, is just about the prompt. You're saying the prompt is atheism makes sense, and you're saying
makes more sense.
You're saying from that perspective, but my whole approach to this, my thought process on it is that by saying atheism makes more sense, you're ignoring the warning from Albert Camus, you're ignoring the warning from Nietzsche, you're ignoring the warnings from Dostoevsky.
We're having.
I
get it. I don't care about any of these names or who thinks atheism is scary. That's not what this conversation's about. The conversation is about, from an epistemological standpoint, we don't have sufficient evidence that a God exists. If you agree with us, then great. Just say outright, like, you know what, I think you're right, but I want people to believe anyways because atheism's scary. If you don't agree with us, then make the argument that your God exists.
You don't? Okay, so you're not interested in any argument that is not purely on this one cornerstone, this niche that you've kind of carved out for yourself. Because
Is it really niche? Is it that
if you
niche?
can't defend the argument from this angle, then what you're doing is a glorified Mott and Bailey, where you're not approaching faith from an honest angle, and you're only reducing it to this one aspect of, oh, do you have the evidence? Instead of, hey, like, is there maybe a sociological grounding rod that makes it make more sense? Because I think what you're trying to do ultimately is bring people up.
I'm trying to get you to answer the freaking prompt. I'm trying to get you to answer the prompt. Do you have sufficient evidence to warrant belief in your God? Yes or no?
Do I have sufficient evidence? 90% of people that you're going to be talking to don't
Is that a
have
yes or
the
no?
evidence. They don't have the evidence you're talking about, but your whole argument is basically grounded in something that's
Is that a
antithetical
yes or
to the
no?
cons. You're arguing something that's not about faith. You're arguing
I'm
about something
sorry
that's not
that
about
a prompt is not what. I'm sorry that the prompt is not what you wanted
and I'm
to
sorry
discuss.
that you're not
I don't think.
intellectually
I don't
prepared
think
to have an actual conversation on the topic, and you need to Mott and Bailey it to something that's tiny.
Yeah, there you go, personalizing it again. So there's a prompt here that you say it's niche, like, yeah, that's so on atheist and theist debates, whether a certain side makes more sense from an epistemological standpoint, super niche.
I don't see epistemological on the prompt. Am I mistaken? Am I the one that's wrong? Where does it say from an
God dog. This question
over me.
This question is about as unniche as questions get in this domain. We're literally asking the question, do you have a good reason for believing in a God? You either do or you don't. If you don't, that's okay. If you do, we'd love to hear it. That was it.
Yeah, the question remains, you can unmute yourself. The question remains, do you have sufficient evidence for your God? Yes or no? That's it. I don't know why that's such a contentious question. Like, literally, that's the crux of all of this. Evidence for God. Is God belief warranted?
I think can God be warranted for a belief that is fundamentally grounded, even if I was to just ground it in social utility, just because I don't believe that the majority of people are ready for Nietzschean will to power or something of that nature.
All right.
I feel like you're arguing for something that's
on.
destabilizing to the majority of human beings.
I don't think that you're interested in having a conversation about whether atheism makes more sense. I think you want to have a conversation about what you think society would be like if all the poor proles weren't given their comforting bedtime story and society would collapse and all of that kind of stuff. That's boring. We're not interested in that. We're here to talk about whether atheism makes more sense, and you completely failed to provide an argument against it. So we'll move on. Okay, there we go. We will get in Geraldine next. Stand down in a circle. Don't worry. It's all fine. It's all fine. That music will never not be funny, though. It will never not be funny. Okay, we're going to get in Geraldine Farah next. We'll read a couple of messages first because I don't want to get too behind on them. So funny, you can just cut straight to the matter sometimes. You'd have to just stop and cut straight to the matter. But there we are. There we go.
So niche. Do you have evidence for your God? It's such a niche conversation in the theism, atheism debate space. Like,
it's wild, isn't it? It's wild. This is A1. Okay, Bethar said, night of the dad jokes. Babs FTW. Yeah, it's night of the dad jokes. I'm completely here for them. I love dad jokes. Buzz says, 2 men walk into a bar. The third man ducks. Again, I'm here for all of these. I love all of this stuff. I can never remember them, though. That's the problem. I think I'm going to remember them, and then I don't. And Buzz says, the number one dad move follows, hey, pull my finger. Possibly so.
Oh,
and
king
Buzz,
of that one.
Of course. And Buzz also says, how do you find Will Smith in the snow? You look for the Fresh Prince. I see what you did there. There. They just get better and better. And Real Jiffy Cone says, I danced too hard at the Under the Sea dance. I pulled a muscle. Okay, folks.
Lord.
Okay, folks. It's amazing how we move. Sometimes the super chats being like really deep and really into like the philosophical weeds and the theological stuff, And then we get the dad jokes. I love it. I'm all for this. Okay, we are going to get in Geraldine Farah right now. And we've got Gadman after that, following close behind. Hi, Geraldine. How are you?
Good in yourself, John.
Very well indeed.
Excuse my voice. I have a bit of laryngitis.
Well, we wish you we wish you better. Well, welcome up. Thank you for waiting patiently. We appreciate that. What would you like to say about atheism makes more sense?
No, atheism makes zero sense, and I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to use your science in atheism and prove God exists.
I can barely wait. Okay, go for it.
First of all, Jesus was God that walked the earth. He literally was here on earth 26 years ago. Sorry, my voice. Okay, he walked here. He even told us who he is. John 14:9. Jesus answered, "Do you not know me, Philip?"
Hang on a second. Sorry to interrupt you. So we don't need a Bible study and we don't need preaching. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to
prove my
no, because before you start reading it in depth from the Bible, I want you to know something that I do not, and neither do any of the 1,000 and something people listening to us have this conversation, think that the Bible is reliable, nor do we care what it says. So whatever time, so whatever time you were going to spend reading from the Bible, cancel that out.
No, but I have to mention this
because we don't care what the Bible says.
But that's not fair, because I, in order for me to use science and the Bible, in order to debunk science, I have to use the Bible. Do you understand? You need to give me your
intention, but you said you were going to use science, and now you want to debunk science.
Yes, I'm going to debunk the Big Bang Theory.
You're going to debunk the Big Bang Theory. What is the Big Bang Theory?
Well, something that exploded in the sky, little thing that exploded in the sky, and everything came into position.
Something that exploded in the sky.
And we all evolved from an ancestor named Lucy.
Right. So I'm going to stop you because I can't inflict this on the audience. That is nothing to do with what the Big Bang is. So if your intention is to debunk established cosmology, you would have to know what it is. And if you can't tell us what it is, you're not going to, would you agree with me that if you can't reliably tell us what the Big Bang is, you're unlikely to be able to debunk it?
Yeah, but what you're doing is, you don't want me to, what I want to do is use a Bible verse where Jesus makes the claim that he is actually God, where he tells us he's God.
Sure.
And then I'm going to use a scientific thing that you all believe called carbon dating to prove,
What's the time scale over which carbon dating works?
What do you mean?
So carbon dating is a dating method that works within a particular time scale. Yeah, what's the time scale that carbon dating works?
The time scale works over a certain amount of years. Materials and inks and papers.
Yeah. What kind of?
Yeah, but John, I don't understand. Your show is about proving. Saying one makes sense, but you haven't given me a chance to say anything. Because as soon as I'm trying to make a point, you switch in it. That's not how you have a debate. A debate is you let someone speak, let them give their voice. Once I'm done and you do not agree, then you intercept.
Sure.
Else I'm never going to get my point across.
And I want you to be able to make your point, and I apologize for interrupting you, and I want you to feel that you had time to speak. I just want it to be noted that we don't really care what it says in the Bible. So if you've got scientific,
what is the point of this? If you don't care, isn't the real reason of this to find evidence of a God that exists?
Yes.
So then that's what I'm trying to do. If you give me the chance.
But words written in a book are never going to be evidence that a God exists. It's just going to be book says thing, and we don't care what was written in a book. So if you've got some evidence, then please present that.
That's what I'm trying to do. If you give me a chance.
Go for it.
Okay, thank you. As I was saying, I'm straining my voice, but anyway, I came across your live and I could not go past. It says, John 14:9, Jesus answered, "Do you not know me, Philip, even after I have been amongst you such a long time? Anyone who has seen me has seen the Father. How can you say, show us the Father. Now, you must remember, the first book of the Bible was written 1,500 years before Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ performed 300 prophecies, even from the Old Testament.
This is really, really dull. You don't actually have a clue what you're talking about. So
Let me finish. I'm not even halfway. You
I know,
guys are
but if you're not even
guys,
halfway,
I'm gonna drop. This is not how debate works. I haven't even got to. It's like cutting me off in the middle of a sentence.
Yeah, but you're not actually making an argument. You're
Well,
all
I
over
can't
the
make
place.
sense if you haven't let me finish.
Gerard, you're not understanding. Okay, let me try. Gerard, you're not understanding. Just hold on. Just hear me out.
I understand, but my point is, I'm giving you evidence. But evidence is not one thing. You got to produce a case. No, you guys are wrong.
Gerard, listen. Stop and listen. Please stop talking over me. So, I understand that when you're in the church,
only
with
Jesus
other
can save me.
believers,
Sorry,
hold on.
Everett.
Stop. Can you stop talking over me, please? I mean, I had to mute you. I don't want to do that. I just don't want to be talked over. I understand that when you're in the church, Bible study, wherever, with other believers, and you guys have theological disagreements, you turn to the Bible to settle them because you believe the Bible is the Word of God. They believe the Bible is the Word of God. So let's settle this argument by turning to the Bible. Look, here's what it says in the Bible, right? That's the gospel, literally. From our standpoint, we view the Bible the same way you view the Quran or the Vedas for Hinduism or all the other religious books that you don't believe in. I would never turn to you and say Hinduism's true by reading the Vedas to you because you don't accept those claims. So turning to the Bible,
you're not giving me a chance. How can you not accept my claims when you haven't even let me speak? You interject
because you're reading.
This is
you're
not
reading
how
from the
debate works.
Bible.
And if that's how you guys want to win a debate, you're not winning it.
Please relax.
No, I'm getting frustrated because I haven't even started my case. I haven't even presented.
You haven't even started your case. Makes this conversation even more terrifying because you've been babbling on for 5 minutes about what it says in the Bible, and nobody here gives the slightest shit what it says in the Bible because it's just a book. So if you're here to argue for God and the basis of your argument is reading us lines from a book that none of us care about, there's no point continuing. You're not making an argument. You're preaching.
I haven't. I told you I've got science to prove the Bible correct.
But your science, you don't have the foggiest clue what you're talking about the science because you've already talked about carbon dating. And when I asked you what the time frame for carbon dating works over, you want to use carbon dating to talk about the Big Bang. But carbon dating only works to about 40,000 years. And the Big Bang
I did not use carbon dating about the Big Bang. I used carbon dating to prove the 300 prophecies of Jesus Christ was correct.
Carbon dating is not going to prove the prophecies of Jesus Christ. In fact, I just had quite a long conversation.
Let's speak about that. You want to speak science?
We can speak about the human genome too.
Okay, if God doesn't exist, how does the genome exist?
Slow down, because this is just an avalanche of ignorant nonsense right now, and it's painful for everyone. So you wanted to speak about the prophecies of Jesus, and you wanted to use carbon dating to prove the prophecies of Jesus, even though I just had a conversation with our good friend Clifford before, demonstrating that the prophecies of Jesus didn't come true. So carbon dating isn't going to get you there.
You know, I've debated atheists in my life, and a lot of them. But I have never had an atheist interject, not allowing the person to actually state their case before they interrupted. This is not how debate works.
Could you state your?
If you keep muting me,
could you state your case a little more quickly then, because the audience are starting to get old and die.
You and your friend here aren't giving me a chance. You are not giving me a chance.
I really tried. It's just agonising to listen to this nonsense. So
it's agonising when you keep interrupting.
Could you make
your evidence? I've got hard evidence to prove God, to prove He was here.
Of course you have.
Science in 5 seconds, and you haven't given me a chance.
So rather than feeling sorry, So rather than feeling sorry for yourself, rather than whining and crying about that, why don't you just say,
exactly. If I'm going to look like a fool, let me look like a fool. Give me my chance.
Okay.
No one will.
Okay. So just present it and say, the evidence for God is, and then present it. But don't read to us from the Bible. We don't care.
Can I speak now?
We'd be delighted. We'd be delighted if you did.
Thank you. Okay. Let's speak about the human genome.
Oops.
Hello?
Yeah, the inner circle have voted you off for being completely intolerable to listen to. But I'm going to override the inner circle and give you a chance to make your argument, but you've got 60 seconds to do it.
60 seconds.
Yeah.
Well, how is it? Actually, like I've said, I've been on the godless and religious, and I've been everywhere. I've never come across.
Or not. Moving on, we're going to get Gadman in next. I can't stand people who just whinge and cry. That's just completely boring. If you're gifting on TikTok, thank you so much, but please try and avoid the audio ones because they're really weird. Thank you so much. Okay, let's get Gadman in next. That was completely intolerable. I'm so sorry, everyone. That was not good. Yeah. Anyway, we'll get Gadman in right now and move on. There we go. What a nasty, nasty person I am. I know. It's hard, isn't it? Gadman, welcome.
Hello, thanks for having me.
Hello, yes, thank you. You're very, very welcome. Sounds like there's quite a lot of background noise where you are. Is there anything you can do to mitigate that?
I'm not really certain how I can. I think it's the issue with my phone. Sorry about that.
Okay, see how you go. We'll try and deal with it. Welcome in. Our claim, as you know, is that atheism makes more sense.
Well, I do have personal experience of actually dying as in being shot in the head as a 6-year-old.
Sure, I'm very sorry that you were shot in the head. I'm delighted that you made what appears to be a full recovery. But why would that be evidence of a god?
Because when I actually died from that, I met Jesus in heaven, and he sent me back.
Right, but there are people who have had experiences where they're close to death, and they report meeting deities from their cultures too. So does that mean they all exist also?
I've never actually heard anyone do close to death, but I've heard of actual death, as in my case, 24 nails running through your torso, being shot in the head, neck slit.
Yeah.
So
it's quite common that people close to death have these experiences. They're very, very common. They're very well explained. Your brain, when you're close to death, is in an extremely stressed state. It's anoxic, doesn't have enough oxygen. It's got too much of other things. It's flooded with all sorts of interesting stress hormones, which can produce very vivid hallucinations. And these patterns are reported across cultures. And it just so happens that people in Hindu cultures report meeting Hindu gods, and people in Islamic cultures report meeting Islamic deity, and people in other cultures report meeting the kinds of things that go with their cultures. So don't you think a better explanation would just be that brains under stress close to death have experiences and hallucinations that are in line with the cultures that that person's grown up in?
So you're going with so I'm wondering what your take on actually dying and coming back is. Not just close to death, you recovered. I'm talking you ceased to have a heartbeat.
Yeah. It happens every day.
No brain function at all.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't have had no brain function at all. Ceasing to have a heartbeat doesn't mean no brain function at all.
As in literally the gunshot to head was literally, no one came in, resuscitated, I died.
Sure. So most people who have shots to the head don't survive, but a significant number do. And of those, some of them survive without long-term brain injuries, and some of them survive with long-term brain injuries. That's the field of expertise that my wife works in. It happens all the time that people are extremely close to death, and it's a knife edge, and some of them die, and some of them don't. And?
So you're saying the me dying wasn't actually dying, it was close to death.
You didn't actually die. If you had actually died, you wouldn't be here now.
Meanwhile, my claim is that when I had that incident, God sent me back into my own body.
Yeah, you had a dream. While you were close to death, you had a dream.
So, discount that. And in my other cases were more people having history of mom and dad saying that God actually gave my name to me, as in spelled it out, actually have a lullaby. So it's kind of weird when you have them giving your whole history of God actually being present for giving you a name, lullaby, punishing them when they were kind of going against the name.
Gadman, I'm feeling like this may not be a charitable discussion, and I wonder if the kind thing to do might be to thank you for calling in, and I genuinely wish you well, and I'm very, very glad that you survived your injury and that you're okay now. And we'll leave it there. Is that okay?
All right. Hope everything works out for you guys.
Thanks, friend. Keep well. Take care.
Good call.
That felt like the thing to do. Okay, we're going to get Top Z in next. Before we do, we're going to read a couple of messages. And after Top Z, we've got DBN and Midwest is back as well to speak to us again. We'll speak to everyone. If you're in the queue right now, please don't give up. Stay where you are. We'll get to you as soon as we can. I don't let conversations drag on here like on some other channels. I hope you realise that by now, so you won't hopefully have too long to wait. So stay where you are. Have a cup of tea or a drink or a something or a snack, and we'll get to you as soon as we can. Bethos said about Devil 2 prime conjecture is not proven yet and should not be considered true until proven. We got rather close, but there's still no proof. I think mathematics is absolutely fascinating, and I kind of wish I'd stuck at it, but I completely quit mathematics when I finished school, and I always loved it. And I loved calculus, and I loved imaginary numbers and Argand diagrams and all of that kind of stuff. But if you don't do it, you lose it. And so I will never be proficient at math again. But I have such an admiration for people who are mathematically literate, unlike myself. One Chikawa, what's your response to people claiming that the person with the highest IQ in the world currently believes in God, so therefore it should further back up why their religion is true? From Baku. Hey, Baku. My instant claim to that would be, my response to that would be that it's completely irrelevant. It could be the case that the person with the highest IQ in the world is just engaging in fallacious reasoning, as many people with high IQs do. That would be the standard answer, I think. And Aleph Naught here says, thought I might become a theist today. Never mind. I know, but there's still time. There is still time. There's another few hours to go of the stream. So this might be the night when we hear the answer. 2 more and we'll get Top Z in. Indy, good to see you. Clifford the Big Red Dolt. I felt sorry for Clifford in a way. I mean, I know I gave him a slightly hard time, but he was such a sweet guy. And he seemed to just kind of take it. I don't know. He was nice. He just had terrible hermeneutics. Absolutely appalling. And Victor, I will from on and forever, from now and forever, imagine heaven as an empty shopping mall from 1989 with eternal elevator music. Yeah, right. It could be even worse than that. Think about all the people you'd have to live with, all the insufferable people who are going to be populating that place if it actually exists. Okay, let's get Top Z in next, and DBN after that, with Midwest after that, and then Video Clouds. Top Z, hello, how are you?
Yeah, how you doing? Thank you for bringing me up.
Sure. So
Okay.
Go for it.
Yeah, sorry, I was reading your that post. Atheism makes more sense.
Yes.
To you?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so it doesn't make sense. I mean, yeah, it doesn't. It's not like it doesn't make sense to me. It's like my nature is almost not allowing me to believe in atheism if it's a belief system, or what is it? I don't even know.
Atheism isn't a belief system. It's literally a response to a particular claim. So if somebody says, I believe in a God, and I find myself unpersuaded of that claim, then I'm an atheist. So think about it like this. Everyone in the world is either a theist, meaning someone who believes in a god or gods, or they're not. And anyone who isn't a theist is an atheist.
So it's an active claim of rejection God, of rejecting God.
It's not an active claim of rejecting, it's just not accepting. It's not accepting the claim that someone is making. That's different. That's different to actively rejecting it. So it's a different. My position is different to saying there are no gods.
Oh, okay. So you're open to the idea if it was shown to you.
Of course I am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm completely open-minded about it. There's just no evidence for it. So I'm completely open-minded about fairies too. But there's no evidence for fairies. So I'm not convinced that fairies exist.
How do you get convinced if someone is giving you new information? What convinces you?
Well, that's funny that you should ask that. So you get convinced if you find something persuasive. It's if the information being presented is persuasive to you, and that isn't ever something you choose. It's something you discover. So your mind makes contact with that new information, and you experience either a feeling of agreement with it, with like, yeah, this makes sense, this convinces me, or you experience a feeling of not being persuaded by it, which is the lack of belief.
And how do you determine like that point where you say where your mind is fine with aligns with it? What mechanism do you use to come to those conclusions?
You don't use a mechanism. So your mind evaluates propositions, and it evaluates them in a couple of different ways, emotionally and logically, and it determines, this all happens without outside of your own conscious control, by the way. Your mind evaluates how easily you can incorporate the thing that's being said to you into your current map of reality. And if you can't, then you experience a feeling of disbelief. That's how it works.
So that feeling, is it natural, or is it what is called? Is it done by choice?
No, not a choice. It's the same way that when something frightens you, it's not a choice. Your mind just reacts, and you realize that you're experiencing fear. It's exactly like that.
But so you're not telling me it's impulsive reactions?
It's not impulsive. It's just the way your mind works. It's not a choice. So it's natural, and it's the way that human cognition works. We understand a fair amount about how brains process information in a way that leads either to belief or to a lack of belief.
So that's a really good point. Have you heard of this name?
Well, if you disappear, maybe, or you.
Yeah. No, sorry. I should not have done that. There is a study done in Japan by this psychologist, Oliveira Petrovich, or something like that, in 2014. It was done in Japan on kids age 4 and 6. These kids were never told the idea of God, but after some observation in some time, they were shown some objects, and they were asked, who do you think made these things? So they were shown like dolls, and then some objects, cars, toys, and stuff. Then they were shown mountains and skies and oceans. They naturally said like, well, these objects, the small toys and stuff, are created by human beings, but these other things, it must be created by someone who is not human. How would you respond to this?
Because children have been socialized to think these sorts of things, and also because children who get to the age of being verbal and able to take part in such experiments already have an idea that humans make things and that there are other things that humans don't make. Children wouldn't think that humans make a mountain because they see a mountain as being part of the natural world, but they have been often socialized into the idea that things are made. And so if a question is framed to them like, where did this come from? The question might be quite loaded. But even if it's not loaded, children are often primed with the idea that if everything is made, Well, these objects are man-made, but trees and mountains and rivers and seas obviously aren't man-made, so someone else must have made them, which is exactly the same kind of fallacious thinking as many of our callers on this show engage in.
I'm not sure what that has to do with whether belief is a choice, though.
I see. So if someone is naturally not, I don't want to say convinced, but they are fine with thinking that I have a creator because I did not create myself. So it makes more sense to me if there is someone who created me. Is that fine or is that wrong?
I don't think I followed your question.
Yeah, the question is like, since I did not create myself,
yeah,
is it okay to naturally think like someone had to create me because it wasn't my choice to be the way I am right now?
Let me tell you this. Okay, so your parents had a special cuddle. It's a real special one that grown-ups do sometimes. And 9 months later, approximately, you emerged. It's wonderful. It's how it works.
And who, well, that's going to go to infinite regression. Who created them, who created them, who created them, and it goes all the way back.
Right, and that's why...
There may be an infinite regress.
There may be ultimately. It is possible. So yeah. we know in terms of, I mean, again, if we're going to talk about these things, let's be clear. If your specific question is about life on our world, we understand how life on our world evolved. We don't yet completely know how the building blocks got here and started, but we will probably know that in some number of decades. The people who work in the life sciences are largely of the opinion that this is a logistical engineering problem which is going to be solved at some point soon, and it's going to be one of those things where all of these arguments about how did life start are going to sound really, really ridiculous to the people in a few decades' time once we have a working model of abiogenesis. So if you're asking about that, it's answerable in the field of biology. If you're answering where did everything come from, that's a bigger question, but a different one.
I would agree with you that even if when there is a time that we will find out how we were created, but the question still remains, why in this shape, in this form? Now, who is going to explain this the way we were created? It doesn't matter how we were created. Well, why we were created like this? Why not in another shape and form?
Be careful with the language you're using. Because when you say explain the way we were created, you're smuggling in an assumption that we were created. I don't think that we were created. We evolved naturally by processes that are well understood from earlier progenitors. And we have our friend Scientific Snitch here who can opine on this issue as well. Welcome in.
Hi.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey.
So I just wanted to say, like, we don't have a time machine, so we can't say specifically like everything about our common ancestor. We can't say specifically how like life formed on planet Earth, because we just don't have a time machine. In the same way, we can't provide like specific reasons for the Big Bang and like why the Big Bang occurred. Like there's a lot of things that we can't fully answer, but we know occurred because we've observed it. We have observed the Big Bang. We observed the mechanisms that would have gave rise to life forming on Earth abiotically. We can predict things using the theory of abiogenesis, such as the formation of pre-life, like viruses around hydrothermal vents. I say pre-life because they can exhibit some things that would qualify them as being a living organism, but they don't fully qualify as a living organism. So they sit kind of in the middle of a non-living thing like a rock and a living organism like a human. And then we also see evidence of evolution in our genome. So you actually technically have an entire fossil site inside of every cell of your body. A good example of this would be human endogenous retroviruses, which they stay stagnant in our genome. And I'm not sure how familiar you are with this, but do you know what HIV is?
Yes, a little bit. Well, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a biologist.
So HIV is a kind of virus that HIV is a kind of virus that instead of infecting and hijacking your cells instantly and taking over the mechanisms of your cells to produce proteins, HIV instead decides to snuggle up inside of your DNA and cause a lot of issues in your immune cells. Now, there are retroviruses that did this very long ago, except they occurred in sex cells, which as a result, they kind of got fossilized, meaning the body adapted and wrapped up this viral DNA in a bunch of proteins and suppressive tags on the DNA to prevent that virus from spreading and moving around. As a result, it got fossilized in our genome. And we know that it got fossilized in our genome because it contains DNA that you wouldn't expect to be protein encoding. They're endogenous retroviruses. And we actually share around 213 of them with other great apes, which is, it would be highly unlikely for us to share this number of fossilized viruses unless we had evolved from a common ancestor from these apes.
And scientific snitch, aren't they in the same genome locations as well? Not just having the same ERV, but also in the same exact genome location. How many possible locations are there?
So your DNA is approximately 20 feet long. It's wrapped up in a bunch of histones, and these viral human endogenous retroviruses are wrapped up in those histones in very specific places, and they're purposefully kept in the same place. So unlike most DNA in our body, where it's a lot of our protein encoding genes, they can be mutated, they are readily transcribed, and they're very expressed. The same proteins that allow your hair to be curly, or your eyes to be brown, or your skin to be a certain color, or there's so many different things that contribute to what you look like and how you act. Those are a product of proteins, and human endogenous retroviruses are kind of like the silent parts of your DNA that aren't expressed because they're fossilized in your genome.
Cool. Well, that's really good, valuable information, and it's going to increase my biology. So thank you for that. So now, last thing, and I will leave because I don't want to take too much time.
Sure.
That is, so is it wrong to, by observing our physical environment and looking at everything, that whatever we see around us must have a creator? Must have. We have never seen anything.
It's wrong to say it must have. Yes, it would be an unearned declaration.
So there are some things that they come out of absolute nothingness?
No, we're not talking about anything coming out of absolute nothingness. There's no reason to think that absolute nothingness is a thing that's ever existed. But that doesn't mean that what we see around us must have a creator. We could even say an argument could be made that nothing has really been created. All that's happened is that the existing matter and energy in the universe continually gets reconfigured and recombined in new ways. There are atoms inside you that used to be in the sun. And after you pass away, the atoms that are in you will continue to exist. They won't stop existing. And so there's no reason to think that that reality didn't used to exist, that the physical space didn't exist. And therefore, we have no need to postulate a creation at all.
Okay, so is it fine then if we say like things, like these things that we see around us have a source that it comes from? Like these things come from them?
It depends what you mean by a source. Like
the designer, originator, someone who wills it. Someone.
I mean, it's fine to say it. It's fine to say it, but there's no evidence for it.
You can say whatever you want.
Yeah. So now my question is: so looking at everything, like observing, is it fine to think that, well, since I don't know who created me, but the idea that there must be a creator sounds good to me?
It may sound good, but the time, if you care about aligning your beliefs with reality as much as possible, what I would advise is rely less on just intuition, the way things feel. Like it's human to look at the world and say, how amazing life is. Why is there something rather than nothing? These are all great questions. But one thing, I don't have a fraction of knowledge of like an actual scientist. I'm just an enthusiast. But the more I learn about like physics and, learning certain things about quantum mechanics and even things like time dilation, the world is not obligated to make sense to us from an intuitive standpoint. Like the fact that time is malleable, at least from different perspectives, it's relative, is wild to me, and that's wildly unintuitive. So just like be okay with saying, I don't know. I don't know why there's something rather than nothing. I don't know how life started on Earth. Maybe they'll find out someday. It's okay to say, I don't know. Go ahead, Scientific Snitch.
I just wanted to say, we basically know how the abiogenesis is a theory. There's just hypotheses how it particularly started on Earth, like the RNA world hypothesis, the protein world hypothesis. All of these are very plausible mechanisms by which life started. However, there is actual cellular evidence to suggest that abiogenesis is the way that life formed. And the one that I like to point out the most is the Medusa virus being the precursor to your nucleus. So every cell in your body relies on your nuclear genome to pretty much transcribe proteins that allow you to function. Without your nucleus, you would not be capable of a Darwinian evolution. And so you wouldn't be able to satisfy one of the core components of what makes something living. Now, the Medusa virus is a large DNA virus. It has a lot of DNA, and there's one thing that it shares with both eukaryotes, which is the branch of life that we're on, and archaeans, which they are considered to be the precursors to eukaryotes. And they're thought to have had a common ancestor with eukaryotes and to be like the earliest form of a eukaryotic cell. And the thing that Medusa viruses have in common with these two branches of life that we branch from is something called histone proteins, and as well as nuclear import and export proteins. Now, this is very interesting because prokaryotes, which are thought to be simpler life forms than humans, eukaryotes, they don't have these histone proteins. And this strongly implies that very long ago, a non-living cell that was not capable of Darwinian evolution sucked up a large DNA Medusa virus, and as a result, obtained these histone proteins, nuclear import and export proteins, as well as its DNA that allowed it to participate in Darwinian evolution. And so, considering all that evidence, which is very strong, not to mention all of the viral fossils I just mentioned, that would be pretty, that's not just conjecture or hypothetical, that's actual evidence. Not to mention, we also have other structures in our cells that are not, they're not native to eukaryotes, like the mitochondria. Mitochondria contain alpha proteobacterial DNA, and they can actually rebel against us and cause autoimmune diseases if things get out of whack. And so it's not we have microorganisms that play a role in our bodies and in our cells physiologically, and without these, without a mitochondria, without a nucleus, you functionally don't have a living cell.
Got you. By the way, everyone, if you're not following Scientific Snitch, please give her a follow. And Scientific Snitch, we appreciate you coming in and lending us your education and your background on the subject that John and I are both severely lacking.
For sure. So, Top Z, I hope that's helped
Yes,
to frame some context for you. Thank you for asking questions in good faith and listening with curiosity. We love people like you who do that. So thanks, man.
I appreciate all of you. Thank you. Take care.
All the best. Thanks.
Bye.
Thanks. Snitch, you're the best. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Speak soon. Right. Well, that's how to have a respectful conversation. Again, for the people who come in and we're having to play mute button wars, that's how you have a respectful conversation, even where there's a difference of opinion. Good for him. He was great. Well done, Top Z. Okay, we're going to get DBN Costa in next. I'm going to read 4 messages before we do. Ghetto Ace Type Beat said, "Why is the God who is not an author of confusion, according to 1 Corinthians 14:33, make his authorship so confusing?" I agree. The Bible cannot decide, and this was sent while we were speaking to Clifford. And I think that conversation adequately demonstrated that the Bible cannot decide what on earth it's talking about. 1 minute it's this, 1 minute it's that. There's no consistency there. It's not coherent. It's complete gibberish. And Buzz said this guy only knows the word deep. I know, it was all very deep for Clifford. Unfortunately, I think it's pretty shallow when you really look at it. And the Very Hungry Singularity, thank you for the super chat, said the Bible is like an ogre. It has layers. I think it's...
layers. Okay, got it. Sorry.
And we get there in the end. And Alpha Naught here said, praise John, the truest prophet of Jethro. All praise Jethro. By the way, I've got something really important to tell you about. It's not apropos Jethro, but it did make me think of it. I'll get it to after the next call. So let's get DBN in right now, and we'll get things going, hopefully. DBN on the way, and we've got video clouds after that, and our friend Charlie Mullins is in the queue. Be nice to speak to Charlie again. Welcome in, DBN. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. Yourself?
Yeah, very good indeed. Thank you. So obviously, you know what we're saying here. What would you like to say in response?
Okay, so basically I have, and by the way, thank you for having me here.
Sure.
I have two arguments for this, right? You know what an exorcism is, right?
I do.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll give you an example. One of my friend's sisters, right? She kind of had been possessed. Whether you believe that or not. But at the time, they didn't understand that. So what they did was they went to psychologists, they went to psych wards, they had doctors. They all couldn't basically do anything about it. She still was in the same condition until we were able to get like a priest to go pray for her.
Holy shit.
Using the Bible and obviously a cross. And somehow it all went away from that point onwards.
You got the evil demons out.
I guess you could say that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this is dangerous rhetoric. If somebody is suffering from a mental condition, it's never supernatural. It's never demons. Get people the professional help that they need.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's up to you, John, whether you want to continue down this road.
No, I would completely agree with you. There are people every year who die as a result of these exorcisms being done. A lot of them are children. A lot of children end up being killed by their own parents as part of exorcisms. I have no patience for stuff like this. So I'm happy that things worked out okay for your sister's, was it your sister's friend or your something, whatever that it was? But no, basically just no. There's no evidence that any of this stuff is based in anything other than delusion, and it's extremely dangerous, and we don't really, not into that. So what else have you got?
Okay, so now going to your prompt there, where you're saying atheism makes more sense.
Yeah.
So basically, you're saying not believing in a God, right, existing makes more sense.
Yeah.
But then, so in that case, how would you go about maybe having a reason why to be a good person, or because if you basically don't believe in a God, you don't have some sort of guidance.
DBN, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Okay, right now, if you saw a child about to be harmed, I'm not saying you would sacrifice your life completely, what have you, but is there some level of risk you would take upon yourself to protect that child?
Of course, yeah.
Okay, let's say you found out there is no God, and you found that out for certain, the world is completely naturalistic. Would that change? Would you still be willing to put some kind of risk upon yourself to help protect a child?
Yeah, I still would.
You still would. Okay, then you would too. So, irrespective of whether a God exists, John, myself, and apparently you all genuinely care about the well-being of others. to the point to where we would risk ourselves to help protect others from harm. And so that's all that's needed. Like, you have the ingredients in you right now, which is having empathy for others, to have morality without God. Basically, our moral standard is caring about the well-being of others. Therefore, we evaluate how actions affect others. So if an action does harm, we don't like it. If it does help to others, we like it. And that's all that's needed. And you have it within you as well to be good without God, right?
Yeah, that's 100% true. But wouldn't you say, okay, now moving on from that, because I actually agree with that. So I will concede that point. But wouldn't you say that most people live better lives if they have, some sort of God or high power to believe in?
No, there's no, in the US and also abroad, there's no evidence for that whatsoever. In fact, in the US, there's an opposite correlation. I won't even go as far as to say causation, but there's an opposite correlation. If you sort U.S. states by murder rate, U.S. states by religiosity, you're going to see a correlation there for other objective measures of societal health, education level, etc. You're going to see an opposite correlation. Societies do not need God belief to do well. In fact, some of the best societies that are doing the best in the world are societies that have low rates, democracies that have that are largely secular and have lower rates of God belief.
Like Scandinavian countries, Sweden, Norway, and Japan. Countries like that, where they have extremely low levels of religiosity, but extremely high levels of all the things that you would normally judge to be the markers of a succeeding society. So, low infant mortality, high life expectancy, higher income per capita, higher literacy levels amongst kids, higher satisfaction levels. All of these things are to be found in the countries with the lowest rates of religion.
Oh, okay. I guess I never looked into that. All right. No, that's all I have.
All right. Thanks for coming up, man.
Good conversation.
All right. Thank you.
Cheers. Keep well. Thanks. Bye-bye.
You too. Thanks.
All right. Well, we did have another 2 callers in the queue on TikTok, but they have since disappeared. So until we get our next callers back in the queue, I will read some messages. We've got a few on here. So let's get some super chats happening. Herbie Shy, great to see you, Herbie. I can't afford a lot of super chats, but in an attempt to catch up with Buzz's joke count, I'll just give the punchline of my favourite joke. If you know, you know. The aristocratics. The aristocratics. I don't know. Don't know what that means.
I'm gonna have to Google it, and it's gonna bug me now that I don't know.
Yeah, you have to Google it.
I'm not in the in crowd.
No, clearly also, I am also not in the in crowd. You might have to find that out, Sean. That's your mission while we get on with the next messages. Aleph is quite tall. Jethro too. Oh, Jethro Tull. Yes. The Jethro thing. For anyone who doesn't understand the continued references to Jethro, there was a guy who came in full of indignation in the stream before the last one, I think it was. Because I told the story of Jephthah having to sacrifice his daughter in return for a victory in war, and God accepting the sacrifice, allowing this man to kill and burn his daughter as a burnt offering to God. And this guy came in, you're lying about the Bible, because I'd made some claim about the way that God collected on the debt. But the funny thing was, he kept on getting the name wrong, and rather than Jephthah, he was saying Jethro. And it was really, really funny. So it's become part of the lore now of the channel. The cult of Jethro is strong. It's strong here. And Dancing Chipmunk says, got nothing, just supporting. Well, thank you so much. We appreciate your presence and your support, of course. And Bab said, Moses led the people to the promised land. The children of Israel cried out, are we there yet? Boom, 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 boom. Okay. So we've got Metawave and the Guided Servant. I think the Guided Servant came in just first. So let's get that, and then we'll get Metawave in after that. Bringing in the Guided Servant now.
Hello, guys.
Hello, how are you?
You guys are doing well.
We are well
I'm
indeed.
fine, thank you very much.
Good. Well, you know what our claim is. Our claim is that atheism makes more sense. What do you think?
Well, I understand your position, but the question I have for you is, how can a man living in the 6th century know about the universe expansion and that it had a beginning?
Well, he probably didn't.
He actually did. But how would he know that the mountains are much deeper in the ground?
They're not.
Well, hold on, one thing at a time.
How did you know about the pulsar star? How did you know about the...
Hold on, back up.
So this is a Gish Gallop of how could the Quran possibly have known that the mountains have got roots in the ground? Mountains don't have mountains.
When did we learn the universe was expanding? When was that?
In 1927.
1927. Okay, so if the Quran said it all, hold on. If the Quran said it all this time, and like over 1 billion Muslims had access to the Quran and were reading it on a regular basis, how come we didn't learn about it until 1927? Were people arguing for it, like, hey, all the stars and galaxies and everything? Were all these Muslims all around the world saying, "World, look into this, look into this"? Or was it post hoc? After we discovered it, when you really squint your eyes, this sort of says this. So now we're going to reinterpret this in a way to where now we're aligning with post hoc with science after science had discovered it, not before.
Well, I mean, let's look at Einstein. He was a materialist. Yeah, he said that the universe has existed ever since.
You're not answering my question.
The genius. Okay.
Can you answer the question Sean asked you, please? He went to the trouble of asking you a thoughtful question. It would be great if you could answer it without just Gish galloping off to the next point.
People have read it, okay, but they didn't accept it, just like you're not accepting the truth. It's a miracle, yeah. The man is a miracle. Muhammad is a miracle, yeah. But you don't want to accept him.
He's not a miracle. He married a
Yes,
child.
and I'll explain to
He
you
married
why
a
if you
child.
let me
He
do
married a child.
Okay. Look.
Do you think it's okay for a 50-year-old man to marry a 6-year-old?
Look, that point.
That would be a yes or a no. That would be a yes or a no. That'd be a yes or a no.
Okay.
That'd be a yes or a no.
Look, that point
Would be a yes or a no.
until today.
Would be a yes
His
or a no.
enemies never accused him of that.
Would it? Is it okay
His
for a
enemies said
is
good
it
things
is
about
it
him.
okay? Is it okay for a 50-year-old man to marry a 6-year-old?
Look, I asked you about the universe, how he knew.
Yeah,
You didn't
I know.
answer. You couldn't.
Right. Is it okay for a 50-year-old man to marry a 6-year-old?
Look, you couldn't answer my question.
Is it
you
okay
skipped it.
for a 50-year-old man to marry a 6-year-old?
Look, the point is, how did the man know? Yeah,
Is it okay for a 50-year-old
universe had a
man
beginning?
to marry
You have
a
to answer that
6-year-old?
question.
Is it okay
Okay,
for a
let's go
50-year-old man?
philosophical. Okay, how can the
Is it okay for a 50-year-old man to marry a 6-year-old and consummate the marriage when she's 9? 9. Yes or no?
No, it's not okay for a 50-year-old man to marry a 6-year-old. But there's been like different.
I'm glad you agree.
Some people say different things. Yeah, I'm not an expert on that. But all I'm saying is my point is that how can he know the universe?
Okay,
had
we
a
don't care.
beginning
We
and
don't
it's
care.
constantly expanding?
We don't care about this. As
Well, that's the problem.
Sean pointed out, these types of claims of prophecy are pathetic because they're retrofitted. It's the sharpshooter fallacy. It's finding things that you could squint at just right to make them sound like they're referring to something in science. The Quran also says that human beings are created from a spurting fluid that emerges from between the ribs and the backbone. Does semen come from between the ribs and the backbone?
Look, if the Quran says it, then it's true.
Does semen come from between the
Just
ribs and
as
the
the
backbone?
universe had a
Does
beginning, and
semen
it's
come
constantly
from
expanding.
between the ribs and the backbone?
Look, you see earlier
Does
your friend
semen
Sean, yeah.
come from between the ribs and the backbone?
Since you're not gonna let me speak, yeah, you guys have a good night.
I'm literally
Thank you.
asking you to speak.
No, you don't want to listen.
Does
Bye-bye.
semen come from between the ribs and the backbone?
No, it's okay. Thank you very much. You guys don't want to listen, so it's okay.
Are you capable of answering a straightforward question or not? No. Okay, there you go. The miracle of the Quran. Apparently semen comes from between the ribs and the backbone. And you're allowed to marry 6-year-olds.
The red yes or no I flashed actually got an answer. I might need to make more use of that more often.
Yeah, I like it.
Seemed to work. It seemed to work like magic.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Wild. Okay, we are going to get Midwest in next. We did have another caller who was in the queue before but has dropped out. So we've got Midwest next, and then we've got Anthony after that. So we'll bring in Midwest. Welcome back.
Hey, I didn't realize that I had been up here before. I'm sorry, I don't remember.
That's okay. No, you called in on the 14th, but there we are. It might have been a short call. Who knows? But anyway,
I'm a friendly, and I don't want to take up too much of your time because I like listening to you guys debate the people. But I started doing my own lives. Oh, sorry,
buddy. If you're a friendly, call us back tomorrow because this is debate stream only, and we've turned away a lot of good friends for that reason, which is why it says above my head here, debate stream opposition only. But give us a ring back tomorrow. Tomorrow night we've got the after hours show from 5 p.m. Eastern, which is not a debate show, and we'd be really happy to talk to you.
What time?
Anytime. We'll be streaming for a few hours after 5 p.m. Eastern.
All right, I'm in Arizona, so that would be
whatever
about
that
3
is.
hours off.
Something
from
like
where
that.
I am. Okay, I got you. Hey, I appreciate it. Great job you're doing. I love listening to you.
Thanks, buddy.
You guys are super intelligent. And,
Thanks, man.
Yeah, keep it up.
Thanks, buddy. All the best. Speak tomorrow if you want to call in. Take care. All right, we're going to get in Anthony next. Bringing in Anthony right now. Hey, Anthony, how are you?
Good. I'm doing great. How are you? And good afternoon / night. I don't know what time it is for you. I'm on the East Coast. It's 9. Been a little bit of a long day, but not bad.
The East Coast for you, so it's evening. For me, it's 2 a.m. right now. But hello. Welcome in.
Well, I want to preface first, I'm a Christian, so I do not agree with the prompt, but I will say that I have been muted in the chat alongside a bunch of other. We come from Q-Tops Live. He normally debates atheists, and we basically said, hey, you should go into other people's lives and we'll watch you since he's just better than most of us. But I heard that he might have been banned or something here. I was just wondering. This is my first time ever being in here first. I just want to be respectful, and I love seeing the opposition talk as well.
That's great. I have no idea who that is. I have myself only ever banned 2 people.
No, I'm not saying that you banned him. I'm just saying in the chat, it seems like people are not a fan here of him. So I don't know if something bad happened or not.
There's a TikTok culture where these people like these people and people are in different tribes or whatever. It doesn't matter. He can come in and debate with us. You can. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Oh, of course. Is there a certain argument you'd like to run on me? I'll try to do my best.
Well, I mean,
we're just
you have the burden of proof.
So because I don't know how you guys like to do things here. I don't know if there's something that you want me to affirm or
just what's your best
conclusion?
argument for God? Yeah, just what's your best argument for God?
The metaphysical necessity of a multi-personal God. What do you guys think about that?
What do you mean by multi-personal God?
Well, in reality, we know that there are, we can love people, specifically agape love for others. You would agree that if there were 2 beings, let's just say 2 entities, one of them only loves itself, only has the capacity to love itself.
No.
And the other entity can love itself alongside others. What is the more loving entity?
Oh, you're saying is loving more things more loving if you're going by a quantifiable
basically
thing,
like a
then...
capacity. If you can only love yourself versus loving yourself and other things, you would agree that the latter is more loving, something that can love itself alongside others.
Yeah. So where are we going with this? So,
well, because we can do that, because obviously I bet you have plenty of family members, friends, things like that.
Yeah, and other animals in the animal kingdom as well.
Well,
like elephants mourn their dead. Go ahead.
Yeah,
John.
yeah. Love is not magic. Love is an emotion that we experience in relation to others that we feel connected to, and it has evolutionary drivers. Love is cannot be experienced by people, for example, who have had certain brain injuries, and love can be understood in terms of specific neuroreceptors in the brain and all sorts of things like that. We understand why we experience love, and as Sean said, that kind of connection to others is not unique to human beings. The ability to express it as we do is, but there's lots of evidence that other non-human animals can experience something akin to love in terms of intense connection to others, a willingness to die for them, and grief when they lose them.
In fact, there's only one form of unconditional love that I've ever been aware of or exposed to, and that's dogs. Like the dogs undoubtedly feel a huge amount of affection for us, to the point to where if I just go to the store and buy milk and come back, the dog acts like, where have you been all my life? Spazzing, bouncing off the walls, super excited and happy to see us. That's 100% a form of love right there. And it's caused by brain chemistry. Like literally all emotions are neurons and brain chemistry, including love.
Well, of course, I'm not doubting that. Like, that wasn't the point of why I was bringing up relationality between. I'm just saying that, like, obviously between us. I mean, obviously one example was you have friends, family, things like that. I was just saying two entities, like obviously a dog, like the fact that it can love, and the fact is that you don't really even need a human to even perceive love for it to be love. Like, I could show acts of love to somebody else, and then they could just reject it, things like that. But what I'm trying to get at is clearly in our reality, in this universe, in this binary, we have the capacity to love other things. Sure. Now, in order for us to have that ability, now I also believe in the creator designer, but in order to ground the idea of relational love, something had to, have the ability.
What do you mean by ground?
Like, as you know, nothing can create something. So there has to be a source of something that we already have.
We've just explained it. It doesn't require grounding. It just requires an explanation.
But you just said what love is and what it can do and how it can be expressed. You didn't say where the origin might come from.
I know. I specifically said that it's an evolutionary adaptation.
But then where did it come from there?
It was selected for amongst all the possible different genes that could have led to our brains being configured in different ways. And
I'm sorry, but aren't you just describing the evolutionary process?
I'm telling you how it came about. So from simpler,
I don't need I understand how evolution works and all that stuff. I just need to know where. So you have to keep going back.
So
eventually to find a source.
It's not a source. It's just an explanation for how it came about. Because evolution selected for evolution selected for brains that were most likely to provide bonds between creatures, which led to reproductive success. It's not complicated.
But love itself doesn't that would mean that if evolution, the best possible thing was for love to be apart, then why do prokaryotes still exist?
No. So different species of life have different survival. Different survival strategies. Yeah. So I mean, conscious minds help us survive, but not all life has conscious minds. Different forms of life have different survival strategies. Some species of life don't survive very well at all, but they have jillions of children, and that's a survival strategy for the species itself.
Welcome back, Scientific Snitch.
Oh yeah, here we go. Scientific Snitch can get into this.
I find it so funny when people think that evolution has a purpose. We're not Pokemon. We don't evolve
I was
and then...
trying to clarify if you guys were saying that as a point, because you guys were making love seem to be like this evolutionary.
No, so love is just a byproduct of what allowed communal species to survive better in an environment where they didn't have claws and teeth. I don't know about you, but I don't have saber teeth. My muscles are like, compared to like a tiger or a bear, pretty weak. If I was faced up against like a snow leopard, I'd probably be toast. And so we don't have all the sharp claws and teeth and night vision that allows us to survive on our own without actually interacting with others of our species. So over time, individuals who were more sociopathic and psychopathic were naturally selected out of the community because they would cause havoc. They would result in mass unalivement of individuals within the community. They would reduce the overall survival of the community. And so that's the reason why we see these individuals less frequently in our population than, let's say, individuals who have empathy. That being said, because evolution doesn't actually have a purpose, we still see psychopaths and sociopaths pop up here and there because evolution is partially driven by mutations. And if a mutation occurs where the anterior insular cortex or the anterior cingulate cortex is not participating in pain perception or emotional empathy, then that individual is not going to have that. Same thing goes for if you injure those areas of the brain. That's why we see that in case series. So it's not there's no purpose to love. There's no purpose to empathy. As much as that might seem cynical, it's just true. You make your own purpose, and evolution is just something that is a byproduct of what it means to be on Earth.
Yeah, I agree with all that. I actually do hold to macroevolution, which I know a lot of hardcore metaphysical Christians do, but I also understand that biological evolution in terms of macroevolution is purely theoretical. That's why it's called the theory of evolution. Well, the thing is, you have to have it has to be proven by the scientific method. That's
dear.
If you can't observe it, and you can't test it, how do you? It's still a theory. It's like the theory of relativity. I hold to gravity. I hold to space travel.
No.
Wait,
It's still
Anthony.
a theory. It has the word theory in it.
Wait,
No.
Anthony.
A lot of
Can you
people
hold?
too much
Wait,
time.
Anthony. Calm down. Hold your phone about, let's say, 5 inches out in front of you, real quick for me, okay?
Okay.
You got it out in front of you?
Yeah.
Okay. Now I want you to drop your phone.
Can I move it to a space where it I don't really want to drop it on the hard ground?
Well, it's just 5 inches off the ground. So, if you have
I think
a
you meant 5
piece of
inches
paper towel
away from my face, and then drop it down all the way. Okay, yeah. Okay, I dropped it.
Okay, you dropped it? Okay, cool. Congratulations, you just discovered the theory of gravity.
No, again, I hold to it. But that's not proof. There are other things that
Do you know
that
what
can
a
press you
scientific theory
down.
is?
That can move you vertically up and down.
Yeah, that's the theory of gravity. Do you know what?
Okay, well then what about obviously
theory is?
centripetal force doesn't exist. It's centrifugal force based on physics, but that can move you up and down or hold you in place without gravity.
She's asking you questions. Please pause, let her
But
talk.
I'm also
and then she'll
not
pause.
disagreeing about gravity. I'm talking about
I know, but you're talking over me now too. Just please.
Yeah.
You're being
gravity's
cool.
been tested.
Just
what are we talking about that for?
Anthony. Please just allow Scientific Snitch to finish her sentences.
Okay, so 2 things here. First of all, from this conversation, it seems to me that you don't understand what a scientific theory is.
You're talking about gravity, and I don't. Why are we on gravity?
Because it's also a scientific theory. So a scientific theory is an explanation of how something exists in our world based off of observations, which are considered facts, and experimental evidence, which provides us with additional bolstering to our observations. Now, to provide you with some evidence, we actually have genomic fusion and breakpoint sites on 2q13, 2q14.1, and 3p12.3 orangutan chromosome 2. And the other one was on paralogous regions on other primate chromosomes, where the extra chromosome that exists in other great apes actually fused, broke into, and came into our human chromosomes that we have today. And so we can actually see where these chromosomes fused and broke apart. And so this is actually direct observational evidence to provide us with the understanding that humans evolved from a common ancestor from apes. And we also have evidence of like partial viability from Neanderthals to Homo sapiens, which is even greater evidence to suggest that mutations can exist in the regions of our DNA that allow us to reproduce, causing partial viability and speciation. And we see this with ring species as well.
Yeah, like everything you said there, AP Bio taught me all that. Like, I don't disagree with any of that being a thing, but again, it makes sense. But if you can't see it happen,
oh dear.
Like again, it could just be similar things. Like
Oh
we
dear.
share.
So we can't see
we can't see about like H2O2 versus H2O2.
We can't see
like just because certain compounds.
We can't see mountains forming as a result of geological change. Does that mean because we can't watch a mountain form that you're now skeptical about how mountains form because we can't watch it happen?
No,
because we can't see planets forming because it takes a while for planets to form from accretion disks. Does that mean you're now skeptical about how planets form?
Yeah, but it's testable. Like those are things that we.
It's not testable.
You don't have to. You could just test it on a smaller scale.
No,
like we know as things get bigger,
and
the more
all the principles that undergird the explanatory framework of biology, which is evolution, are also testable on a smaller scale, and the amount of evidence for them would make you fall over from dizziness. So this is the single most highly evidenced area, arguably, in all of science. If you were to try to add up,
like I got a 5 on the AP. Like I agree with all that. Like I hold to all this, but I'm just saying that it's not concrete. Like regardless, like I have to acknowledge that I'm stupid. Like I have to be like again.
If DNA shows you're related to somebody, is that rock solid to you?
My DNA is 99% similar to a rat. So
no,
just because the genetic,
I'm talking about a genetic test for paternity test. Is that?
Well, paternity is a completely different genetic testing. You're looking at phenotypes that are similar.
Wait. This is exactly where I come in. So when it comes to DNA testing, there's 2 ways that you can test DNA. One, you can do a more broad spectrum, not like transcriptomics, but genomics analysis.
Specifically paternity,
and then you can also, yes, I'm still speaking. You can also do a northern blot. However, functionally, these are still very identical in how they're actually assessing and analyzing DNA. You're analyzing for specific genetic markers. And if you notice that there are specific genetic variants that are similar among, let's say, a group of individuals, it's more likely that they probably are related to one another, just based off of the understanding of how genetic variants are introduced. Like if your mother has blonde hair, your father has blonde hair, you have blonde hair, the genes that are encoding for that blonde hair, despite being likely like polygenic, meaning there's multiple things going on, they're probably going to be fairly similar because you all got the same genes encoding for blonde hair. That being said, when it comes to, for example, the genomic fusion sites and breakpoint sites, we're talking about like chromosomes, that it's not just like a few nucleotides that like show similarities between the citric acid cycle in a banana and yourself. That's metabolism genes, which are highly conserved. Like when you're talking about the genes that, for example, encode for the palmaris longus, specific traits that are not like conserved among all of biology, but things that are conserved among like a particular group of animals, like the, for example, let's see, the diaphragm, or let's say the ability to have warm blood. Like these are traits that we see within specific groups of animals, not everything. But when you're talking about sharing the same amount of genes as a rat, well, rats are also warm-blooded creatures. That being said, they also don't have the same type of fur. They don't, or well, hair. They don't have, everything is not the same. That's the point that I'm trying to make, is like you have to look at specific regions of your like karyotype and also of your genes, and that's where the fusion sites come into play. They're not just arbitrary.
With all due respect, like I just want to go through just the last like 5 minutes. He asked a question: if a paternity test, like, do I believe that a paternity test, like, would be a good DNA test? And I said, oh, well, I don't believe in all specific DNA testing is for specific things like paternity's familial certain genes and phenotypes that you're checking within another human. Like when you're checking about DNA and the structures of the chemicals that make it up, that was what I was answering. And your thing was just kind of like referring to like what I learned in bio class again.
No,
I don't know what your point, what that was addressing. Like you even ended it that it was separate. Like it was that's why rats and humans are different, which is obvious.
Well, no, that's because
I don't know what. Like,
okay, so
I'm just trying to ask what was being addressed from my answer to him.
A paternity test would be involving ancestral genes such as the Y chromosome.
We went off that, but like that. My point was that it was separate between the two. You ended it off saying it was separate between the two. So we ended up at the same point.
No, I'm saying there are different DNA tests. That being said,
different DNA tests. That's exactly what I said.
Yeah, I know that doesn't discount them still because you were conflating something that is comparing
just listen to her, please.
Well, but I'm just saying, I was just answering his question. I don't know what he was going to lead off with next.
Yes, because when you're looking at specific markers on genes, like, for example, chromosomal fusion sites, that's more akin to, let's say, a paternity test and looking at specific similarities across organisms, whereas something like comparing your entire genome, including all of the conserved mechanisms for metabolism, that's going to come out very differently, and you're going to have a lot more similarities because metabolism is fairly conserved among a lot of eukaryotes.
Again, I agree with that biological standpoint that mammals obviously share similar traits due to similar. I don't know what are we getting at here?
My point is that you comparing chromosomal fusion sites and specific similarities across different organisms, demonstrating that they stem from a common ancestor, is more so akin to a paternity test than you saying, oh, I have 90% similar DNA to a rat.
But that wasn't his question. His question was if I accept a paternity test.
Because you used
it was a question to a thing that we weren't talking about.
That's because you said that, oh, well, I have 90% similar DNA to a rat in response to me bringing up chromosomal fusion sites.
We were talking about, you were bringing up the fact, or not, actually, I don't remember who was bringing up the fact, but
chromosomal
that,
fusion
our
sites.
common, apes have certain DNA to...
And ERVs.
They have that much DNA and things like that.
Chromosomal fusion sites.
Still 99, just like other things. We understand that there are similarities between. Are we sure that that isn't just the chemical makeup being similar?
Okay, so
that it had to break off and just happened to be the exact way. It couldn't have just been similar.
Anthony, if you spoke less and listened more, you could actually learn something really valuable here. Every time Snitch says something, you're like, yes, I know that, I agree with all of that. And then you demonstrate that you have zero understanding of what she's actually saying. You would do well to just be a little more curious. Can
I steal that argument just to try to see if I can repeat it back?
Yeah.
Just to see if because again, I'm here to learn as well to see if there's, because again, we're just kind of going through biology textbooks. I want a test that's showing that because microevolution, shit like that, we're kind of holding to right here. That
there's
small
no such
changes
thing
over
as microevolution. Just saying, that's not accepted in science. Also, I'm not sure if you graduated.
Darwinian finches?
I'm not. That's not microevolution. That's just evolution. And ring species are evolution. That's what evolution is. That being said, I'm not sure when you graduated, but the human endogenous retrovirus study that found 213 similar human endogenous retrovirus insertions in the human genome shared by other great apes, that was in 2018. So you probably didn't take AP Bio back then.
No, I literally. But what does us sharing genotypes with apes?
Okay, do you know what a human endogenous retrovirus is?
No.
Okay, do you know what HIV is? We can't hear you if you're off the app.
Oh, sorry. My mom texted me for a sec.
Oh, good. Do you know what HIV is?
AIDS?
Do you know what the virus is? Because AIDS is the aftermath of the virus.
The disease. It's a sexually transmitted disease.
Yeah, and it's a virus. And this virus, what it does is it inserts itself inside of the DNA and causes a lot of havoc. And so retroviruses, they're different from other kinds of viruses that are more short-term, like C19 and the flu.
where these viruses will infect your cell and hijack protein machinery. HIV and other retroviruses will infect and hijack your DNA. That's the difference here. Now, if this occurs in, let's say, a sex cell, and the sex cell is able to capture this retrovirus, then what it can do is it can wrap it up in a protein called histones, as well as methylation, which can silence that region of the DNA to prevent that retrovirus from escaping and leaving that area and causing all the havoc that it would otherwise do so if it was like HIV and it was infecting one of your somatic cells. And so what happens is over time, these viruses accumulate inside of a species or an organism. And what happens is they effectively become fossilized in your genome. We share around 213 of these fossilized viruses with other great apes. And they stay in the same place. They're not heavily mutated because they are endogenous retroviruses. And they're also not readily transcribed either, so they stay silent.
All right.
In other words, sorry, go ahead.
So I would say, unlike a conserved mechanism, like us sharing the same metabolic genes as, like, let's say a rat for like the citric acid cycle and things that are very conserved in biology, unlike that, these endogenous retroviruses are something that are unique to a species because they're not necessarily evolved through natural selection and similar paths in evolution. They're more so obtained through infection.
So you can't look at them as a similarity and go, well, it just could be like we're made similarly. No. These can only be passed down.
They're externally caused. Yeah. It's not the common designer argument because it's not a design, a feature. It's externally caused by viral infections. And the shared ERVs between humans and, say, chimpanzees are in the same exact genome locations. This can only happen through common ancestry.
Well, see, I wanted something that proved it. The HIV argument in my head, everything sounds based on everything perfect. Like, I didn't know that HIV was that exclusive.
No, it's not HIV. It's human endogenous retroviruses. So HIV is just considered a retrovirus.
Like, I know about retrovirus. Like,
HIV was just an example.
Yeah, but
HIV is not an endogenous retrovirus.
Playing out of the example is what, like, again, I heard about.
Wait, I just want to make sure that I clarify this so it doesn't get misconstrued. An endogenous retrovirus is endogenous, meaning it's innate inside of the organism and fossilized in the genome. A retrovirus like HIV is something that infects you while you're still alive, not as a sex cell, not when you're first developing and have the chance to silence that virus. No. This thing will infect you and will unalive you if you let it continue wreaking havoc.
Anyway, on that note,
that's what I was just holding to. I was just saying HIV because I didn't want to say the whole word.
Yeah, we've been on this a while.
ERVs. Yeah, we're gonna move it along. We're gonna move it along because I think there's a.
Thank you so much for bringing me up and clearing up that point.
Thank you for coming in, and well done for listening, and we hope that you can take away some of this with you and realize that these arguments are complete.
Well, I bet you have so many more arguments. I plan to keep watching. I love learning. That's
good
kind
for
of
you.
Like part of my life.
Good for you, Anthony.
So thank you so much.
Keep that up.
And
all the best.
Doing the work that you guys do.
Thanks. Thank you, Snitch. Again, appreciate you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I like listening to the pod while you guys. I write my thesis, so it's fun.
Good stuff. Thanks, Snitch.
Multitasking.
It's nice. Just complete badass. Unbelievable. Round of applause for Snitch. Okay, we are bringing in Hodge right now. Hi, Hodge. How are you?
What's up, guys?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you indeed. Welcome in.
What's going on, Hodge?
What's up, man? So, I think the title is Atheism doesn't make... Well, I think it was Theism doesn't make any sense. Is that correct?
Atheism makes more sense.
Makes more sense.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
No, it's sorry.
Yeah.
Why that?
So, your position on this is?
I don't think that's true, because I think the way I understand making more sense is just that it satisfies more theoretical virtues, like being more parsimonious, etc.
What's more parsimonious about imagining that a magical space wizard created everything? Surely that's the opposite of parsimony.
Parsimony about theism? Well, because theism requires less entities to exist. It only requires one entity to exist, namely God.
Theism requires one extra entity to exist, one for which there is zero evidence. On atheism, there are less entities because we don't have to imagine any magical space wizards.
Yeah, so the reason why I don't think that's true is because on atheism, you'd require certain explanations for phenomenon that typically involve two or more things. Whereas on theism, we only have one thing that does all the explaining because there's maximum potencies and it can explain anything it wants to.
But it explains absolutely nothing. It explains absolutely nothing. It explains absolutely nothing. What it does is it pretends that you've explained something by going, well, this thing is now being explained by the magical space wizard. But whenever anyone starts asking questions about the magical space wizard, we then get a litany of excuses for why the magical space wizard is immune from requiring explanations. He's outside of time and space, and his ways are higher. And all of.
But I haven't done that.
Yeah, I know.
It seems like you're venting other people. I haven't done that yet.
But the point I'm making is that it explains absolutely nothing. An explanation, as you've just, if you were listening to the previous call, if you were listening to the previous call, you would have heard our friend Scientific Snitch explaining how endogenous retroviruses work. And her explanation wasn't they work by magic. It was a specific set of pieces of information which gave us a granular understanding of the mechanisms by which these things happen. Saying God did it isn't actually an explanation. It's actually a lack of an explanation being labelled an explanation. It doesn't explain anything. It doesn't explain anything. Saying God did it doesn't explain anything.
Question. What's the difference between saying the mechanism did it and God did it? What's the relevant difference here?
Because if you're able to explain, this is how God did it, this is how this stuff works, these are the principles by which these things are done. No, it's always just magic.
And actually show that it works that way too. So if you posit an explanation that on its face is sufficient to explain a phenomena, but you haven't substantiated it, you haven't explained shit. If I have a broken window, saying gremlins did it is sufficient because if you watch the gremlins, they are very destructive creatures if you feed them after midnight. However, so gremlins are sufficient to explain the broken window, but I provided zero evidence that gremlins actually did it, and we have no experience, no priors of there actually being gremlins that exist. But it is sufficient. So is a stick, so is a baseball, so are kids in the neighborhood throwing a rock. All these things are sufficient to explain the broken window. But until you have actual evidence of one of the explanations, none of them actually are explanations.
Okay, so it seems like we agree then just saying the gremlins and etc. does suffice as an explanation. Maybe it's not a very complex one, but it does suffice as one. But typically when you render these hypotheses to explain data, the explanation itself of the data renders evidence for the hypothesis. As in, if it is true, the hypothesis can explain some data adequately, thus it expects it. That's also imply the thing expects evidence for the hypothesis.
Wait, say that again. You're going real fast. You're going real fast. So say that again.
I just wanted to, so if you're saying that some hypotheses can explain some data,
right,
that's just the thing explaining is evidence for the hypothesis, because now it's expected in the hypothesis.
Right. So the fairies at the bottom of my garden, the fairies at the bottom of my garden completely explain why I got a headache last weekend, because they give me a headache, when they play their fairy music. And so on that hypothesis, my headache is powerful evidence for the existence of the fairies at the bottom of my garden playing fairy music. This is nonsense. Come on, do better.
Can I respond?
This is ludicrous.
Yeah, so no one says powerful evidence. The crucial part you're lacking on misunderstanding is that you can think it's evidence and not think it's strong evidence. So it's strictly evidence for hypotheses that expect it. That's not to imply it expects it more than its competitors, because it may be better hypotheses that expect it more. So let's just confuse anyway. So that was a great straw man, but continue.
This is ludicrous. This is not a serious argument. Provide some actual...
I didn't say anything ludicrous yet. Repeat what I said.
Okay, provide some actual evidence
repeat what I said.
Of this God.
Repeat what I said.
It was just babble. You're speaking very, very quickly. But everything you're saying.
If you understand what I'm saying, then how could you just repeat what I'm saying then?
Well, what you're saying is that when you propose a hypothesis for something, if it has explanatory power, then the thing that it claims to explain would count as evidence for your hypothesis, which works just as well for fairies as it does for your god. So,
and gremlins,
and all the other things.
Now you're conflating two arguments. That's only hold on. I want to respond to what he said. That's only absurd if it's true that I think it's the best evidence, or if it confirms fairies of our hypotheses. I'm not saying that. I'm saying.
Can you slow down a little bit? No, actually, slow down a second. Part of the reason why people are struggling to hear you is you're speaking very, very quickly.
Okay, I'll slow down.
So just slow down. Just slow down a little bit so that we can actually just sonically make out what you're saying, and that will make it a little bit easier for us to hear each other. So try again.
What I was saying was the following. Now it's trivial that if something explains some data, the data explains evidence for the hypothesis. But no one's saying that implies that it's confirmed, by the evidence. No one's saying that. We're saying that it's a trivial probability increase. That's not to imply fairies have a higher probability, gremlins, etc. So it's not absurd. What's absurd is saying that it follows from that being true, that it's also true as a high probability. That's not what I'm saying. No one said this. That's a straw man.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. If I have a broken window, does that raise the probability that gremlins exist?
Yeah, trivially it does, but that's not absurd anyways.
Oh, no. The kill switch has been activated.
This is actually a problem.
Hang on a second, Hodge. Hang on a second, Hodge. Hang on. Stop. My God.
Wait, shut the fuck up, you dumb nigger. Okay, shut the fuck up.
I beg your pardon? Repeat the last thing you said?
No, I'd rather him not. Yeah, he dropped the hard R with the N word. Christianity people, thank you for representing. Actually, that's not even fair. I mean, because the vast majority of Christians wouldn't come in and drop the N word with a hard R like that.
Yeah, I think he showed his true colors. He made a fatuous and idiotic argument, and when we pushed back on it, he started to babble. When I asked him to just slow down a moment, he struggled to, and then he got voted out by the inner circle. And then when I was trying to explain to him what had just happened, he drops the N word. Fantastic. Hodge, if you're still listening, I hope your mother is very proud of the upbringing she gave you. I know. Don't worry, people. He's gone. I hope your mother is very proud of the fine young man that you turned out to be, coming onto the internet to make an argument for your God that results in those words that you said. Well done. I'm just going to put in my notes for Hodge. I'm going to put racist. No self-control. Used N-word, ludicrous argument, more confidence than ability. All right, excellent. Well done, Hodge. Hodge gets labelled puts on the ban list as well. Okay, excellent. All right, so before we get on, there was something funny I wanted to tell you about. I don't know if any of you were, some of you were here in the last stream when we had Samuel on. Samuel was the guy near the beginning of the stream who couldn't stop shouting. Everything he said was shouting, and he was he was definitely one to clip, and it didn't go very well for Samuel, and afterwards. He started sending me DMs on TikTok, and he stitched me 3 times on TikTok. Stitch just means used a clip of my video and then filmed a response. And I thought the guy was completely nuts. I've been DMing with him, actually. He promised that he was going to come in today and continue the dialogue, but obviously he hasn't done that yet. But I thought it might be fun, just for those of you who remember him, to see one of his videos. It's quite short, and the guy's a complete Fruit Loop. So, are we interested? I'll just show you a brief video.
Is this the one I saw already?
I'm not sure if it's I don't sure it's the one you saw. It's the one which is addressed to the owners of TikTok about them having removed one of his other videos for containing too much.
I'm going to drop down so I can hear it, and then I'll request back up.
Yeah, do that. Because if Sean is on as a guest, he doesn't get the audio from the stuff I play. So I give you, ladies and gentlemen, I only brought this along because he said he was going to come in and join us again today, and I thought it'd be fun to share this work of art with you. This is the kind of person who sometimes calls in. It's not long.
Let me make this
clear.
Oh,
it's not playing the audio. Hang on a minute.
That video
Why is it not playing the audio? Hang on a second. That wasn't supposed to happen. It was supposed to play the audio, and when I did it earlier, it played it perfectly fine. Let me try that again and see if I can get it to play.
Let me make this clear.
No, it's not playing it. Oh, I see why.
That video I posted had...
Now it's going to play.
Let me make this clear to TikTok. That video I posted had it was a message to my sister. And you say it's misinformation? This is going straight to TikTok. You fake white Jews that bought this thing and think you can get away with it. Well, Iran is about to tear you a new one. And I'm so happy about that. Y'all gonna FAFO. And your days are numbered on this thing. It's numbered. And the God of Israel is going to tear you damn Edomites down. Because I'm sick of you. Sick of you. You take that to the bank. And I'm going to keep posting. I'm going to remake the video. The hell out of here. You fake white Jews make me sick.
There you go. So, racist, anti-Semitic Samuel was the idiot who came in near the beginning of the last live stream, and we had lots of fun with him because he was screaming his head off rather than conducting a conversation with normal speech, and it was really, really funny. So when he started sending me DMs telling me how he was going to destroy me and all of this, I said, well, please come back on the live stream. And he was like, well, can I activate my camera and show my receipts? I was like, yes, absolutely. So I don't know where he is. I even messaged him an hour ago to say, we're waiting for you, Samuel. But apparently his courage has failed him. And Samuel didn't want to come up and continue the dialogue with us. But I thought it might be nice for you to see what a racist anti-Semite he is, in fact. And there you go. So that's Samuel for you.
Yeah. He also one of those Christians that just can't wait for you to go to hell. You're going to find out. It's, your eyes are going to melt, and, literally said that. But yeah, he's one of the Christians, again, it's not all Christians, but one of the Christians that just delight and can't wait until you get what's coming to you from God, and go into hell. And
one of his other videos was gleefully fawning over the prospect of thermonuclear war to be melting everybody's eyes and tongues, as it says in the book of something or other. I mean, completely off with the fairies. And his idea is that the Israelites were in fact African Americans, that's his claim. Were people of color, and that's what he thinks. So he's off with the fairies, completely bonkers. Several buns short of a picnic, I think we could say. But of course, if you're listening, Samuel, we would welcome you back anytime. We like the odd racist anti-Semite to come in here and we can play with for a little while. There we are. Totally bonkers. These are the waters that we choose to swim in. What can we say? We bring it on ourselves, I guess. All right. Well, call queue's currently empty right now, so I'll read a few super chats because they have got a little behind. So, Liberty Giblets says, "Yeah, John, you don't understand the book Clifford has never read." That was that's when we were speaking to Clifford earlier about the Bible, and poor old Clifford. didn't really have a clue what is actually in his Bible. So I hope that he learns one day and then he can become better acquainted with the book that he's organising his entire life around. And Furtive Patter says, if I thought that the author of reality had written a book, I'd never put it down. And when I was a theist, I didn't. Subsequently, atheism happened. Good for you. And absolutely what I'm saying. Imagine that. You organise your entire life around a book and you don't bother to read it. I couldn't believe it when I said, have you read the book of John? And he said, no. It's one of the Gospels. Are you out of your mind? What's wrong with people? Absolutely classic. And while Guard Dog was on, Tim Davidson said, totally true story. My father was expected to be a girl. When he wasn't, they just put boy on the birth certificate. He had to legally change his name to his name. Wow. I didn't know that was true. What an amazing story. And Juju Penguins, great name, thank you for the super chat, makes me sad when callers sound like me as a believer. Thinking God couldn't lead you astray. Atheists must be dumb. Maybe someday Clifford will recognise he can't bend into a pretzel without breaking. Yes, I think that is fair. Fair. And Buzz said, G-Dog should pause before he has a rough time. That's when we were speaking to Guard Dog. Yes, Guard Dog should have paused, but I see what you did there, and that was very, very good. And again, Tim Davis said, Guard Dog, your words are as feeble as your arms, and your blade is dull. Screw philosophy, the real world, God, yes, God, no. That's it. That's all we were asking. That's all we were asking. It wasn't complicated, it wasn't difficult. And Swamperman said, I like telling dad jokes. Sometimes he laughs. Boom, boom. Another one. And Winstead, thank you for the super chat. I woke up last night to find the ghost of Gloria Gaynor standing next to my bed. At first I was afraid, then I was petrified. That's good. I like that. I didn't see it coming, but I should have done. Very, very good. Those kind of silly jokes are actually the best. A lot of jokes in tonight. I'm here for this. I enjoy this. One more skateboarder said, would you like to hear a skateboard joke about Tony Hawk? Or are you looking for a joke about a different deity or god? Hail skating. Fair enough. And with those jokes, let's bring in Corpseman. Not sure how we say that. Corpseman. How do we say this correctly?
Corman.
Corman. Of course it is. Of course it's Corman. But we've lost Corman. It's a silent P. Of course it does. Should have known that.
Corman. In the military, a corpsman is a
in the Corps,
like Navy corpsman. I don't know where that name came from, but that's basically medic, a combat medic.
A medic. I didn't realize that. Well,
not sure what that's referring. If they're specifically referring to that, but yeah, they're called corpsmen.
But of course, it's Corman. I should have realised that. But they have now gone. So they were there for a moment and no longer. So we're going to get back to the jokes, I guess. With Barbara Wren is a nutty old hen says, how does Moses make his coffee? He brews it. Of course he does. Of course he does. And Buzz said, how do you make holy water? Boil the hell out of it. Excellent. It's good.
These kind of jokes, the worse they are, the better they are. It's kind of a weird, what do you call that? Not paradox, but you know what I'm saying. It's sort of like to make them really good, you got to make them really bad.
It's like a cheese. It just has to smell really bad. And when it smells really bad, it's kind of good.
That's right.
It is like that. I agree. And the other thing that happens to me with jokes like this, with these like funny puns and one-liners, is I think I'm going to remember them and then they just get like absolutely Men in Black wiped from my mind, never to be heard of again. And the harder I try to remember them, the more they slip away, and I just can't. Bethos said, Snitch is a boon to these discussions. I agree. Snitch is an absolute badass. Delighted to have Snitch around. There's no way that I could, or Sean could have transacted those conversations about the specifics of those areas of science with anything like that expertise, because we're not experts in that area. I agree. Snitch is awesome. And Bethos also said, science of life is so interesting, more than God. I agree, and I think there's a sort of aesthetic thing here where whenever I have read books on popular science, and I don't read that many these days now, but I used to devour them, and I would get this sense of like reverence and awe for how amazing reality is, how amazing the universe is, how amazing nature is. Really, really, really like a sense of profound awe. And then I would compare it, and I think we've said this before. I've said this to you, Sean. I think we've even discussed it on the screen on the stream before. To people who think that's not enough, that's not amazing enough. Reality isn't amazing enough for them. They have to have more. There has to be spirits. There have to be ghosts. There have to be, UFOs and aliens and psi powers and ESP and little green men and religions and gods and burning bushes and all of this stuff. And to me, I find it really offensive because it feels to me kind of gluttonous. Like reality gives us enough to be amazed by. The world is amazing. Read some basic science. Read about evolution. Read about cosmology. Read about relativity. Read about quantum mechanics. Read this In Search of Schrodinger's Cat by John Gribben, which I read when I was like 18 years old, like an introduction to quantum mechanics. It's easy. It's an easy read. You don't need to do any maths. It's just basic, but it completely
read about astronomy and cosmology, like neutron stars, and like there's just so many like crazy cool things out there. There are stars out there that are so massive when you look at the scale, like how the Earth compares to the sun and how the sun compares to these stars. It just blows the mind. Like you will not believe how big some of these stars that are out there get. They just boggle the mind. I mean, there's so many cool things. Like reality itself is just so cool, without having to make up, magic and miracles and what have you.
Exactly. You just don't need to. And it feels to me like, I mean, is life not amazing enough for you? It just feels kind of greedy and silly. There is a really, really good book called The Canon. I'm trying to remember what the name of the author is. I think it's this one. I'm just looking it up now. Here it is. Yeah, so it's called The Canon with one N, by Natalie Angier. And I remember reading this a few years ago. I'm going to put it in both chats. The Canon, Natalie Angier. This is a fantastic book. It basically doesn't go massively into depth about anything, but it gives you like a primer in lots of different areas of science. So bit of astronomy, bit of physics, bit of biology stuff, some evolution stuff, just enough to go, wow, that's really amazing. And the way she writes it is just superb. There's a chapter which ties into what you were just saying, Sean. There's a chapter on like the scales of things in space, and it starts with like you put a pea down on the ground and that's planet Earth, and it's just take 11 paces away and put an orange down, that's the next thing. And she starts to explain visualizing the scales of the things just in our solar system. I remember this book had such an impact on me. It's beautifully written. I'm just putting it in there for anyone who wants a really inspiring book that's going to just make you fall in love with science. The Canon by Natalie Angier is a beautiful read.
The scale of the solar system is so often misunderstood, because when you open books, in order to fit all the planets in there, they have to squeeze them together.
Exactly.
But like if the Earth was the size of like a typical globe, the moon, I think, would be something like 30 feet away. Which is, I mean, the shuttles that have been to the moon that had to traverse all of that distance. And when you think about 30 feet away, like each one of those is like an Earth, it's quite a distance. Things are way further apart when you look at actual scale than what you'll see in most videos, and certainly in books, because they have to crunch it all together to kind of show you the order of all the planets.
It's really awesome, and it just makes me think these bullshit stories about burning bushes and sticks turning into snakes, and really, come on, time to leave this nonsense behind. Reality is cool. We don't need that junk anymore. And skeptics and scoundrels, I recently discovered I'm 60% Norwegian. The very next day, Norway got eliminated from the World Cup. Coincidence? Maybe not. Maybe not. I don't know. Of course, my team got eliminated from the World Cup last night. There you go. That's what happens. That's what the British sporting tradition is to be eliminated from things. They're very, very good at it. Very good at being eliminated. And Indy says Bob Saget version of Aristocrats is the one. I don't know about this. Just beyond me, I'm afraid. I'm clearly missing out. And Victor Deek says, John and Sean, I am convinced that you have one of the most important channels on the YouTubes and interwebs. Thank you for all you do. Well, thank you, Victor. We're very, very happy to have you around, and we love doing this, and so we're going to carry on doing it. So thank you so much. Really, really much appreciated. Registered Sunny Enthusiast. What a lovely name. Read all of the Numbers, Deuteronomy, and Leviticus. Ouch. Punchline, we're the aristocrats. What's it with aristocrats coming up all the time? I feel like I'm missing something. What am I missing?
Yeah, so someone said we're the aristocratics. I hadn't heard of that, and so I Googled it and nothing.
I feel like
maybe it was supposed to be we're the aristocrats. Is that a movie line? Chat, help us out if you guys can decipher this, please.
Yeah, because I feel like I'm like something's going over my head. I'm feeling a bit silly.
Yeah.
Am I making a fool of myself again? And Indy says no truthful answer ever began with the word look. Good call, Indy. Good call. I may have fallen into that trap a couple of times myself. Herbie Shine said the aristocrats damn autocorrect. But again, what are we missing? It's going to come in a moment. And we're going to go,
Because I Googled what are the aristocratics, and I was like, okay, that's kind of unique, nothing. So I'm going to put in quotes, we're the aristocrats.
Babs said of Hodge, what a hodgepodge. I agree. He was a hot mess, that guy. And imagine going there. I mean, you all heard what he said at the end. There. What a wild, wild pivot. Just because his argument wasn't working, and he got voted off by the inner circle for being an insufferable twit. To go there, unbelievable. Skeptics and Scoundrels says the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, forbearance, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and racial slurs. Galatians 5:22. Very, very good. Very, very good.
I've had, like, that's a common thing trolls will do. They'll go on there, they'll start to talk, and then the N-word until you kick them or what have you. But that guy kept it up for a while, like getting deep into the, like, this guy was committed to set us up for that. That was crazy.
It was wild. Yeah, thanks, Skeptics and Scoundrels. You nailed it. Absolutely nailed. Angry Amalekite Infant. Oh my God, what a name. What an absolute win for that name. Angry Amalekite Infant, thank you so much for the super chat. I find your critique of racist former caller Samuel disrespectful. Please don't compare fairies to creeps like him. Yeah, he was a piece of work. I'm still hoping he comes back on because he was funny. If anyone missed him, I'm going to clip it soon. It's on my clip list. I'll get to it at some point soon. The guy just kept on shouting and screaming just in a normal conversation. He just couldn't stop shouting, and it just made the whole thing really funny. It was really, really funny. And Tim Davidson said, it's raining men and the bodies hit the floor. Different perspectives on the same freak meteorological event. So fair enough.
It's raining men. That song's going to be stuck in my head the rest of the night.
Great song.
That's one of those ones that'll get stuck in there.
Gotta love 80s music. Space Lord says, when I was a kid, we had a quicksand box. I was an only child. Eventually, Stephen Wright. Oh dear. I like a bit of dark humour. That's excellent. And Tim says, a good pun is never mature until it's full grown. A good pun is never mature until it's full grown. Now I'm going to feel silly, but I still don't get that one. Don't quite get that one. Okay, moving on. It'll probably come to me later. Real Jiffy Cones. Great to see, Jiffy. I was going to tell a joke about amnesia, but I forgot it. That's old as the hills. But still good. And Tom Adsenga.
Oh, yeah. No, loss of memory is one of the 3 signs of old age.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
I don't remember the other two. You're supposed to ask, what are the other two? I don't remember. Anyway.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were saying me apropos of my own loss of memory, which I was have to agree with you. But yeah, we set that one up, but we didn't execute on it. I'm sorry. We'll have to.
That's quite all right.
We'll have to improve our choreography between us. That was my bad. I'm sorry. So, what pants do ghosts wear? Just a paranormal jeans. Just a paranormal jeans. Okay, and oh my goodness. Jiffy Cones, Rick Astley is well known to let people borrow Pixar movies from his house, except one. He's never going to give you Up. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That is actually quite good. That's exactly the kind of joke I like. It's very, very silly and I like it. It's so ridiculous. And Tim says, she had a burning bush. It made my snake talk to me. Yep. Think about it.
Yeah.
And Yahooligan, thank you for the super chat. This is just because Skeptics and Scoundrel gave a super chat, so I wanted to give one too. Oh, that's really kind of you. Thank you so much. I very much appreciate the support. Very, very much indeed. And Herbie Shine, thank you so much for your super chat. There's a very rude joke about a family who are being booked. The agent asked, what is their act? They list a long list of disgusting things they do. At the end, they're asked, what do you call an act like that? The Aristocrats. This word is haunting me today. I do not understand it. I do not understand this. And Tim Davidson said, full grown. That's what you meant. Okay. Yes, fair. Oh, okay, got it. And the algorithm has summoned me. Thank you for the super chat. All right, The Aristocrats is an inside joke among stand-ups and those in the know. There's literally a documentary about it. Every comic tells it differently, and they're all filthy as fuck. I've obviously missed.
I think I have a vague recollection of this. It's like doing like over the top, disgusting, like routine, or there's something that's very unaristocratic, right? And then there's like, what is that joke called? The Aristocrats. And the joke is that it's like the opposite of being an aristocrat type of thing. I think that's what it is. Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay. Well, now at least we know that there's something going on that we need to know about. We just don't know exactly what it is. So further research is merited in this area. And Jason Cowley, thank you, Jason, so much for the super chat. I tried starting my own religion, but the paperwork was unbelievable. Very good, very good. And last super chat for now, Mike Bowens. Why isn't Jesus allowed to watch R-rated movies anymore? When the Father tells him to cover his eyes, he can see right through his hands. That's very, very bad. Very, very bad, but also kind of good. Also kind of good. So, as you can obviously tell from the fact that we've just been reading super chats, the call queues are currently empty. If you would like to ring in and speak to us and debate about whether atheism makes more sense, then just hit the request button if you're watching on YouTube. And if you're not watching on YouTube, then here's the link on TikTok, forgive me. Request button on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, then the join link is in the chat right now. And there's a clickable version of that, I believe, in the description of the live. So if you want to, just click on that and in you'll come and speak to us. So what else have we got? I suppose as we wait for other callers, I can share some more of the fantastic comments we've had on the YouTube videos. Unfortunately,
you wanted me to remind you of something. There was something important or some type of announcement or something.
That might have
the show.
That might have been the Samuel thing.
It might have. It might have been. I think it probably was. Okay.
I think that was just the Samuel video. Yeah. I think it was just the Samuel video. I'm kind of disappointed that he didn't call in because I was really looking forward to it. But hey, I know what we do need to do is we have had a couple of questions in on the inquirers level membership gives you access to a Q&A form, so you can send questions in to us. And IL sent in a question. I've heard a claim that the Nordic welfare states would not have been created without the Protestant Church. What do you think of this claim? So I think that there's probably some truth to that, and I would guess that the Protestant Church may have had a hand in the formation of the welfare state in some of these countries, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's the only thing that did, and it doesn't necessarily mean that the welfare state would not have been formed but for them. And these kind of counterfactuals can be a little bit tricky to deal with, because the church also stood in the way of directing charitable funds away from them, from organizations towards central government. And these things are always complicated and messy. So the fact that we can point to certain good things and say the church was involved in this, or a church was involved in this, doesn't necessarily mean anything. I mean, there were people who were in the church who were abolitionists, but then there were also a whole load of people who convened the Southern Baptist Convention who were fighting really hard to keep slavery in place. So these things are always a bit of a mess. And trying to say the church was involved in this good thing, therefore church equals good, is not to take away from the fact that sometimes churches do good things. I think overall, I think that we could do without churches. We could do without these organizations. I just think the overall message is not helpful. It's not relevant.
Yeah.
And it's not true.
Yeah. So. Yeah. And I would agree with that. My initial thought is like the claim itself, I have no idea. But speaking broadly, I think you bring up good points that churches can do good things. They also do a lot of bad things. And in the U.S., they've exerted an enormous amount of influence over our government to take rights away from women, to take rights away from gay people, to put superstition into schools and pass it off as science, to deny science because science is hostile toward their fundamentalist biblical interpretations, which has reverberating effects to where religious people are far more likely to be anti-vax, anti-scientific research, or what have you. And the thing is yes, churches have done many great things, like good things for the community or what have you, but notice a question I've started asking when the moral debate comes up. I ask Christians, if you found out no God exists, would you still accept some risk to yourself to help protect a child from harm? People generally speaking are good, have mirror neurons, have empathy for others, don't like seeing harm being done to others. You don't have to appeal to a God for that. We as people, as a society, we have to live in cooperative societies. We generally, all of us, we tend to care about the well-being of each other. That's all that's needed. Hey, I don't like people going hungry. Let's do something about that. I don't like disease spreading. It's bad for me too. I may get the disease too. Let's do scientific research. You don't have to have religious institutions for these good things.
Yeah, absolutely well said. And I love the way you're framing that question now as well. I noticed the change today when you said, would you be prepared to put yourself at some harm to do this? Is brilliant framing, Sean. I love that. Absolutely love it.
Thank you.
So another question that came in was from David Bain, who said, why do most Christian apologists insist Asherah could not have been Yahweh's consort when the archaeological evidence and Bible's own repeated accounts of purging her worship from the Jerusalem temple itself both point in the same direction? Is it that the evidence is actually weak, or is it that admitting she existed would undermine the claim that Israel was monotheistic from the start? So this is one of those funny things where there's kind of a little bit of evidence on both sides, but there's definitely this character Asherah is spoken about, and Yahweh and his Asherah is a genuine, there's genuine archaeological evidence for this. I think that the King James Bible treats the word Asherah as a grove, like a collection of trees, a grove, without understanding that it was actually, or appearing not to understand, that it was actually a reference to like a goddess, a partner of sorts for Yahweh. And I think my understanding is that most historians, and I wish that Jason was here, Jason Gleason, but my understanding is that most historians think that the Israelite religion developed in stages from polytheism, lots of gods, to monolatry, which is monolatry. It's not monolatry, which is like lots of gods but one god in charge, to monotheism, and that there was a gradation of stages there through those, rather than starting fully monotheistic. And I think there's good evidence for that. So I understand why people are reluctant to accept that, because it certainly, if you are a Christian, it certainly undermines your position. If you think that Jesus is God, it undermines your position to say, well, God was one of a number of gods, possibly competing in some level playing field for being the top dog. I can see why they wouldn't like it, and why there'd be lots of resistance to that. So I think there is evidence. It's not an area of expertise for me at all, but I know that there's evidence that that this Asherah character was worshipped in many early Israelite religious traditions. So that's as much as I can say about that. But Justin would obviously know much more about this than I do. But it's a good question. So I hope that's a vaguely adequate response to the question. All right. What else have we got to talk about and do? We've got some calls on the bingo. I nearly missed this. The bingo says, what have we got? We've got Gregor's called Crash Out for Geraldine. She was a crash out, to be fair. She did crash out. She was rather silly. That's going to hurt. And PVG called Crash Out for Guard Dog, but obviously Crash Out has gone. And Espresso Jack called How Do You Account for Logic for Top Z? So we will have that one too. So we are not doing badly at all on the bingo. We've got I used to be an atheist. It's a religion, a relationship, not a religion. Hardened heart and free will. Still left on the board. There is still some time. They may yet be called, but only if we get some guests. So at the moment there aren't any. I don't know where everyone is. We have these weird lulls sometimes, and then sometimes it picks up and goes crazy after that. But right now, at the moment, the call queues on the YouTube side and the TikTok side are both empty. So if you want to come and talk to us, this might be your moment. If you've been thinking about it, if you think that the Holy Spirit is whispering in your ear and saying now is your moment to don your helmet of credulity and pick up your sword of logical fallacies and come in here to tell us what's what, this would be the time to do it. And am I missing something? PVG says, I swear I called it. Did I miss a call, PVG? Maybe I missed your call on the bingo, but I think someone else called that first thing just before, so that's why it went a different way. All right, well, I'll read a few more super chats while we're waiting, and otherwise we'll look at some YouTube comments, because I've got some good ones. There have been some doozies in. Registered Sunny Enthusiast said, the Aristocrats, an in-joke among comedians, a family of performers. Oh no, we've had that one already. I'm sorry. Mark has read. We've done that one already. We've got Space Lord says, I read a book about Stockholm syndrome, hated it at first, loved it by the end. Very good, very good. And Jiffy says, have you advertised your book today? I haven't advertised my book today, Jiffy. I might as well advertise my book today. For those who don't know, I have actually written a book, and it's coming out in November. It's called Unconvinced. How Belief is a Choice, It's not a choice, rather, sorry. And her beliefs is not a choice, and why that changes everything. And this book's coming out in November, and basically this is the book that encapsulates the reason why I have this channel, the reason why we do this, and the argument which is really at the center of everything we do, which is so simple and so obvious once you think about it, but such a ridiculous number of people don't realize it, which is that belief is not a choice. A belief is something that happens to you once you become persuaded of something, and only if you are persuaded of it. And if you're not persuaded of it, then you cannot believe. It's not possible unless something changes to make you persuaded of it. And that's why any kind of belief-based salvation doctrine is morally nonsense, because it can't ever be right to say to someone, well, if you don't believe the right thing, you're going to be punished for it. Because if you want to believe it, you can't unless you're convinced. And if you're not convinced, you're not convinced. So that is coming out in November, and it's on pre-order now everywhere that sells books. Wherever you normally buy books from, go there and you can get it. They will be able to get it in for you. If it's a local bookshop somewhere, they'll be able to order it in for you and you'll get it in November. Otherwise, Barnes & Noble, Amazon, any of those places. I will be recording the audiobook for this in the next 6 to 8 weeks. So it will be out on audiobook as well, if that's your thing. It's kind of my thing. I rarely read paper books these days. I just like to consume books while I exercise or clean the house or cook or drive or stuff like that. But yeah, it's been a while since I read an actual paper book. I still like owning them. Sometimes I'll get a book on audio and then I'll buy the physical book so I have something to hold as well. But anyway, thank you. Thank you so much for saying that. I appreciated it. And Flippity Giblet said, you need to hear Gilbert Gottfried tell the aristocrats joke, dirtiest, funniest I've ever heard. We clearly have work to do. We clearly have stuff to look at after this and research. And one that I missed was Tim said the actual joke is not the punchline. The actual humour is how much filth you can cram in. You really made that joke dirty, but I can make it dirtier. Okay, this is what we are doing here. This is what we're doing here. And what else have we got? We've got the algorithm has summoned me said, Q-Top spends too much time at playgrounds. Just look up Q-Top controversy. It's all there. There's a reason those in the know call him Q Diddy. Ooh, that sounds very, very bad.
I went into his live one time a long time ago, was very promptly shouted over and then booted.
Wow. Well, this is a person I've never ever heard of. It sounds like someone I'd do well to keep not hearing of. Sounds cool.
He's welcome to come in the live. We will allow each other to speak, will not shout over you, will not boot you.
Indeed. We will get in right now, Champ of Champs. Hey, Champ.
Yo, what's up?
How are you?
I'm great.
Good. Well, welcome in. Thank you for joining us. So I've got your name wrong. I didn't do it quite right. Champ of Champs. I'm going to get it right for you. Champ of Champs with an S. There we go. There's the S. Welcome in. Our claim, obviously, above my head is atheism makes more sense. Your view on this?
Yeah, I'm just wondering what makes you say that.
Oh, it would be the complete lack of any evidence for any gods.
But that's a positive claim, right? Like what you're making.
That there's no evidence for any gods?
No, that atheism makes more sense.
Yes, atheism is not being convinced any gods exist, so lacking belief in a god. Lacking belief in a god makes sense when there is insufficient evidence to warrant belief in a god, correct?
Oh, he's muted. There we go.
Yeah. So you're saying because there's a lack of evidence, you're saying that God does not exist?
No.
That's not the claim.
Would you agree that the time to believe something, doesn't matter what that thing is only after there's sufficient evidence to warrant belief?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, yeah, and that's what we're saying. We lack sufficient evidence to warrant belief in a God, so we don't. So it makes sense not to believe that a God exists.
Do you have access to all evidence?
No, so if speaking colloquially, when someone says there's no evidence for X, they're just saying they haven't personally seen evidence for X. Now, it could be that there's some great evidence that it exists, but John and I haven't seen it. I don't think it's likely because we've been doing this, both of us, for a long time and hearing all the arguments, but I'm open to being corrected. Do you have evidence that should be convincing to anyone?
Oh, I see. Yeah. No, I was just curious what your argument for the topic was. Thank you for telling me.
Sure. I mean, do you agree with us? What's your view on this? We're interested to know what you think.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you for agreeing with us. We appreciate it. Is that it? That appears to be it. There you go. Called in to get clarification. Fair enough. What can I say? We'll get back to what we were doing before. I think I preferred the jokes. At least we've got some energy around the jokes. I'm amazed that people call in with that affect. You know, that sort of very dull sort of. If I was going to call in to someone's live stream, I would want to inject a little bit of presence and enthusiasm, just a touch, just a tiny bit. It's weird. It's kind of strange. But there we are. What can I say?
My washing machine was out of balance, so it was kind of boom, 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 boom. Anyway.
What's brown and
first world problems?
First
sorry,
world
go
problems.
ahead.
That's all right. What's brown and sticky? A stick. It's one. The oldies are the oldies are the goodies. That's actually one that I do remember. I do know that one. And Real Jiffy Cohen said, I was reading a book about anti-gravity. I couldn't put it down. Very, very good. Very, very good. Okay, well, call queues are still empty. It's a bit of a weird, quiet one. Normally, by this time of night, it's a little more jumping. I wonder why it's not.
Maybe like Joel and Mezzo, we should tell jokes. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
What goes in hard and comes out soft? A stick of gum.
Good. Where
did your mind go?
Directly there. It was the only thing I could think about. Okay, we have Matic in the queue. We've spoken to Matic before, but we will speak to Matic again. Coming in right now. Welcome back, Matic. Hello.
Thank you. Likewise, but not welcome, but hello.
Hello.
Indeed.
I think I might possibly have you on my banned list, Matic, but I can't remember why. So are you going to be a good boy?
I hope so, indeed. I hope so.
I'm not completely sure why. I haven't got a reason here of why you went on the banned list. I wonder why that is.
There was a comment. I remember you typing. It was a funny one too, indeed.
Yeah. Okay. Well, welcome back. Even though I said banned, don't put on air again. I didn't notice that until after I brought you in. But there we are.
That's all right.
Let's reset then. What's your response to our claim that atheism makes more sense?
To be fair with you, everything makes sense on the same level. So I'm wondering, how can you say more?
Everything doesn't make sense on everything doesn't make sense on the same level. This is what it means to compare different perspectives on things, and then see which one you find most convincing. So, for example, if I say to you, "My cat has 11 legs," and then I say, "My cat has 4 legs," and they're two statements. Do you think both of those statements make the same amount of sense?
Indeed, if I can proceed with the rebuttal, what would you tell to a being who said to you that true and falseness exist at the same time?
Sure. But I asked you a question. Were you going to ignore it or?
Oh, the answer,
it?
yes, indeed, and the question proceeds with the answer too.
So you agree with me that not every perspective is equally reasonable and sensible, right?
agreeance and disagreeance is at the same level to me because there are many perspectives upon your perception. So whatever you said right then, well, you can put many perspectives upon it.
He's
So I agree
asking
and
you
I disagree.
your perspective. Why are you talking like that? Why not just have like
the
normal
world is very
conversation?
vast, by the way, so we speak very different to each other.
Just be normal. Just be normal.
This is Yeah, I mean, we get this is performative.
Please, the world is very vast. We speak very differently. By the way, the reason I got kicked last time and banned was due to this, but no believers.
I am starting to see why.
We're all starting to get a sense of it. We're longing for the no callers around. Let's just have some jokes instead. Phase of the evening, but let's endure. So okay. So look, don't worry about all this sort of weird performative speaking in a weird way stuff. Let's just have a sort of normal human beings conversation, shall we? Yeah. So we think that atheism makes more sense because theism is the claim that a God exists, and we don't think that that claim can be justified. Do you agree with this, or do you think the claim can be justified? And if you think it can, how can it?
So justification can be, and it cannot be at the same time, and we can proceed with any path, to be fair. But will I be very concrete and stay on that path? I must say no, because to be fair with you,
at the moment, you're sounding like Dr. Seuss, and all of us are not interested in a conversation like that. Are you capable of having just a normal conversation? Like if I ask you a straightforward question, all I asked you was, do you agree with us that atheism makes more sense? And if not, what do you think is the evidence that would justify theism? It's just a straightforward question. You don't have to dive into poetry. Just answer it.
You see how you say suchness? I don't believe in suchness because let's say this.
No, let's not. Let's get Potts in. It's not a mistake I'm going to make again. What an absolute arse. Okay, we're going to get Potts in right now. Hopefully capable of having a normal human being conversation. Hey, Potts.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Welcome in.
Yeah, thank you.
So our claim is that atheism makes more sense. What's your view on that?
I think it does, but I think maybe it doesn't to you because maybe you have a different understanding of what atheism is.
Well, I have the normal understanding of what atheism is, which is
What is normal? What is the normal understanding?
So it's the understanding of the term used by most people who have these kind of discussions, and used by encyclopedias of philosophy that discuss these kinds of things. So very simply put, in case there's any ambiguity around this,
sure.
A theist is somebody who believes that a god or gods exist.
Right.
And someone who isn't a theist is an atheist.
Correct. So why does it not make any sense when beliefs are just beliefs?
Yeah, so it doesn't. What I'm saying is that it makes more sense to not be a theist.
Why?
Because there's no evidence for theism.
Right. So it makes
I
no
should say,
sense at all.
more accurately, I should say there's no evidence for the claims of theism. We have lots of evidence for theism, that there are lots of theists, but there's no evidence for the claims of theism. There's no evidence to support the claim that a god exists.
Right, but you have to admit that beliefs don't always have to be substantiated by evidence.
They don't have to be. But if you want them to,
have to be.
If you're interested in your beliefs being true,
does your daughter love you?
Right. I have evidence that my family love me. The evidence doesn't have to be proof, but it has to be evidence. The evidence that my family love me is. You asked a question. I'm going to answer it for you.
Okay,
the evidence that my family love me is in the way they behave towards me consistently over a period of time, and that builds quite a powerful record of evidence, which substantiates the claim and justifies the claim that my family love me. It's not complicated.
So how is that different? How is that different from someone who says the universe is amazing? That's evidence that somebody created it. It has to be God.
Because it's a non sequitur that something is someone subjectively decides something is amazing, therefore God exists. That's literally a non sequitur.
Well, okay, so your daughter brought you chocolate. You're going to assume that that's love, or is she trying to get you to buy her more toys tomorrow?
Right. So I wouldn't conclude that somebody loved me because they gave me a piece of chocolate. I would conclude that somebody loved me because, as I said earlier, over a period of time they consistently demonstrate loving behavior.
But what are you calling loving behavior? What you think is loving behavior, right?
Potts. Okay, so are you basically advocating for beliefs that non-evidence-based beliefs that is a reliable pathway to truth?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, so you would agree. So this line of questioning seems to suggest that. So you would agree that believing things based on sufficient evidence is the proper epistemology if you want to believe as many true things and as few false things, correct?
I think you're veering into a deeper territory that is beyond.
Is that a
the claim.
yes or
The
no?
claim,
Okay, is that a yes or no? Is that
hang on? The claim is what makes sense.
I'm going to circle back to my question until it's answered.
Okay,
it's going to circle back.
Circle as many times as you want, and I'm going to answer that the claim is what makes sense, not what is epistemologically correct. That is not the claim.
Yeah, it makes sense to believe things based on sufficient evidence because because evidence is the way you go about believing as many true things as few false things as possible. So I'm going to circle back to my question again. I'm going to circle back. I'm asking you about you. Great. So would you agree that if you want to believe as many true things as few false things as possible, you should believe things based on sufficient evidence? Yes or no? You have to unmute. Please say yes or no, and then you can elaborate on your answer.
Why do you assume I want to believe what's true?
I'm sorry. I didn't make an assumption about you wanting to believe what's true. I said if you want to believe what's true, then you should believe things based on sufficient evidence. Do you agree with that? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So when we say makes more sense, we are basing it on that principle that you should only believe things. It only makes sense to believe things based on sufficient evidence. So that's
why
that's what we're saying.
I don't need things to be true to believe in them. Why does it make more sense?
Okay.
Okay. So
you wanted me to fit in your world.
You're just trying to be.
Listen. I'm going to answer the question. There are things that are true, whether there's evidence or not, because I feel them, because I believe them. Now, if you want me to believe things to be true because of evidence, then we're having a different conversation.
No, it's not about what we want you to do.
Okay.
Actually, hang on, Potts. So if your position is that you don't care whether your beliefs are true or not, if that is how you want to live your life, fair enough. But I would gently offer that probably isn't how you live your life. Like when you hang on, I haven't finished talking yet. When you step out into the road and you want to assess whether there's a car coming, you want to know that your assessment there is true. When you are going to consider taking a medicine and you want to find out whether it's going to be safe for you to take or not, you want to know that your belief about that is true. When you're making decisions about how to parent your children and you want to know what's going to be in their best interests, you are going to want to know that whatever you believe is true. So if you tell me that you really don't care whether your beliefs are true or not, I'm going to tell you haven't thought about this properly. So is that really your position, that you live your life not caring whether
but you're not letting me speak, so it's kind of hard to get my point across. All you do is monologue and then ask me a question that traps me into an answer.
Hang on a second. I hadn't said a single word for about the last 3 or 4 minutes. Not a single word. And I was just interjecting to clarify this one point. Now, having clarified it, I'll hand it back to you.
You're making an assumption that the only way to discern what makes sense is that if it's ontologically true.
I'm making
that seems to be the assumption.
I'm making no such assumption.
You didn't. No. I didn't say that you made the claim. You're making that. You're implying that. You're saying, isn't it the best way to make sense of things that are true? Therefore, we should rely only on things that are reliably true.
This is not. You're currently arguing against a position that neither of us hold.
Okay. So then maybe I misunderstood.
Yeah.
It sounded to me that you're saying If you walk out on the street, you want to make sure that it's true that a car is coming, whether you're going to cross the street or not, right?
Yeah. Yes.
All right. And
this is really simple. I feel like you're overcomplicating.
I'm not disagreeing. Can you stop interrupting me?
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Thank you. And then you went on to a next example, which was not as concrete as walking down the street. And then you gave a third example that was even less concrete than that. And the assumption is that truth must be the absolute grounding principle by which you should make rational decisions. Is that unfair?
I would largely say that if you want your decisions to be rational, then being led by what's actually true is always going to be more rational than not caring about what's true or by going by what's not true. That is universally going to be the case.
I agree with you 100%.
Good.
I think the part that you're not agreeing with me or not understanding what I'm saying to you is that not all decisions are rational. And sometimes you don't even know that they're not rational. So they make sense even when they're not rational.
No, decisions that aren't rational, by definition, do not make sense. That's literally what irrational means. So if you're arguing for the for the tactical benefit of abandoning reason and rationality so that you can make decisions that aren't rational, I'm not coming with you on that journey.
No, you're confusing what I'm saying.
I feel like you're being argumentative just to be argumentative. This is really simple. If you want to make good if you want to make good decisions to achieve a goal, having an accurate picture of reality, as accurate as possible, is very important. In order to achieve okay, great. Let's circle back.
What I'm saying.
Okay, let's circle back. So stop talking over me. Atheism makes more sense, and by that we mean we haven't seen sufficient evidence to believe that any gods exist. Do you have any for us, or do you agree with us?
That is not what I'm saying.
Okay, that was a question. I didn't say what you were saying. I asked you a question.
No one's interested after 10 minutes in having any more discussion about what you think about whether it's sensible to follow reason or not sensible or anything. No one's interested in that. We're talking about whether atheism makes more sense or not. Whether you think it's good to do what makes more sense, whether you think it's bad to do what makes more sense, whether you think it's lovely to abandon rationality occasionally, that's delightful. Nothing to do with what we're talking about. Our claim is that atheism makes more sense because of a lack of evidence for God. We'd love to know, because the meta discussion here is very dull now. We'd love to know whether you agree with us about this or not.
And I'm saying no, and you haven't heard why.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Because sense is relative, it's not absolute.
Is that it?
Yep, that's it. What makes sense to you may not make sense to somebody else for different reasons. They come to a different conclusion because of the information they have. You have different data by which to analyze a particular conclusion. Stop interrupting me.
So
stop
interrupting me.
Stop feeling sorry for yourself. Hang on.
I can say the same thing about a leprechaunism. Well, sense is subjective to everyone. So what makes sense to this person doesn't make sense to that. Flat earthism. Well, what makes sense to one guy, this other guy believes in fucking the tooth fairy. Well, what makes sense to this guy might not make sense to this guy. How profound. Thank you for fucking sharing that.
The stork theory of babies makes enormous sense to some people. But all of this is nonsense. We're asking, why do you think, to you, in your perspective, why do you think that it makes more sense to think that some magical being made everything? That's what we're really talking about. Or trying to.
Yeah, but you're not listening to a word I'm saying.
Because you're not addressing the actual questions.
We're just waiting for you to actually get to the issue.
Okay, so I'm going to get to the issue, and I would really appreciate it if you
Stop crying about the meta. Stop crying about the meta. Stop. No one cares about how upset you are about how we run the live stream. Honestly, it is the single most boring thing you could talk about. Please don't talk about it. No one gives the slightest shit. Go ahead.
Fine. If I grew up in a culture that values X, Y, Z, it makes sense.
Thank you, Inner Circle.
It makes sense for me to make my rational decision.
That was fairly intolerable, wasn't it?
Needed. Yeah. And who was it in chat that said this? Scott. Sean is ready to throw hands by the end of every live. Sometimes that's true.
There you go. Inner Circle have spoken. Poor old Potts. What a complete waste of time. 10 minutes talking about whether it's sensible to think things make sense and whether you should be led by what's rational or shouldn't. What a complete waste of total time. Okay, we're going to get DMC in next. Last time we spoke to DMC, I ended the call after his defense of Numbers 31. So we'll see if we can have a less sickening discussion this time. Welcome back, DMC.
Hi, how are you, Jonathan?
Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Now, let's see if we can get through the discussion without defending anything horrendous this time, because it was pretty grim last time. Have you had a chance to have a think about that?
Not really.
Okay. Well, let's see how we go. So, our claim today is atheism makes more sense, and you're welcome to respond to it with an argument, with some evidence, something that would cause us to take pause and reconsider this position. I'm genuinely open-minded.
Okay, sure. I'm kind of curious what makes you guys tick more than my beliefs right now.
Could you be a little more specific than what makes you tick? I mean, I could tell you I quite like coffee-flavored ice cream and nice sunsets, and I really like my cat. But I suspect you're after something else.
Yeah. My point is I genuinely believe that us as humans subjugate ourselves to a host of beliefs. A lot of them within kind of a hierarchy of structure, kind of things that are more or less important to us, that really seem very meaningful to us. And I don't think that you believe that a lot of that comes from your own brain. I just don't believe that any of you do, because you definitely don't act like that.
Say that
Which
again.
is kind of what I was trying to say last time until we got swept back.
Let's clarify that. You don't think that I believe what exactly?
I don't think that you think evil is wrong the same way that you like your cat.
I think that evil doesn't exist. I think that evil is a value judgment. It's a shorthand. It's a word we use for things of which we strongly disapprove. It's nothing more than that.
Yeah, but you don't live with that belief.
I do.
You're saying no, you don't.
I do.
That's just a lie.
I mean, I'd really appreciate it if you didn't tell me what I think and rather ask me. So in the same way, I will extend to you the same courtesy. I won't inform you about what your thoughts are, and you don't have to inform me about mine are, because honestly, I know what my own thoughts are quite well.
Okay, so allow me, sir, to disprove you. You saying that, evil is just you saying I don't like something.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's say you quite fancy
let me just add something there. Hang on a second. Just for a second, because I just wanted to provide some clarification before you go on your journey of disproving about whether I know what my own thoughts are. Is that to just call it not liking something is to trivialize it a little bit. What I said was evil is a word we use for things of which we strongly disapprove, that we feel very, very strongly against. It's not like not liking an ice cream. It's something, it's a feeling, it's a word that we give to a value judgment we make to signify that we think an action is extremely bad. Okay?
Okay. Fair enough. Okay, so where I'm getting to over here is that ultimately that significance that you don't like something is, you self-admitted, is created and generated by you yourself. So if you kind of, okay, amazing. Okay, so explain to me why one feeling in your head of not allowing a baby to be harmed has more significance than another feeling in your head of wanting a vanilla ice cream.
Because I value the well-being of the baby substantially more than I value pleasing my taste buds. What about you? What about you?
No. Don't move on to me.
Yes. I'm going to.
Hell no.
Yeah,
This is the game you always play.
You can run if you want, but we're both asking each other questions. John and I gracefully answered your questions directly. We're having a back and forth. I literally, John answered it. Literally, John explained every question. Name a question John hasn't answered. I'll wait.
Okay, I wonder why I'm being muted suddenly, because this is
because
kind
you're
of the uncomfortable territory that you don't want to hear and don't want to address.
Because you don't run the show here. We have a back and forth,
gentlemen. Be honest.
Yeah. So John and I answered your question. There's not a question we didn't answer immediately the first time. John even provided clarification. Now I'm trying to ask you a question. Do you value the well-being of a baby such that you would help accept some risk to yourself to help a baby? Yes or no?
Absolutely. But okay. Why do you feel the need to move on to my beliefs? I want to discuss your beliefs.
Because we're gonna go back and forth, and I'm trying to teach you something that your belief, you're not much different. So if you found out
I'm not much different, okay.
If you found out no God exists, so now you're in this paradigm. You're the same you are now, but you just found out no God exists. Would you still accept some risk to yourself to help protect a baby from harm?
How about the fact that I believe that the reason why all of us have this inert feeling to protect
I'm sorry,
children.
Is that a yes or no? Why did you had to know answering it the first time.
How are you playing this game with me right now? This doesn't make any sense.
The game is called John.
The questions I'm asking.
The game is called John and I answered every question directly immediately the first time.
You're being
name it. Okay, so I'll let you unmute. Name a question I did not answer. John did not answer.
You answered it so superficially, and then you're running off to my beliefs. Why can't we talk about your beliefs for a minute?
I answered it.
You just did, but you can't take more than a one.
Okay. So I answered your question.
Look how scared you are. Look how scared
we're so scared that John and I answered like 3 or 4 of your questions, and you're on question number 2, and you're already refusing and making excuses and crying about the meta. So if you found out no God exists, would you still accept some risk to yourself to help protect a baby? Yes or no?
Hang on a second. Inner Circle, step down. We're not going to just keep on booting every guest who can't manage a conversation. So we're going to have an override now on the Inner Circle, and we are going to have this conversation. I would respectfully ask that we can try and not talk over each other, because it just devolves into infantile nonsense. So let's listen to. I'm addressing this to you actually. So let's just listen to each other, and let's be properly responsive to each other. I did answer every question you asked, as did Sean, and Sean is entitled to ask you a question back.
All right. So if you found out no God exists, would you still accept some risk to yourself to protect a baby from harm?
That's like, for me, trying to, ask me a question as if you found out that morals didn't exist. Would you still protect a baby? That's a stupid question. That's a stupid question,
hold on.
sir.
Well, let me show you how to answer one, because you posed that as a question that's stupid.
And I really don't appreciate the fact that
you said that's like asking if you found out no morals exist, would you still protect a baby? Yes, I would, because I don't think morals exist as ontology. I think morals are just subjective
so you're living
judgments people make.
You're living a lie.
Okay. So are you going to answer my question? Yes or no?
And that's why you're so emotional now, because you're getting caught.
Okay. All right. DMC.
Yes or no?
DMC. It's not helpful when you
Yeah,
dive
I
into
would
this.
prefer to
That's
talk
why.
to you,
That's why.
Jonathan.
Hang on a
Jonathan.
second. No, but you're talking to both of us because we're both the hosts of this show. So if you don't like speaking to
Fair
both of
enough.
us, you see where the door is. Now, enough with the "that's why you're so emotional" and all of that stuff. That is performative bullshit. And when no one's interested in it, you make yourself look stupid. No, I'm criticizing you for doing it.
Well, I feel the same way about you guys.
You make it. Well, no, we are not doing it. We're just trying to have a
Of course you are.
conversation. You're constantly
sure you are.
you're constantly interrupting, and you're constantly starting with "that's why you're so scared" and all of this stuff. Just stop. It's nonsense. This is why you got voted off. Do you understand how the inner circle works here?
No, but
okay.
I don't
So let me
appreciate-
explain. Stop.
Okay, I
So
haven't had
stop.
a word in here.
Stop. The inner circle are a group of people who support the channel, and they've got a right to eject callers who are fucking insufferable if they're unbearable to listen to. You've been voted off. Okay? 15 of them voted to get rid of you because you're that painful to listen to. Reflect on this. Now, I overrode them and said we're going to keep on having the conversation because somehow, as an act of faith, I found it in myself to think that you might be able to actually engage in a conversation. Please don't prove me wrong. Okay? So, with that said, Sean, do you want to carry on with what you were saying?
If you found out no God exists, would you continue to? Would it still be the case that you would be willing to accept some risk to yourself to protect a baby from harm?
To me, that question doesn't make much sense because I believe the inherent reason why I want to protect a baby is because I view that at the top of a hierarchy, which is beyond the invention of my own brain. So to me, the equivalence of that question is finding out that, babies don't really exist at all, and caring for someone doesn't really exist at all. Should I protect something that I don't believe exists? So that's why I kind of don't like these kind of traps that the pair of you kind of. I'm asking you guys an objective question, and you're rabbit holing me down a route with which I don't want to go because that's not the set of my belief structure and my understanding. And the minute I question any of you about anything, I get shut down within 1 minute.
You get direct answers immediately from both of us.
Not at all. I haven't.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Name one we haven't answered. Name one we haven't answered.
Okay, so the question I have is if both...
No, name one we have not... Name one you asked previously.
You haven't sufficiently answered the question. I started...
sufficiently
the second question
answered.
I started with. Yeah, because you're running away from it, sir.
Okay, so are you going to answer? Are you going to answer my question? Yes or no?
You are very comfortable trying to... Whenever I come on the panel...
Dude, if a question is a trap, that's not a problem with the question. That's a problem with your position. There is no question you can ask me that is a trap, that I would consider a trap. Because you've tried, and I've given direct answers to every single question without fail. Clear, concise, and honest answers to all of them. Because if you asking questions can poke holes in my position deserved to fall. I'm not going to do a tap dance and make excuses not to answer to protect a position that if it can crumble under the weight of questions, it deserved to fall. So do yours if it will crumble under honest answers.
So let me ask you some questions, sir.
Great. So answer my question.
But why can't you answer mine? You're always just asking me to answer yours.
Okay, I will answer one if you will answer my previous question with a yes or no and a follow-up explanatory.
Okay, let's try this because
so
I do feel that you're both being very unfair to me. Generally, Jonathan, take control of your show because this is unfair. But I will try.
Okay,
I'll try.
I took control. There we go. Enough crying about the meta. No one's interested in that remotely. Okay, there we are. I did say no one's interested in hearing you cry about that. No one's interested in that stuff. It's a shame because I wanted to give you an opportunity to have a conversation like an adult, but you were not capable of doing it. There we go. Other people manage it. It was a bit too hard for you. Fair enough. Okay, understood.
W John on that one.
Sorry, took control. Okay.
Scott was not lying. He said what he said earlier. Anyway.
There we are. Okay, I was slightly reluctant for a couple of reasons, but to do the inner circle thing, I think when when there aren't many callers around, when it's a slightly quiet night, I'd rather give the conversations a bit more latitude. When we have no one in the call queue and the inner circle are booting a caller after 2 minutes, I'm like, well, 5 minutes, whatever. I'm thinking, well, let's see if we can wring some value out of this exchange. But I don't think that DMC was capable of actually engaging in this conversation. And his claim that he's going to prove that that we don't actually think the things we think is so preposterous as to be laughable. So there we are. What can you do? I guess we're going to go back to some jokes again, which is arguably much more entertaining than listening to that nonsense. So let's see. Tim Davidson says, what do you get when you cross a dad joke with a rhetorical question? I guess that's it. And very good. Actually, not bad. It's actually not bad. Actually, not bad. That's not bad at all. Yeah, it was clever. It's not bad at all. And Registered Sunny Enthusiast said, Genesis chapter 19 would be a good aristocrats joke. I'm going to have to look into this aristocrats thing. How can it have missed me so much?
It's basically comedians say, I set up this joke and they talk about like some just dirty, awful like things. And then at the end of it, like, what do you call that joke? The aristocrats, because everything they just talked about was like not very aristocratic. Is that
the thing? Is that how it works? Okay.
Yeah. So basically, I would need to look at what Genesis chapter 19 is, but it's probably something that's pretty awful. And then like it's called the aristocrats.
Understood. So it's a placeholder.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. Okay. Thank you for educating me. And Tim Davidson said, what do you get if you cross Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip killed in a tunnel? One side got a remembrance garden, the other a slow down sign. Yikes. I'm not a big royal person, actually. Donny H, where do you take someone who got injured playing peekaboo to the ICU? I love that joke. That's my favourite joke of the evening so far. Donny, thank you. I'm going to try and remember that one. Where do you play someone who got injured playing peekaboo? I absolutely love that. That is very, very, very good. That's excellent. I love that. And John O'Neill, hi John, can you mention your favourite music artists? Same for Sean if he wants to say. I mean, I have so many. I have so many, and my taste in music is so broad. Most of the stuff I like, most of the stuff I listen to is really obscure, and most people won't have heard of it. Like I'm into like weird jazz stuff that most people haven't heard of. But I would say if I had to pick a favorite music artist right now, of someone who's current right now, making music, releasing it right now, it would be Jacob Collier, who I mentioned on the last stream, who's a genius or beyond genius. How about you, Sean? Who do you like listening to?
I don't know that I would have to do a long think before I flesh out like an absolute favorite. Some of my favorite music aren't necessarily. I'm definitely legend and super talented, but not like the greatest of all time per se. But like I really enjoy Journey. I like a lot of 80s music. I appreciate talented vocals. Someone like Barbra Streisand, who's much older generation, but such a powerful, amazing voice. I'd have to do a long think before I said like my absolute favorite. I know Prince was extraordinarily talented on multiple instruments. He was a hell of a guitar player, probably underappreciated for his guitar skills, and just an overall brilliant performer, period.
Yeah. I mean, it's a weird thing because music was my entire life for decades. I don't listen to much music nowadays. Weirdly, when I have time, when you would put something on, I normally opt to listen to spoken word stuff. So I just don't listen to much music these days. But if anyone hasn't checked out Jacob Collier, you've got to check out Jacob Collier. Zane says Jacob Collier in my room. The Mahogany Sessions, yes, the Mahogany Sessions were quite extraordinary. They were like acoustic unplugged recordings of Jacob Collier in an amazing space with he puts these like choirs together of basically people who are non-professionals, like his fans, and then he kind of coaches them in real time. You got to see it to believe it. The guy's an absolute genius. Okay, moving on. We have Buzz says a horse walks into a bar. The bartender says, "Why the long face?" That's a classic. It's a classic.
Yeah, I've heard that one, but
it's still good though.
Still makes me giggle.
It is funny. And Buzz says a horse walks into a bar. The bartender says, "Why the long face?" The horse replies, "My crippling alcoholism is tearing my family apart." Oh my god, that's terrible, but also quite funny. Oh, I hadn't heard that variation. Turns out I have multiple personality disorder, says Buzz, but my therapist says together you can get through this. That's like that's like a Mel Brooks type joke, like old school. Love that. Very, very good indeed. We've got the jokes are flowing tonight. It must be said, the jokes tonight much better than the callers. It must be said. Zeitgeist Omega, this has to be one of Run DMC's greatest hits. Well, RDMC was on. Fair. And Buzz said, the agnostic dyslexic insomniac spends nights awake trying to figure out whether or not there really is a dog. Also, old as the hills, but the oldies are the goodies. And Audio Rock Me Amadeus, good to see you. Again, thank you for coming back. If you take the life of a baby, do you think your empathy will be able to manage the guilt? Because some people who abort their baby commit suicide. That's heavy. That's very heavy. And some people do. And every instance is its own thing. Every situation has its own reasons. And babies are aborted for lots of different reasons. And it's mostly always painful for the people involved. And I think that's something that a lot of the pro-life people just conveniently forget. Okay, let's get Bronco Boo in next. Hey, Bronco.
How can you hear me?
Perfectly well. Thank you for joining us. So our claim is atheism makes more sense. It's just so much more sensible. What do you think?
Yeah, I just had a question. It's not necessarily related to the prompts. I'm happy to come back tomorrow if you want. It's more to do with like beliefs and actions.
Yeah. I mean, people are here to hear debates. So, but what do you want to say? Go for it.
It's up to you. I can come back tomorrow if you don't want to hear it now.
Might be an idea. It might be an idea because we tend to sort of guard the this is a debate stream rule fairly stringently. Otherwise, it's not fair to the people who don't get to just call in and ask questions and stuff. But if you want to call in tomorrow on the After Hours show, it's depending on where you are, it's from 10 p.m. UK time, 5 p.m.
Yeah,
Eastern.
it's a good time for me.
If that's a good time for you, then yeah, give us a shout.
I'm in Australia, so it's good.
I figured so it'll be the following morning. But yeah, give us a shout. That'd be great, and we'll be happy.
Because I've been thinking, like I won't say it now, but I've been thinking about it the last few days, and I thought I don't really have a stance, and I thought you two might have a good opinion. So I'll ask you tomorrow.
Look, I'm going to make an exception. I don't normally, but because it's super quiet tonight, we don't have anyone else around at the moment. Give us an ask now, and we'll see if we can address it for you.
Alrighty, sweet. Okay, so I've been thinking about this. I just want to get your opinion on, so I believe you. Well, I agree with your stance on you can't believe, you can't choose what to believe. But I just want to get your opinion on choosing your actions in regards to people with addictions. So, for example, I could use myself as an example. I'm a recovering gambling addict. And I would say, just say, for example, when I would place a bet, I wouldn't necessarily, you could say that I'm choosing the action, but at the same time, I would say if I had that choice, I would rather not do it. Does that make sense? And you could say the same for, people who are, drug addicts. I assume they wouldn't want to take the drugs. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do, yeah. I think that type of thing isn't anything to do with belief. It's just to do with acting.
Yeah, actions.
Yeah.
Do you think they're choosing to do that? That's what I'm asking.
It depends, because ultimately, I don't really think we have free will at all. But
that's
we
what
have.
I was going to say as well. Like that's what it comes down to if you get into like the rabbit hole and all that. But
Yeah, but we have the impression of having free will, which is something you don't have with a belief. With a belief, you don't even have the illusion of having free will about it, which is
I agree with that.
The difference. So in situation like, gambling, and there's some part of you that doesn't want to do it, and some other part of you that does, it's quite common for human beings to act in ways that are contrary to their own interest, and some part of them feels self-loathing about it, another part of them wants to do it, like someone who maybe wants to lose weight, but then they eat food they shouldn't eat, and they know it's wrong, and they don't want to do it, but they do want to do it. That's just part of being human, and part of the fact that we're not perfectly rational actors all the time.
Yeah, I understand that, but I guess you could say if like you don't necessarily choose to like do that action in regards to that, you could say that for everything, like you were saying, how you don't have free will, that would just apply to all of it.
It doesn't get you away from moral responsibility in a way, because you're still, even if you, I mean, that's how we calculate and apportion responsibility to each other is by saying, well, you are the agent who's doing these things, even if there isn't free will. It's a bit weird, but I mean, it's a tricky one, isn't it? And I think that the best answer I can give you is probably just that we're not optimally rational all the time, and people act against their own self-interest, and sometimes some part of us knows that we're acting against our own self-interest, but we do it anyway.
Yeah. And just one, that's a sufficient answer, I guess. And just one last thing, I'll just say I've been watching you for close to a year now. When you're averaging about 30, probably about 30 viewers on TikTok, I agree with basically everything you say, and yeah, just keep it up. I love watching you.
Thanks, man. Thanks for calling in.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Cheers. Thank you.
Thanks, buddy. All right, a slight digression from the rules there, but to be fair, he offered and he said, I can call back tomorrow, and it's quiet, and we're kind of, possibly even heading towards landing the plane of the show, so we didn't turn anyone else away. We'll keep on going with this stream of fantastic jokes. What can I say? There'll be more jokes tonight than any other night, but they have been excellent. I'm loving the ICU one, though. That's absolutely the best. Rodblow, great to see you. Talking about evil, to me, the Satan character sounds like an early unionizer who sought equality but was fired by a Karen-like god who hated the idea of equal opportunity. The rest is fan fiction. I think I can get behind that. I mean, certainly if you're going to look at the death count, I mean, look in the Bible and read how many people died at the hands of Satan and how many people died at the hands of God. And the people who died at the hands of Satan were primarily Job's people, who God was kind of invigilating that process anyway. I know who I'm going with. I think that's fair assessment. And Buzz says, okay, I took control, mic drop. Yeah, sorry, that was the DMC thing. It had to be done. It was a shame. I was really, really trying to wring a conversation with some value out of that exchange, but it just wasn't working. Maybe he'll call back another day and be able to comport himself better, or maybe not. We'll see. Audio Rock Me Amadeus said people who are into character assassination are not respected or listened to any further. It's bad ambassadorship. I think that's probably true. But with that said, there are some people whose characters are so bad, they deserve to be assassinated just a little bit occasionally. That must be true at points. And Viral Shark, thank you so much for the $2 support. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Tim Davidson says, what is a pirate's favourite letter? You're going to say R, but the first love is the C. Their first love is the C. Of course. I would have said R, of course. Viral Shark said, the fool says in his kennel there is no dog. Fair. Psalms 14. Inversion there. And Buzz says, you must not have finished the Steven Wilson album. No, I didn't finish the album. Was that the stuff you sent me to listen to, Buzz? Buzz sent me something amazing to listen to, which I did love. I thought that was pretty incredible. Guitar playing was amazing, and composition was pretty wild as well. Thank you for that, Buzz. And Indy said, Sean, why did you stop believing? That question has actually been answered earlier in this live stream and on many others. So we won't put Sean through having to tell the story a second time. You're muted, buddy.
Sorry, you notice he capitalized "stop and believe in." Do you get the reference? Because I said I like Journey. Don't stop, believe. Yeah,
my bad.
These
Over my
guys,
head.
You got to stay sharp with these guys.
I'm sorry, Indy, and I knew that you would have known that anyway, so I was a bit puzzled. I just not on the ball. Fair. Very good. And Flippy Giblets, Jacob Collier covering Billy Joel's "And So It Goes" is one of the best things my ears have ever heard. Well, first of all, "And So It Goes" is such an incredible composition anyway, as just a progression of chords that is just so beautiful, and the harmony in "And So It Goes" is. I've actually produced 2 versions of that song for other people during my career as well. It is absolutely incredible, and everything that Jacob Collier touches is made 1,000 times better than it would be. So yes, and the way that he just pulls and pushes the music around, he is a wizard. The guy's an absolute genius. I love that you love that. Thank you. And his Moon River is worth checking out. It's absolutely incredible. The reharmonization is incredible, as is his Bridge Over Troubled Water, for which he won a Grammy. And Ken Wilmot says, gotta go, great show tonight. Well, thanks for being with us, Ken. Appreciate it. We'll all be heading that way soon, I feel. It feels like we're not going to get any more callers, so maybe the night is done. Audio Rock Me Amadeus says, I've heard that what causes a gambling addiction is the dopamine released when you think you will win. This is similar to Discovery's do scientists, but yes, this is the thing. It's absolutely that. It's the little chemical signals that you need to chase that high of that feeling, and it's the fact that feeling's just around the corner. If you just do this thing, you're going to get that feeling, and yeah, it's pretty cruel, pretty cruel. And finally, for now, Kathleen, thank you for the super chat. Why wasn't Cinderella picked for the basketball team? Because she ran away from the ball.
Oh, Jesus.
Appreciate you both. Appreciate you too, Kathleen. Very, very good. Very, very good. I still have to go back to the what happens to people who get injured playing peekaboo. They go to the ICU. That's just the best.
Yeah.
That's the best. Absolutely the best. We've still got Bronco's name up on here, so let's get rid of that. There we go. Excellent. All right. Let's see. The Blackwing Angel says, you want to hear a joke? God, that is a joke, to be fair. It is a joke. Certainly the God of the Bible is a joke. I mean, again, I know we've mentioned it 1,000 times, but the fact that he had to pass a law for his people saying what to do to the hand of a woman who reaches out to grab the balls of a man who's fighting her husband.
That's my favorite verse.
Absolutely wild. It is absolutely wild. Yeah. My new favorite verse is when God tried to kill Moses just for fun and didn't succeed. He tried, didn't quite manage it. Tried to kill Moses, but Moses' wife stepped in just in time, circumcised their son, rubbed the bit of his foreskin on Moses' foot, or possibly somewhere else, because foot may have been allegorical there, and God was pleased, so delighted about the foreskin removal that he decided not to kill Moses after all. That's my current favorite Bible verse for now. His own guy as well, like his own guy. They've just been talking about like making a plan to go and deal with Pharaoh and all of that, and they're on the way there, and God just decides to kill him, possibly
what the frick?
for no reason mentioned. I just love how absolutely unhinged and psychopathic that is. Absolutely love it. Wild, isn't it? And what else have we got? Did we get another one? I thought I saw something else come in. Oh, here we go. A couple more as well. We also have Serial Dude 890. My handyman charged $250 to hang my painting with Velcro. Total rip-off.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, you did there as well. My God, how many jokes have we had tonight? I think we're out Justining on the dad jokes tonight. This is brilliant. And Gentleman Viking says, Tim Davidson was wrong. A pirate's real favourite letter is a letter of marque from King Louis of France. Yeah, possibly so. But I still think it's R. I'm still having R. That's got to be the pirate's favourite. It has to be. Has to be. Right. We, of course, have to display the wonderful names of our inner circle. So I did see some messages in the chat asking about what is this inner circle. And it occurred to me that people often join the live stream and don't know about what the inner circle is and don't understand about the memberships. Look, I'm not a salesy kind of guy. I always feel a little bit uncomfortable when it comes to sort of pitching and sounding like I'm selling. So I'm not selling, but I'm just going to tell you that the channel has memberships. Like all YouTube channels have the possibility of memberships. My channel has memberships, and the memberships get you different benefits. So if you join just as a normal basic member, that's called the Unconvinced tier. That allows you to play the interactive bingo, which is this wonderful game here, which we will be talking about in just a moment. That gets you the ability to have that on your screen and click a square when you hear someone make the bad argument, and then we read them all out, and if you clicked it first, your name goes in the square, and at the end of the night, we call a winner on that. So that's what that tier does. The second tier gets you that, plus also you have access to the Q&A form, so you can send questions in to Sean and me, and we will answer them on the show. And then the third tier is the Inner Circle, which is a bit more exclusive, and that gives you various perks. All the other ones, and as well it gives you your name up here. Where is it? That way. And also you get access to the kill switch. And what the kill switch is it means that anytime you think a caller is intolerable, you can vote to remove them. And if a certain number of Inner Circle members vote to remove a caller, they get removed. The silly trumpet music plays, the sign comes on the screen, and I end the call with them. So it's a way of handing a bit of control over to the people who support the channel most to shape what the conversation on the channel is. If I'm misreading the room and allowing someone to outstay their welcome, then the inner circle will quite often sweep in and vote to remove that person. And quite often it's taken as an act of considerable mercy by everyone else listening, and sometimes by me too, to be fair. And so that's what the inner circle is for anyone asking. It's just a membership tier on the YouTube side. And if you're watching on TikTok and thinking, well, why don't we get access to these perks? You do as well. I've recreated the exact structure of the YouTube memberships on Patreon, exactly the same. They're the same tiers, same thing, exactly the same. Access to the Inner Circle as well, exactly the same. You just need to follow the link if you're interested in the more interactive ways of engaging with the channel. Just follow the link to my Patreon, which is in my TikTok profile. And then you can join and be a member too. So that's it. No pressure. I don't mind if you don't. I love the fact that you guys are just here. That's enough for me. The support of the channel is amazing. It helps me to do this as a full-time job and not have to worry about doing too much other things. I'm still kind of got half a foot left in my whole career, but this is it for me now. I'm going to be doing this for the long run now. So that's what helps to support the channel and make that reasonable and viable for me to do that. Okay, so with that said, let's have a look at some things, because I've now made peace with the fact that we're not going to take any more calls. We're pretty much there for the night. It's a slightly shorter stream, 6 hours 20, as opposed to the 8, 9, nearly 10 hours that we've had on some of them recently. But it's okay, we can balance it out. They don't always have to be mega long, do they? We've got a couple more chats that have come in. Let's just read these out. Viral Shark said, if mediums can communicate with the dead, imagine what a large could do. Fair enough. Again, they're silly, but they are funny. They are funny. Maybe it's just the time of night. Buzz says, what do you call a dwarf psychic on the run? A small medium at large. That's good. That is good. That is good. That is really good. And Simple Programmer 9552 says, the letter of Marquis gave pirates the king's permission to attack enemy ships. Might be pirates' favourite letter. I didn't realise that was the thing. I had no idea that was true. So that pirates were given the king's permission to attack enemy ships. I didn't know that.
That would make sense. So piracy in general would be illegal, but if they're pirates of your own countrymen saying, hey, if they're enemy ships, we don't give a shit about them. Have at it. Take all the take all the booty, take whatever. It's like win-win for both of them. Yeah,
that makes complete total sense. Yeah, again, I didn't know that, so thank you for educating me. I appreciate it. Okay, so let's have a look at the aforementioned bingo, because we nearly filled the board tonight, but not quite. Not quite. We do sometimes fill it. The way it was going at the beginning, I was like, man, we're going to have this done halfway through the show. We'll have to reshuffle it and do another one. But the winner of tonight's bingo is PVG with 9. That's an excellent score on the bingo. Second place, Gregors. And joint third is Kif and Pastor of Muppets with Espresso Jack in 5th place. Or rather 4th place in number 5. That's excellent work. Well done, PVG. You got the crown today. Very, very well earned. And the next thing which I have to do, it falls on me to show you our leaderboard of the best and worst of the conversations we had today, which, according to the caller rating, which, hang on a second, looks like this. So the best conversation was Bronco Boo with a very respectable 73. And the worst conversation, sadly, was DMC with a score of 1, which is possibly undeserved because I don't think he was trolling. I just think he wasn't able to control himself in the conversation. He was very passionate about what he was saying, but he wasn't listening, and he was too quick to cry about how terribly the conversation was going. He should have just chilled out, calmed down, and followed us through a reasonable civilized dialectic, like many others are able to do. Yeah, there we are. So I think that is that. I think that's most of my duties. My duties discharged as host. Let's see. We have got also Tim says, I can't explain in this super chat, but look up on YouTube 910 pickles. Just trust me. Okay. I'm slightly tempted to do it now.
I'm going to do it after we're off if you don't do it now.
I might just quickly look it up.
Actually,
do you want to do it, Sean?
I don't have to do it on my phone. Actually, I got my laptop right here. So 910 pickles.
Are you going to end up on like a watch on a watch list?
On a watch list or something like that.
When you type 910 into YouTube, the first suggestion it comes up with is 910 pickles. So that is interesting. It looks like it's
910 pickles original vid.
Oh, it's an animated thing of some sort. Okay, so we'll have to
DC.
We'll have to look at that.
It's like 15 minutes long though.
All right. Well, we will check it out. Thank you, Tim, for the recommendation. Now everyone has the recommendation. So that is good. Zeitgeist is saying, do you trust Tim? I do. I trust Tim completely. So Zako someone or other is saying atheist is just scamming people with their own false beliefs. I think that suggests a slight misunderstanding of what it is we do here. Zako's Dirk. I can't even say your name. It's a weird collection of letters. Sorry, but no, not scamming people with our own beliefs. We're just having conversations about belief, and specifically about the fact that belief can never be a lack of belief can never be a crime. This is really the territory that we're staking out here on this channel, and I feel very, very passionate about it. And I think it's time that we gave more of a voice to this idea. And Buzz says bababooey, which I'm sure is something the significance of which will become apparent, even if it isn't immediately apparent right now. What can I say? Right, I think that might be it, people. We're clearly not going to get any more calls for tonight, and it has been awesome hanging out with you. I've loved the jokes. Huge, huge thank you to all the mods, both new and old. You are all fantastic. I massively, massively appreciate you. And, of course, huge thanks to Sean.
All right. Thanks for allowing me to get a little bit of sleep tonight, John.
Just a little bit tonight for you, friend. And we will speak soon. In fact, we will be back on tomorrow. That's me nearly forgetting. I always forget where I am, honestly. Tomorrow we have the After Hours show, which will start at 5 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. UK time. And that's when anyone can call in and ask us about absolutely anything at all, whatever you like. And we'll be happy to talk about it. So we look forward to seeing you then. That show tends to have a much smaller audience than the debate shows, but a much bigger call queue. Very, very busy. So if you're thinking about calling in, get in there early because it gets. I mean, I'm generally not able to take all the calls because it goes on pretty crazy. It gets very, very, very busy in the call queue. So thank you, everyone, and we will see you tomorrow or as and when. Cheers all.
Thanks, Sean. Thanks, everyone.